All of Ophilis Hall's runes went to the one with the command. The swordsman who could hold her own in front of the combat faculty students and an intermediate magic user without a single flaw. Chief made Alice. Despite all of that, she could not defeat Taylormclore because he is the main character. Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief made Alice. The final battle begins. I'm almost out of mana. I have only got 2 or 3 more basic spells left in me. Shini's first attack, is definitely a stab aiming for my leg. I already know this pattern. The scope for prediction, preceding her reaction speed. The privilege of the twin sisters, blessed by the same star from birth. Ability sharing once per day. You may share a skill you can use with your twin. Low-level telekinesis magic. However, their borrowed abilities are not refined. The wounds from the flying blades are not deep. That is it. 1 minute before they get here. I can't disappoint Miss Alice. Move. I said move out of my way. Alice will lose. What do you even know about her? Do you know how much pain she has endured? What kind of battle she has fought? Do you know how many orphans she has saved? To be honest, I'm also one of those orphans. I do not know much about her. The failed swordsman of Sylvania did not go into too much depth about Alice's background. If it were not for her, I never would have been able to work at a normal job like this. I never would have been able to earn money for myself. I would not even be alive if not for her. You do not even know anything about her. Despite hearing this whole story, well, that is none of my business. I still feel the same. I won't forgive you. How could you side with Lortel? Sadly, I do not know any of the extra stories. What do you expect me to do about something I do not know? There's already way too many stories that'll never come to light. If you compare all of the losses today, with Alice's rescuing of orphans this whole time and weigh the good and evil she has done, people who decide their course of action based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. But my course of action and ultimate goal has not changed from when I first possessed this body. It is to survive. You have murdered Shuni, who is in charge of the dishes. Now you have acquired a new skill. Pain endurance temporarily halts physical exhaustion and your ability to feel pain, postponing it to a later time. I can't believe I'm learning this now. The luxurious wooden furniture and various decorations arranged as per necessity. The desk is piled with papers. The books are neatly arranged in rows. It suits her. Elp is in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days to get back to the main headquarters. Sell all of the acquired gear. The carrier pigeon flying its way through the rain in the night sky will come back with Elp's head. The cuts will heal as soon as the flesh is healed, right? If not for the help of Jix, Janica, and a few other opportune moments, Lortel would have been captured by Elt, and her downfall would have been swift. But by now, the carriage Lortel hired is probably speeding out of the Arkan Mountains. Elt has no choice but to chase it. Even if he captures the coachman and forces him to admit that Lortel never left, by that time, the carrier pigeon I sent will have arrived, and Elt's resignation will be complete. If all goes according to plan, Lortel should be waiting for me at the hut. Greeting me, how nice of you. What? Right. I gotta acknowledge things when they are due. I was a bit complacent. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel. In this case, the only ones who know that Lortel is the secret mastermind are the 5 she bribed. If Elt is gone, Alice must rely on Lortel only. Shuni and Kelly will follow Alice. Welaine could be bought off like last time, but in Lortel's perspective, Ed Rothaler, for no reason, is a variable that can't be bought off by money. If she just gets rid of me in this remote part of the woods, away from prying eyes, her perfect crime will be a success. Lortel's Ketchuln's real character is the secret mastermind. She would use and dispose of any human she gets her hands on. Truly a villain. I gotta use my brain if I want to survive, but my body is. Why did you have to get so hurt? Let me help you. It stopped raining, so I built a bonfire. Let us warm ourselves first together. So did you handle everything as per the plan? Come on, edition. I am Lortel Kecklin. I made the horseman promise me. He said he'd try to draw as much attention as possible, even if he had to put his life on the line. He is that loyal. How did you make him do that? No way. She would not threaten to hold his family hostage. Would she? Did you know, Ed, if this plan goes well, I will actually have power over the Elk Merchant Association. The fact that I owe you one is a big deal. What do you think? Does not it cheer you up? Do not you feel like I kinda awesome? Wow, what a boring reaction. Thanks, Ed. I will never forget what you did for me. Just hand over the 20 coins you promised me when it is time. Of course, other than that, I have something I would like to ask you. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Is it related to Alice? No, not that. I will handle that myself. I want to ask you about Janica. You're pretty close with her? Or not you? Yeah, pretty much. She's a good person. I respect her too, since she is kind and a great senior. She always considers others, and she is open-minded. Yeah, what about it? I'm not that nice, you see. At the same time, Awfulus Hall. Elt left after receiving a certain report from his subordinate. He seemed to be completely disinterested in the Awfulus Hall. Jix was not doing that great in fighting all of the mercenaries. I think, however, you have done enough. Please stop. Rather than fighting the mercenaries, he just had to stop his own comrades. At first, Janica had a worried look on her face. Janica! But at some point, the spirit started going all out. She needed to be stopped before any casualty took place. What is wrong? Are you mad? No, I'm not mad at all. With my uniform ruined, going to class is completely out of the question. Jix came to lend me his uniform and told me about the incident. Will Lane took the blame for destroying the Awfulus Hall, and the chief maid, Alice, who had been subdued, still seemed to be completely silent on the issue. One of the critical characters of the scenario stopped Lortel's exit from the stage. Seeing how there is still no response from Elt's side, it looks like the plan worked. With events continuing as they were supposed to, we could not help but wait for the carrier pigeon to come bear good news. This incident affected my labor power negatively. Since I'm not in a very good shape, my body's sore here and there. Work that is physically demanding is sort of too much for me. But I still have to get it done. Life skills details, rank, intermediate craftsman specialty, none handiness, LV13, design, LVB, gathering ability, LV11 advanced crafting skill slot empty, advanced crafting skill slot empty. With the advanced crafting skills slots open now, acquiring skills take priority. I have already decided on which skills to master. Spirit Formula Infusion, which is compatible with Spirit Sorcery and Magic Engineering, which is great for crafting household and combat amenities. For Spirit Formula Infusion, by forming a contract with a spirit and creating at least one artifact that contains a spirit formula, it becomes instinctive. As for Magic Engineering, it is unlocked once you successfully disassemble and assemble an item of a certain level of Magic Engineering at least once. I do not want to waste spirit slots unnecessarily, but for now, it would be better to catch at least a lower spirit and make a contract. Hey, Ed, the weather's quite chilly after the rain stopped. Oh, hey, Janica, are not you going to class? I have a headache and my body's in pain, so I figured I would get some rest with the fresh air in the woods. You sure you did not hurt yourself trying to help me? No, not at all. Speaking of which, is Lortel okay? Yeah, she is resting inside the cabin. The whole Awfulus Hall takeover incident has been wrapped up, but there is still work left to do. Persuading the former chief maid, Alice, and laying the groundwork for the negotiation to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire. But for the 3 days I'm waiting for a reply from the Elk Merchant Company's headquarters, I have to stay in this cabin with an anxious heart. It is frustrating, but I do not hate it, because being with Ed Roth Taylor makes my heart race. His unconditional kindness and trust without expecting anything in return makes me feel safe. This sensation, which is natural for everyone else, is more precious than gold for Lortel, who had spent her entire life on the cold floor of the streets. At no cost does she want to give it up to someone else, especially not to Janica Failover. Janica's life was full of an overflowing amount of unconditional kindness from her family and friends. At least let me have one, since you already have so much. If you do not give him up, then we will have to fight for him. That is my area of expertise. 3 days of living together. What a thrillingly perfect advantage. First, I will use my own way. If I bury this cabin in gold. No, maybe showing sympathy is not a good idea. Also, I short on money at the moment. Maybe it would not be so bad to help with his tuition. Be as natural as possible. It's not like I'm paying you for your safe. Do not misunderstand. That feels so damn cringy. Lortel, catchall number of boyfriend 0. Can you move? That is my spot. What are you doing here, Lucy? This spot gets the best sunlight. What is this now? Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up? Lucy snuck into the cabin. I have taken care of her now, so you can go back to sleep. I guess Lucy comes here often, Ed. What is the point of talking about it? Just think of her as a natural disaster. So I have another rival. I still have plenty of time, though. I will settle the score within 3 days. Lortel's cabin life morning of day 2. Hey, Ed, contrary to Lortel's wishes. Good morning. Lortel, ADH time alone with Ed. Oh, Janica, you are here. Rarely came by. I am finally done. New finished product handmade, bricks shaped by pouring mud into a mold and drying thoroughly before drying it with a combustion spell. Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. You have learned the skill, stone masonry. Due to your talent stat, the increase in proficiency is greater than usual. New finished product brick fireplace, a fireplace built by stacking handmade bricks. Although it is not very sturdy due to the joints being sealed with mud, it seems to fulfill its role as a fireplace well enough. It is necessary to use a flue if it is to be used indoors. Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. I have completed the fireplace that I could not build because of the Awfulest Hall incident. Oh my, this smells unique. Did you add basil? Belle gave me some the other day. Can you really tell just by the smell? I am quite confident in my sense of smell, you know, since nothing much has happened by this morning. I think it is safe to assume that things are going as planned. Yeah, that is good news, but we can't let our guard down. Of course I won't, though there's a mountain of things to do right now, like taking care of your compensation. And since I am merchant, I will make sure to pay you the 20 gold coins. Would you like to receive goods instead of cash, Ed? The first thing that comes to mind is construction materials, or maybe, right? Excess magic engineering equipment. Magic engineering equipment. I will check the inventory and tell you if we have some spares at a later time. Actually, I will think about it now. I pretty much have everything memorized anyway. Now that I think about it, I have a favor to ask you, Janica. A favor. I have been trying to learn some spirit magic lately, and I like to try contracting with at least a lower spirit, so I was wondering if you could help me with that. Uh-huh. That makes me your teacher then. I will make you form a contract with an intermediate level spirit in no time. Let us try spirit connection first. Try focusing, Edition Karis. Try talking to Edition Lady Janica, I told. This guy can't. Oh, I can actually hear the bird saying something faintly. To start with, he needs to improve his spirit connection to the point where he can hear us talk. Is that so? But I bet Ed will progress faster than expected. Think about this man's daily routine. How much time could he have had for magic training? You know it too, Lady Janica, according to the weekly report meeting held last week at Dex Hall. Because his food storehouse's supplies are running low and he needs to concentrate on the cabin construction immediately, he can't afford to be distracted by other things. Did you hear that? Kinda something about the weekly report meeting. Oh, are you done talking? So, to wrap up the conversation about magic engineering equipment, it seems we have more leftover stock than expected, so I should be able to supply you sufficiently. Oh, then could you sell them at a discounted price? Try to settle it with the promised Zo coins as much as possible. Selling at a discount, You were saying such depressing things. And anyway, the amount is not large, and they're basically a dead asset, so free. Would be difficult, but if you come to the Merchant Association once every 3 days instead, I think I can sell it to you at a really discounted price. When you come, we can have some tea and talk a bit. Can't you give it to him for free anyway? It helped you so much. I'm a merchant, I'm a professional, so... Lies, you were just making up an excuse. An excuse for what? It looks like I can start with magic engineering and spirit magic now. So you are over here, Lady Lortel. Me's bed. I apologize for coming here so suddenly when things do not seem very peaceful. Belle Megan, new chief maid. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. However, you have a message from the former chief maid. What is it that you wanted to discuss? Well, do not be shocked. This is really top secret. You absolutely must not tell this to anyone else. Do not even show that you are shocked. I think Janica likes addition none other than the Edroth Taylor. Should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite? I see. Lady Clara, you must have been quite worried about her. I do not know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels like his reputation is improving little by little. As her friend, I support her. But that is not all. These days, Janica keeps mentioning a certain name. Lortel Ketchum. You see, she missed the opening ceremony, just like Edroth Taylor, and yesterday, they were both absent from the first common class together. I mean, ultimately, relationships are a game of push and pull. In that regard, you could say Janica does not stand a chance. And I do not really understand Ed either. It is ridiculous how he pretends not to notice when Janica is so obviously throwing him glances. Is he hard-hearted or just a creepy, cunning wolf? Rather than being a wolf or hard-hearted, maybe he is just in too difficult a situation to be interested in dating. No way that is true. I'm sure he is grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps. Luck, you say? A sly, thieving cat in front of fish shop. A naive kitten trembling before tiger. Lady Belle, just a cat. What is wrong? It is nothing. I am sorry. Just looking at them is giving me a headache. More importantly, what was it you wanted to say? I have a message for you, Lady Lortel. It is from the former chief, Maid Alice. The flickering bonfire drives away the darkness of the night. Janica has already left. Belle also took Lucy and left. Although it bothers me that Lortel's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Awfulest Hall while she is in hiding, is not a bit worn out for a uniform that has been repaired. It is still decent enough to wear. The carrier pigeon, which carries the news of victory, has already arrived. Review of the proposal to depose the chairman of association has been completed. Its real authority is largely restricted. His dismissal is certain. The atmosphere favors his overthrow. Status report requested. It is now time to prepare to go back to school, as usual. If the situation has progressed this far, Father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. Though, it was a futile last struggle. He certainly won't have time to care about us here in Sylvania. Any chance that Elt has another trick hidden up his sleeve? That man is as cunning as me, so I would not say the chances are zero. Still, Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, is supporting me, so I have no choice but to trust him. My biggest concern was Alice, but that problem seems to have been taken care of for now. You mean Alice won't reveal that you are the mastermind behind this? Well, she has no choice. This is a prepaid concept, you see. She was planning to side with whoever won between me and Elt. The parchment Belle Maya delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance costs for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage. So she made a bet with the rest of her life on stake. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, her followers seem to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. She is only siding with me because my victory looks to be certain. Regaining lost trust will be difficult, but I can't believe she sent me this instead of threat. In a world of merchants, there is no such thing as sympathy. If you make that mistake, you are treated as a fool. She must know this better than anyone. From my point of view, too, Nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I am the mastermind behind this. Well, I will just play along then. After all, there is no such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies. Ichi looked somewhat relieved. I will get going now. You will stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract next week, right? Yeah. Take this. It will last for a while. Why are you thinking so much about taking it? Nothing. It is just... Ed, you're taller than I thought. Out of nowhere. It does seem a bit rushed. But if I want to win, I have to sometimes make some risky moves, I think. Do you know this, Ed? The essence of human relationships is all about push and pull. Like this tie. Look, it is twisted as knotted. No one's even looking at me. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well, there is nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania, after all. What are you? The raspberries we ate in the evening were definitely delicious. Were not they? Just thinking about them again makes me happy. Stay within your limits. How upsetting they say people do not like others pushing or pulling too much. Next time, let's have you pull a little. After all, I need to practice pushing you away too. Although I try to avoid getting too involved with main scenario characters as much as possible. As expected, when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans. The stars I see from a forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The sound of crickets, chittering, and the crackling of the campfire are also the same as always. But I feel the trajectory of the scenario I am involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I am being sucked into the center of the story. My plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines, and only try to take care of what I feel needs to be done has not changed. I have no greed. I will just get my diploma and pay attention to my stats. The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far in the future. Just like that, summer passed, and it is now fall. That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed. We can't afford to just sit by, Lady Janica, if we do not intervene. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts. What do you mean, what? Ed, how did Ed react? Oh, your question really gets to the core of it. From what I saw, he definitely put up a wall. She went as far as to kiss him, but his expression did not at all. I was astonished by how coldly he responded. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. This means one of two things. That fallen noble is either impotent, or he does not see her as a woman. Well, that is a relief. But regardless, men are not as good at being defensive as they are at being proactive. As per my experience, people like that foxy redhead cling and burn more intensely the more you reject them. That is definitely not good for you. Janica, still, you said Ed's reaction was lukewarm. Are you going to let that foxy redhead steal him from you? You said you were supposed to teach him spirit magic. It is not a good idea to waste such an opportunity. You should also at least kiss him when it is just the two of you. Do not listen to Tarkon. Janica, you're the most charming when you are just being yourself. Yes, emphasizing your naive and cheerful vibe is also a great idea. Janica, do not you also want to experience a thrilling, exciting experience with young Master Ed? Eating, feeding each other. Go on. Say ah. It does not taste good. Yeah, without a variety of spices, it is hard to have flavor. Do not make me your taste testing machine. I guess I will have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available. Life skills details rank intermediate craftsman, specialty carpentry handiness LV14, design LV9. Key stats greatly influence the proficiency of living skills. Raising just one stat drops the efficiency, so I need to increase them evenly. The problem is that I am too busy. Since school has started, excluding my time at school, the total time I can devote to survival activities is just about 5 or 6 hours, even if I cut back on sleep. I might get used to it, But the reason I'm worrying about the efficiency of my survival activities is because I need time to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in my regular life, I keep a close watch on key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines within the academy. Taylor is in the combat faculty, so I do not see him much, but he seems to be growing well. His companion Isla is also doing her role of supporting him. The benevolent princess, Princess Phenia, also seems to be having no problems, but it is about time she starts clashing with Lortel, so I have to observe her. Clarice will enroll next year, so there is no need to worry about her for now. I am watching the golden daughter, Lortel, as if I am walking on thin ice. With Elt's early dismissal, it is uncertain how this will affect how she acts. But, regardless of Elt, it seems her plan to get her hands on the sage's sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason I have been needing more time as of late is because it is about time I start checking up on the faculty building, because the final boss of this second act is... I see. So, there is a hidden mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall takeover. Professor Glast, if you think so, then it is probably true. You have an oddly good intuition after all. Then, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. But be careful not to miss the important stuff. Like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find. I will find it by tomorrow morning. Awfulest Hall Faculty Building. Claire Assistant Professor's Office. I have gathered the materials related to the Awfulest Hall takeover incident. Assistant Professor Claire. Thank you, Ennis. Do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped up already? I seriously feel so tired I could die. But no matter how I look at it, something's off. Edition, Ed Roth Taylor. I am really sorry, Edition. I was so out of it that I forgot about the contract. Looks like you will have to visit again next week, Elt Merchant Association Sylvania branch. As an apology, I have prepared some tea and refreshments. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so you can pick it up at the counter. Really, but is your work attire always so? I have an important appointment, so I try to dress up a bit. How does it look? An important appointment. Yeah, it is something you do not know about. Is the cabin complete now? It is in the final stages. Then you will need furniture too, right? Yeah. But the products you trade at your company are all too high-end, so they are too expensive for me. Of course, I can't give them to you for free. Giving away sale items for free would go against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right? Now that this can't be sold, I will discard it tomorrow. I told you this is too high-end. Thanks. How is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? I basically made the winning move. You do not see me as a woman, do you? I see you as a man, though. Addition, it means exactly what you were thinking. Even this help I am offering you is because of my ulterior motives. I get what answer you're looking for, but, oh, I was not expecting an answer. As you know, I do not engage in fights I can't win. Though you are acting indifferent right now, someday, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself. A seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or you're in a tight spot. It is in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings. Well then, let's start the lesson, shall we? Want to try focusing your magic and forming a connection? Yep. Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed. Mug low-rank fire spirit. It is an honor to be in a contract with you, young Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. In accordance with the agenda of last week's regular report meeting regarding the proposal for the selection of your contracted spirit, I passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda, and pled the fourth round of qualification verification. I hold the record of having the highest performance in the magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods and pride myself on having the best unspoken connection among the low-rank spirits at my level. My body is already on fire, but I vow to set my heart on fire as well to serve you. While playing the failed swordsman of Sylvania, I once got a spirit-type skill. We would laugh together, joke around, and cheer each other up during battles. We ended up creating a strong bond. I'm pretty sure this is not the vibe I got back then. Why is he so strict? You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit, so I selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those I am contracted with. In the process, there was a very slightly, teeny tiny, complicated selection process. Who on earth planned that selection process? Move it, you maggots, Tarkon. Did. Here, take it. Oh, it is warm. Can you feel the heat? When you connect with a contract spirit, you'll be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they are not manifested. Be careful not to connect too hard, however, or he'll get too hot. Make sure to keep it in control. So if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes too, right? Referring to it as firepower is kind of odd. I mean, you make it sound like he is some machine. This is, please relay your orders, a portable heater. Spirit slot, low rank fire spirit, mug connection, level 2 spirit formula, efficiency, good, unique skill blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases explosion, low grade explosion. Magic buffed fire magic abilities. Magic power details, rank skilled magic, student specialty element, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection, LV12 spirit understanding, LV12 spirit manifestation, LV1 sensory, sharing LV1. It is an unbelievably useful survival tool. It does not even consume firewood. I'm glad to see you happy. You always have such an exhausted expression on your face. I am pleased. If you need anything else, just tell me. I will teach you about the power of connection and the senses themselves before today's first class. You will learn faster if you are with me. And if you want to quickly reach a level where you can form a contract with middle-rank spirits, we need to practice spirit combat too. I will free up some time and reserve the combat training room, and although I do have accessories that increase connection efficiency, they are all in my room. I will bring them next time up. I am actually very busy too. I'm a very busy person. People are queuing up and are pleading me to teach them this and that, so it is quite difficult for me to make time for you. You can't just keep giving away too much. You need to play it cool with a little push and pull. Be chic is not a bit too much to ask me to teach you spirit magic just like that. Yes, you are right. Sorry about that, Janica. I took your goodwill for granted as if it was my right. I should at least offer some money for appreciation. I won't be able to give you much, but what money? Money, what are you talking about, Ed? You're struggling to survive as you can't just waste your money. You need to save it. There's no way I'm taking it. And just giving me money in exchange for what I did is too cold. We're closer than that. Are not we? You are really making me so sad, Were not you the one who asked for compensation first? What is wrong with you all of a sudden, Clara talked about push and pull. No, it is not that. She said I am too generous by nature, so I should learn to say no more often. She is not wrong. You have a good friend, right? But I am. Not like that with everyone. Anyway, I will tell you the details next time. Let us meet at the combat training ground next time. I will reserve it and let you know. I will also bring you a good accessory. If you need textbooks for connection training, just tell me. See you, I have morning class now. Bye. See you edition, yeah. You have acquired the Advanced Crafting Skill Magic Engineering. An Advanced Crafting Skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supplies I got from Lortel were surprisingly simple enough that I could analyze them in no time. I have finally learned a proper advanced skill. Ignition. If I run out of fuel, I will use mug. And if I run out of mana, I will use the fireplace. I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Is it already this late? I need to check the traps first. It is pretty dark since I came after work. Maybe I should have come tomorrow after all. But no matter how much I think about it, I feel like there is a hidden mastermind behind this incident. And I think that is Ed Roththaler. Since he has been disowned by his family. He is just Ed now, right? Everyone else at the scene were either students or staff of the Theophilus Hall. But Taylor and Ed have no connection to the Theophilus Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the case, that only leaves Ed. I came to the Northern Woods because I heard Ed Roththaler often appears here. But come to think of it, unless he is eating and sleeping in this forest, he would not be wandering here in the middle of the night. What was that? I am pretty sure. That is Principal Abel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glocht or the great sage of Sylvania. Even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Merrill. I was right. My gut feeling was not wrong. The Awfulest Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed Roth Taylor. My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective. What the hell is all of this? Come to think of it, the plans are for early tomorrow morning. Well, I have a load of things to do, but I guess I should go to bed early tonight. I need to rescue Lucy, slowly, as quietly as possible. Lucy, who are you? I am the assistant professor of your year. She went back inside. As I thought, Ed Roth Taylor. Do you know of a student named Ed ousted from his family? I do not bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Always with these standoffish things to say. Professor Glass, you know Lucy, right? Ed actually overpowered Lucy Merrill to the point where she could not even use her power. I was investigating the Awfulest Hall incident, since it was suspicious when suddenly wait. Before that, the reason I went to the Northern Woods is because Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place. Anyway, whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of the Awfulest Hall. Magic that records memory. Did you get permission? Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back, prepared to write a written apology and explanation. I knew this would happen, so I wrote it in advance. Regardless, I can plead that there were extenuate IG circumstances. Look, definitely looks like a mastermind, does not he? I am the hidden mastermind. You can see him striking the perfect pose for that, right? Is that all you've got? No, as I told you earlier. Ed was carrying Lucy while she was unconscious. Are you sure he was not just moving Lucy Merrill while she was asleep? Just bring me your apology letter and explanation. Okay. Right? This was written in the files as well. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they got past him in no time. Taylor, born with the way of the Sword Saint. Alvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. There is no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. New finished product, ceremonial dagger. Explosion, a ceremonial dagger with a spirit formula that engraves explosion magic. The engraved magic can be activated within a certain distance. The activation speed is very fast, and the magic efficiency is outstanding due to its prior engraving. Injected spirit formula. Spirit magic explosion, lower fire spirit, mug magic accumulation capacity. Medium connection distance. Narrow. I have had this dagger ever since I started living on my own. Now that there are all these engravings on it, I feel kind of proud. The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. You have taken another step forward, Young Master Edition. This is an occasion to rejoice. What great news! I, Mug, shall sing a song in order to express my joy. The shepherd's song passed down orally from the Pylon Regio. Young Master Ed, my apologies. I wish to atone for my sins. I am ashamed. But what I am most ashamed of is that I do not even know what I did wrong. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement. Hey, yes. Drop the formalities. Spirits that have left from their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits. Elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. I can understand why low-ranking spirits are pleased to have contracts with a strong spirit sorcerer like Janica, but is not this too good to be true? What is so great about contracting with me that you are making such a fuss? Did she promise you something else? That is, to spit it all out. We're not going to be together for just a couple days, are we? Young Master Ed, what is the point of hiding anything from you? The overflowing respect and loyalty I have for you are not out of pure reverence, but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for Success, I am ashamed. Being in a contract with you and receiving refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica will allow me to grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits. What else? Apart from that, after asking around about rumors of your reputation in the academy, they said you have a strong authoritarian temperament. So to appease you, I understand everything now. Well, with your situation, it is only natural. To be honest, I had a really hard time. In the first place, are the spirits' rank in the hierarchy of spirits some official title or something? Why are they so damn mean and defensive when it comes to their ranks, just because they were born a bit earlier? Go easy on yourself. We are all doing this to live anyway. Young Master Edition regardless. I can't afford to talk to you in a casual manner. I am more comfortable with this, whatever makes you happy. Although my combat skills are still making slow progress. My physical stamina has greatly increased. Now I'm no longer inferior to the average adult male. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and such, and I no longer need to sleep outdoors while hungry. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into my head, so that has nothing to with talent. Every day is a forced march for me, and while I can't say these days are gentle on me, they are definitely better than when I started. Ed, snap out of it. What is wrong? Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something, so I was kinda out of it. Do not overdo it. It is good to work hard, but you should value your health more. I gotta focus. I received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, while the second letter was from the merchantry. Neither were particularly remarkable, but I need to read the third letter with full attention, because this is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire, is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire was a tug of war between the academy and the merchantry. However, because of Elt's downfall, the original client who requested Elt to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire, Crapen Roththaler, the head of my family, got involved, which eventually resulted in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elt Merchant Association, and the Roththaler family. Crapen Roththaler planned to use the sage's sealed grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crapen Roththaler is a boss who only appears in Act 4, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at this point that there is no way to suppress him. No matter what, I must exclude him from this episode. If he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, he will just walk away coolly. But if he gets the sage's sealed grimoire after already being strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage I have. This letter includes Crapen Roththaler's actions and suspicions about them. It also has an invitation for me, and the sender of the letter is, I am back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter. Good job, Claire. Principal Abel came to say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate. As it is a private institution, I can't just support the Sylvania Academy as I want. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the sage's sealed grimoire. It would be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it is like the heart of the academy. So Abel secretly asked for my help. But this is strange. How did Crapen Roththaler know to participate in this negotiation? That boy, Ed might have reported it. He lives inside the academy, so he could have heard the rumors. If I were in that boy's shoes, I would do whatever it takes to be acknowledged again and return to my family. I doubt it. Can someone like me, of low status, have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess? This is unexpected, Lortel. I thought you hated me. Oh, that is an unfair accusation, Princess Phenia. Otherwise, why would I come to offer you such sincere advice? Crapen Roththaler getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time is probably because of my father, not addition what. It seems that from the beginning, Crapen Roththaler had requested my father, Elt Ketchum, to purchase the item. Well, I had no idea about it, though, even though my father lost his position. His plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the Elt Merchantry has put a lot of time and effort into it. How strange. Is not the Elt Merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Rothtaler family after purchasing it? It seems to me like the interests of your two families align. So why do the Elt Merchantry and the Rothtaler family appear to be competing for the purchase of the grimoire? It is because I have no intention of selling the grimoire to the Rothtaler family. Given the current circumstances, it would better for me not to get too close to the business connections associated with my father. Why are you telling me the internal matters of the Elt Merchantry? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You would benefit from keeping the Rothtaler family in check, and I get to obtain the grimoire. It is a win situation. I also stepped in, thinking that my poor senior Ed might suffer harm. Should I say it is me looking out for him as his junior? You are worried about him. He is already separated from his family and is living a new life, so it would be unfair if you were misunderstood as being connected to the Rothtaler family. No. Lortel is worried about someone else. What is she actually thinking? Still, that boy is definitely useful. I might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders, but if he still does not open his mouth despite that, then. If he does not, then what? Then I will have no choice but to use him. Deceive and exploit. Who is exploiting? Who again? How dare you say that in front of the princess? Princess Phenia. Just for this matter, we are allies, are not we, so I genuinely want to give you some sincere advice. Do not try to use him in a half-assed attempt, because you might end up being used instead. We must hold her accountable for her impudence. Princess. No need, Claire. How confusing. I can't tell what that Ed Rothtaler is up to, and then there is Crapin Rothtaler, who suddenly joined the bidding for the grimoire out of nowhere. But perhaps she is the one I actually need to be wary of. Even though I am a princess, she acts all high and mighty and does not bow down to me at all. Lortel Ketchum. I wonder if I will ever get to see her get flustered or not know what to do. What, hey, Lortel. Long time no see. How have you been doing? Things just turned out this way. Elt Company Sylvania Branch. I am sorry, Janica. I did not know you would be coming too, so I only prepared 2 cups of pile ants and rosemary tea. Would you like some cold water? Yes, that is fine. Your merchantry's commodity warehouse looked like it was teeming with tea-making supplies, but since it is merchandise, I guess you can't offer it to guests. Yes, that is precisely it. I will take the cold water. You drink the tea, Janica. Okay, all right. You should take the magic engineering equipment. Got it. These are clearly brand new items without even a speck of dust on them. Did not you say giving away merchandise for free goes against your ethics as a merchant? Oh my, Janica. You really do not have an eye for goods. If you look closely, these items have many defects. That is it. You did this. On purpose. Well, in the end, what matters is not whether it is marketable or not, but that it helps Ed. Thanks, but it feels a bit wrong to take this for free. I have not even paid for the item last time yet. This is already the 4th time. Just come regularly to renew the contract. And there won't be much of a problem. It is just a small amount to me. Would not it be better for you to just quickly finish paying and in the contract? Well, that is something for me and Ed to discuss, not you. Seriously, even so, Ed's, even if you say that, I can feel a familiar sensation taking over my body again. It feels like I am floating in water. Lately, I have been feeling this quite often because of my workload. I have to keep an eye on Crapin Rothtaler, who butted in on the fight for the grimoire. There's still 2 weeks left for that, so right now my priority should be making a mattress for the bed. I can stuff it with feathers or assorted fabrics and sewn cloth to make it fluffy. I also need to prepare the fawn I caught the other day. The inside of the cabin needs cleaning again, too. Speaking of which, there's also Lucy's jerky. Is not about time I acknowledged his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp, his calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the situation during the Glasgow Ray battle, his reputation among students, saying he focuses only on his studies, and Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly. Maybe. My insight was off. I need to make sure of it one final time. That is why I ordered him to visit me here in the royal residence. Claire, is tomorrow's schedule set? What time will Ed Roth-Taylor Princess? It seems he won't be able to visit for a while. Why is that? It is a royal command. So no matter what, he should not be able to refuse. Ed Roth-Taylor, passed out from overwork. Status effect exhaustion symptoms include high fever due to overwork, indigestion, chronic fatigue, migraine, a periodic comatose state, difficulty breathing, deteriorating vision, mana complications, and muscle laxity. Please take adequate rest to recover from this condition. It is hard to breathe. My whole body feels heavy, and my lower belly feels hot. Too salty. Just a little. Salt. This brat's even talking in her sleep. Lucy is way too light, just like the way she looks. Maybe even lighter than that. So much so that you will doubt she is even human. Yet I can't move at all. Since Lucy does not seem to be any different from usual, there must be something wrong with my body. This is total physical breakdown. This looks like my cabin. The blanket looks new. Is it from the Elt Merchantry? I am hungry. Do you really do nothing but eat and sleep? Congratulations. You have woken up. Your mana was horribly distorted. You have been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic on top of that. You repeating this for months is why you're currently like this. Were you like this the whole time I was asleep? It was not that difficult, but it was so boring I fell asleep several times. I was walking on eggshells the whole time, too. It was a hassle. Well, it was necessary, so it is not like they could say much. Do not get sick. Getting sick is hard. People die from it. Lucy had watched Glocked, a grandfather figure for her, die in bed from a disease. Thank you. Oh, Ed, you are awake. Jig's magic faculty. I was not sure if I could use the cabin stove, so I started a fire outside for now. Ed, how many times does this make it? It makes sense, though. It is not unusual for strong men to have several partners. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization? Perhaps I have been viewing this civilization from too rigid a perspective. Why are you here? Janica is out for attendance, and Lortel had to return because she could not delay business any longer. Your hair is. That is because it is autumn now. I usually eat a lot, but this is nothing we can do about it. Though it probably would have been better if someone better, like Elka or Clara, did it. But Lortel said absolutely no women. As usual, I should check the scenario. Speaking of which, I heard that the students from the alchemy faculty secretly mass-produced mandragoras and caused an accident. Ah, Alvira, that troublemaker. In the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly handled it. Good. Act 2, Scene 5, L'Academy Exploration 1. Seems to have wrapped up nicely. I heard a rumor that a monster handled by the Telos Order snuck into the Academy's underground water system. Taylor and I took care of that. There was a rumor like that. Act 2, Scene 7, Idmon of the Sewers. Seems to have gone by without any problems, too. Now the only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire. By the way, how long have I been passed out? Today makes it 10 days. Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake. What? Still, they won't be able to see you today. Janica's at the academy right now, and Lortel has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow. She had no choice but to leave. I thought I just passed out for a day or two, but if I slept for 10 days. Hey, Jix. Yeah, I need to send a message to Lortel right now. I do not have time. The day after Ed woke up. Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables. The struggle over the sage's sealed grimoire has started. The ones involved are Princess Phenia Kloll, the representative of the Elt Merchantry's leader, Lortel Ketchum, and the man who strayed from the original storyline, the patriarch of the Duke family Roth-Taylor, Crapin Roth-Taylor, the final boss of Act 4. I am really glad to see you looking healthy. It has been quite some time, but I never got the chance to formally apologize to you. I heard you had a tough time because of a foolish and thoughtless member of our family. Ed Roth-Taylor disowned by his family as you ordered. We disowned him, but I would still like to apologize. Once again, it is fine. Do not worry about it too much. Crapin Roth-Taylor. He is of the same bloodline as Ed Rothtailor. Before that, he is a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. You can feel the respect his attendants have for him in their every single action as they serve him. But my eyes see the true him. This man is clearly evil. You are the proxy of the L Trading Company, I presume. I am Lortel Ketchum. It is an honor to be in your presence. So you're the only daughter of Elt Ketchum, the Golden King. I have heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. We go wherever there is a good profit to be made. After all, we follow wherever the scent of money leads us. I see. Negotiations for the purchase of a sage's sealed grimoire assemble the negotiation team. Lunch. Check the condition of the sage's sealed grimoire. Confirm the purchase method. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price, and the highest bidder gets to buy it. The sage's grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy does not want it publicly known that they are selling such a valuable item due to financial difficulties. So Principal Abel Forcius came up with a wise plan. I will vouch for it. As an observer with my status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. And the method is as simple as it could get. Right here, right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. I heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trades. Book of Order, the legendary alchemist Carl has imbued it with over a dozen alchemy spells. Flynn Gold Coins, 8,100 Coins Book of Similitude, the only analysis book on biological replication magic, stored in the Royal Library. Flynn Gold Coins, 6,730 Coins Magic Travelogue, a magic travelogue handwritten by Archmage Glocked while exploring the mysterious southern continent. Flynn Gold Coins, 7,020 coins. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Lortel probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. But who will take it home is B. Crapin Rothtailor. I have received the bid amount. Thank you both for presenting your valuable opinions. A single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. We go wherever there is a good profit to be made. Lortel revealed her intention to make a profit. If she is aiming to make a profit, Lortel would not bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and would result in a loss. If Crapin simply bids a bit more than Lortel's highest possible bid of 8,000 coins, the grimoire will be his. I will now reveal the bid amounts. Bidder Crapin Rothtailor. 500 Flynn Gold Coins. As expected, Crapin Rothtailor is not someone who would visit the Academy just to make a profit from book transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. Bidder Lortel Ketchum. 9,400 coins. What? The purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will proceed with the Elt Trading Company. So she was not after profit. Let us return. For the contract signing, proxy of the Elt Trading Company, please move to the private room. All right, what is her real goal then? Could it be, Princess Phenia, we are allies in this matter. From the beginning, Lortel's goal was just to prevent the scroll from falling into the hands of an evil man like Crapin. No, she is not the type to act out of justice. Even if she did, the fact that Crapin is an evil man and that his intentions are dark is something even I can only guess. I cannot find any evidence, even with my authority as the princess. Someone must have requested or ordered this. Someone is controlling Lortel from behind. Someone who knows the dark nature of Crapin Rothtailor and wants to stop him. I wanted to make sure you knew that it is a mere speculation that my senior Ed was clinging to the Rothtailor family. Even after being disowned by his family and thrown into the wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Rothtailor family until the very end. Ed Rothtailor, princess, what have I done? How could I drive such a person on the road to ruin? The princess was overwhelmed with guilt, but the princess' misunderstanding might have been a blessing. Transaction contract certificate buyer, Lortel Ketchum Elt Trading Company seller, Oral Forcia Sylvania Academy transaction amount. 9. 400 Flynn cold coins transfer of title within 7 days from the signing of the certificate. Further contract details. So if I resell the grimoire to Duke Crapin, the least amount I can buy it back at is 500 coins, right? Since it was bought for 400. The difference is about 900 coins. Saying she would not sell the grimoire back to Crapin was just a merchant's lie. I do not care if you resell it or not. With the purchase certificate of the grimoire, I can ask for any favor. Literally anything. How could he mention doing anything in front of merchant? You have made a mistake quite unbefitting of yourself, Ed. A free pass for Ed for just 900 coins. That is a bargain. Anything. If the princess saw this expression of hers, she would have coughed up blood. So in the end, Lord Tell won. You should have seen Lord Tell's face when I delivered that letter. It is a relief Elka is so innocent. Lord Tell bet on her sexual attraction to me, and Rothtailor must have bet on an insider information he got. I do feel a bit sorry, thinking about what will happen next. Ed, you are awake. Janica, it is not even lunchtime yet. Did you come here all the way from the faculty building? I'm already done with my morning classes. I do not have any more classes to attend. And I will do my assignments at night. Oh, sorry for worrying you, Janica. I heard everything from Jix. I heard I caused you a lot of trouble. No, but you were running around the academy crying, and that spread rumors about you being heartbroken and so on. And last time, you even barged into the academy's conference room. That is a funny story, Jix, but you know the weather's so cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. Please kill me, Master Ed. Please kill me. I, the foolish mug, had no idea that you were pushing yourself so hard. What? You were here, mug. I wanted to jump out and apologize immediately. But I feared my presence might affect your mana. So I received mana from Lady Janica instead. Why are you making such a fuss? Considering you were unconscious for the past 10 days, he is not overreacting. Well, yeah, I can understand why he would act like that if I was unconscious for 10 days. Wait a minute. 10 days. If I was unconscious for 10 days, all the meat would be spoiled by now. The fishing nets must have broken because I did not maintain them. I lost all my food supplies. That means I got to start from the beginning again. You're planning to overdo it again, are not you? It is fine. I will help you. I also have some free time until the next exam. I can help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, you just have to handle things as they come, and everything will somehow work out. It suddenly occurred to me, it was not that long ago, that I was under the hastily built wooden shelter in the forest with nothing, not even a penny. I slept alone in the darkness, getting bitten by insects without anyone to rely on. A lot have things have been pretty tedious, but regardless, I have resolved way more issues and survived until now. He is right. Everything will somehow work out. He looks really tired. You think so too, Marilda, but this is your chance. That red fox is busy with negotiations and whatnot right now, so she can't come to the camp often. You should take advantage of this time. In that sense, that girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her, whether you like it or not. If you want to win a man, you need to become a fox, too. First of all, we need to fix your outfit. You look like a country housewife. Right. I look really shabby. That is perfect. Unlike your usual lively and energetic self. Guys fall for that opposite side of you, who is so great at managing everyday tasks. Be sly. Subtly show him that side of yours is great while pretending not to. That'd be nice. Really, while you are at it, roll up your sleeves more and tie your hair up. You give off the vibes of a wife who has been through hard times with him. That is good. You're going to see him today, right? Go and make some progress today. Marilda, high-ranking wind spirit dating expert. Note dating experience. Progress, do not mind that part. Tell me, Janica, when you went to the camp today to help him out, what were you planning to do? How were you thinking of getting closer to him? I was not planning to do anything. What is going on? Marilda's howling so sadly. That is ridiculous. At a time like this, with this opportunity, do you think a tough guy like him will struggle like this ever again? Look at how he is growing. He is growing at such a ridiculous speed. Do you think a time like this will come easily again? There is no better winning strategy than being with him in times of hardship. You need to use your position as the person who supported him during tough times. even if it is a bit calculated. Even if you look a bit cunning, that is true. But the plan I had in mind. Just listen to me. I see. That is pretty good. It is quite late at night. The stew that Janica made was really good, on a different level compared to what Jix made. Maybe I should learn how to cook from her myself. But more importantly, I should focus on recovering. After all the help I have received, I can't keep looking tired forever. I can't say I am in good condition right now. My headache and slight fever are coming back. You look tired, Ed. You did not go back. What are you planning? I'm not trying to do anything. Nothing at all. You do not have to pretend like you are not having a hard time. It is the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. I know you are working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time, but in the end, what helped me the most was not someone's rush support or comfort, but a person quietly staying by my side. You have had a hard time, have not you? Great job, Ed. You do not need to go that far, hey. Come on, you have been struggling. You gotta acknowledge that to be able to rest. Admit it, you have had a hard time, Ed. Yeah, I had a hard time. A really hard time. Seriously. I have made a full recovery. Life skills details. Advanced crafting skill, slot spirit formula infusion, advanced crafting skill, slot magic engineering. Advanced crafting skill, slot magic engineering skill proficiency. 2 understanding of magic engineering products. 3 quick production. 3 collected crafting formulas weak wind emitter LV1 echo noise. Generator LV1 sensory automatic magic chessboard LV1. I could not make as much progress as I planned in 10 days. Especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there's a clear limit to how much one can grow just by self-studying via reassembling magic engineering items. Most magic engineering product recipes are rewards from main scenario quests, so as someone who does not want to interfere with the scenario, it is hard to get them directly. But it looks like Taylor is not particularly interested in magic engineering. It is probably because even with the recipes, you can't make useful magic engineering products right away. Lack of material items. To craft, you need materials that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, my situation is different. What are you thinking about? Because here, I have someone who can procure any materials from even the other side of the world. I am relieved to see you are better now. I was so worried. I am glad to see you're healthy too. Do I look healthy? Despite how I seem, I am suffering from chronic fatigue right now. Oh my. My hair is dry, and my skin is rough. It was such a struggle getting it back to normal. Yet you came all the way to the northern forest when you were so busy. Well, I need to rest too. And there is something I need to tell you. It is weird to call it the Elt Trading Company when Elt has been ousted, right? So I'm going to change the name to just Trading Company and restructure the business. I need someone to help with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Basically a co-executive. Imagine this. You wake up in the morning and go work at the trading company building, and we are only a wall apart. You would get such great benefits. As a co-executive of the L Trading Company, I would give you shares of my personal assets too. It would almost be like we are married. Oh dear, why am I rambling so much? Ahaha. Lortel, is not it weird that you would go that far for me? You do not even know anything. What? I know how you feel. Addition, you must be thinking, what is wrong with her? Or I can't make such an important decision based off the fleeting emotions of a young girl. You probably want to keep things professional with me until the end. Well, not necessarily. That is exactly what I want. But that is because you do not know. After living a lifetime in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and where you are betrayed if you do not betray them first. What do you think becomes most important? A person who will never betray you. Someone who will stay by your side, even if all your wealth is no more someday. Someone who, even if the whole world turns its back on you, will stay. To some, that is family. To others, a lover. To a few, a friend for decades. But to Lortel, who has seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall, the fact that that could someday happen to her is a constant fear. No more and no less. Can't you just stay by my side? Lord Tell, say that without trying to hold your laughter in. It did not work. What a shame. I almost had you. The way your tone changed at the middle was too obvious, you idiot. I am human too. You know, my spine kept tingling. But how was it? Did you feel a little protective of me? Usually, when I show such a timid side of me, it will touch their hearts and make them waver. What a shame. But still, it was not completely a lie. I am planning to graduate from Sylvania. I do not intend to leave this school until I do. If I do not have anything set for what to do after graduation then, well, I can wait until you graduate, but you know you do not really have a choice, right? I might use this free pass soon. It was great seeing you again after so long. I feel like I've done something terrible. Just thinking about what'll happen in the future. I feel like I owe her. That was risky. You belong to me now. I was planning to say that to him at the end, but seeing him like that messed up my plan. If I had gotten out of there a second later, I would have shown my true face. I even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment. Brought it all back except for 1 gold coin. It would be awkward to go see him again now. I could just leave it in the hut, right? Ed went to the river, right? I should prepare a snack before he comes back. Why did you come out of there, Janica? Why did you come from the river? It was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed, too. Your intake of meat and vegetables today is severely insufficient. Young Master Ed, you need to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water. All right. If you collapse again, I really will die. For my sake, please live healthily. I want to maintain our contract relationship for a long time, young Master Ed. Looks like Tarkan scolded you. There are unreasonable people everywhere, no matter where you go. Sorry about that, Mug. Anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, I have enough food and firewood. And thanks to Lortel, I can now also furnish the place. The only thing on my mind are the 3 letters I received before collapsing from overexhaustion. One was from Lortel, warning me to be careful as we do not know what Elp might do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Phenia regarding Krapen's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, but the sender was completely unexpected. Professor Glast. He sent me a letter telling me that he wanted to have a private conversation with me after the conference. Unfortunately, I cannot meet him because I was unconscious. Status effect exhaustion. I have no idea why he summoned me. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. I remember most of the content of Act 2's final scene. Professor Glast always believed that a select few with talent could change the world. To revive Sylvania, the great sage with the most talent. In history, he researched aspectual magic, which could distort the laws of the world. To complete aspectual magic, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire, but Sylvania Academy fell for Lortel's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into Isla's body, who was born with aspectual magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. But then Taylor steps in to save Isla. He breaks through the traps and the secret laboratory, the spirit library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glast made a rather abrupt statement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were, or his final words again. In any case, the final battle of Act 2, The Beginning of the Glass Conquest War, is a book that changes the owner of the sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glast kidnapping Taylor's friend, Isla. Are you awake? Alatrice, do not come near me. Makes sense. The demon of the underground waterway is quite terrifying. Is not it? It is your fault. Why on earth? Why? I hate you. Ed Roth Taylor. Are not you being way too mean? I mean, we were both kidnapped. I got kidnapped too. Act 2, Final Scene, Glass Conquest, War. The finale starts now. 3 days ago, I finished everything I have not been able to do in 10 days, but not being able to train in that period feels like I wasted so much time. The Glass Conquest War is about to start. It is such a shame I have not raised my magic engineering stats yet. Well, for magic engineering training, I also need blueprints and materials. Oh, wait a minute, I just thought of a way to drastically raise my magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the 4, the hardest is Phase 3, the Secret Laboratory. The boss of this stage, the Spirit Library's librarian Reyna, is so strong that it is hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. But that is a problem for Taylor to solve, and what I am interested in is the contents of that Spirit Library. It is full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what I remember, there are over a dozen of them. And there are even 2 blueprints for legendary grade magic engineering items. However, it will be dangerous. But it should be fine if I just do not go in alone, right? Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C will join Class in the next semester. There really are a lot of talented people this year. Even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content. So there's no reason to worry about that. There are a lot of talented people. Class A only has 3 students right now, and it will only increase to 5 next semester. Makes sense. There have been years when there was no Class of 4. Professor Glass to supervise. Isla may not be great when it comes to combat, but they say she has an incredible affinity for aspectual magic. What is it? I am hesitant to say this, but can the criteria for Class be strictly determined by talent? Students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways. Do you think I am ruining and underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts? Jix Effelstein. Sorry, but I do not think so. In fact, the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately. Before entering Sylvania, I looked into the academic faculty. His self-righteous, almost obstinate obsession with talent is probably because of his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter, Muri, was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. As a parent, it was natural. However, Muri took it not as her father's trust, but as Professor Glass' faith in him, a faculty of the magic department. Because of that faith, she prematurely joined a monster raid at a young age. And eventually, since then, I heard Professor Glass became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching the enigmatic aspectual magic. But if you know of his past, you will understand. What Professor Glass is pursuing is not aspectual magic, but its creator, hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania. He is probably bringing Isla into class for his research on aspectual magic. Also, Lord Tell Ketchum. Actually, never mind. Since it is not related to the lesson, I will call you separately tomorrow. Is it about the sage's sealed grimoire? He must think it is a shame. After all, they say the grimoire is essential for the research of aspectual magic. But anything he says won't be of any use, because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire to me is just around the corner. That is all for today's lesson. The sage's sealed grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start. It was a close call, but I have completed the plan. The core of the operation is to follow right behind. I will follow Taylor when he is barging through his course from phases 1 to 5 to save Isla. And I will pick up any leftover items. I have made a list of must-have items, especially in Phase 3. I will grab all the magic engineering items in the Spirit Library. Magic engineering item Glocks, I temporarily increase his mana and proficiency in all affinity skills dramatically. Magic engineering item Delheim's Hourglass reverts all physical states by a few seconds, although the effects of these items may seem rigged. Because of the difficulty of farming its materials, they can only usually be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to Taylor anyway. I will take them, and while I am there, I might as well check out admire how Taylor's doing in Phase 5. Then I will return to camp, and the plan will be complete. The Glass Conquest War begins on the day of the sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony. I told Janica I lost something in the underground waterway, and that we should go find it together. I thought she would hate it since it is dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made me feel sorry, since I could sense her concern for me. Still, with a friend great at combat, my plan is perfect. Excuse me, Ed. Professor Glass has called for you. Assistant Professor Claire, I heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. Was it to talk about this? The connection ceremony is tomorrow. You must be pretty busy. So why, alright? I did not respond to his call last time since I passed out due to overexhaustion, but seeing how he called me again. It must be important, right? Why are you here? Professor Glass's office. Isla, is not this reaction a bit much when I did not even do anything to her? Well, even if it has been over 10 months, it makes sense since her bad blood with Ed Rothtaylor is. I did shoot arrows at her after that, so. But more importantly, why is Isla here? She is supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War starts tomorrow. And why was I called on top of that? Could it be? No, these are research records, notes, grimoires. There is nothing indicating a change in the future I know of. If I were to find a connection to Ed Rothtaylor, it is just this one thing. Did Assistant Professor Claire report what she observed about me? If so, Professor Glass might have figured out what I did in the Ophilus Hall. But what does that have to do with this? Professor Glass, please help me. He is holding a dagger. Aspect while magic. Time prison. You are very quick to catch on to what is going on. Your response is exceptionally smooth. Did you scan all my research materials in that short time? This is strange, though. Just scanning a few documents would not be enough to tell you of all my intentions. Is there a reason you must restrain me? Do not you only need Isla's affinity with Aspect while magic? You have achieved your goal, so there is no need to restrain me. I can keep my mouth shut. I have a goal here. I am doing this for my sake. So do not think too harshly of me. At least give me some explanation. This is too much. How can he just vaguely tell me to not think too harshly of him? Do not think too harshly of him. Makes sense. Even if I managed to escape from this place, Professor Glass would not leave me alone. It would only disrupt the scenario. Besides, if I am kidnapped here, I will probably be locked up with Isla in the secret lab. It is like getting a direct bus to Phase 3. Should I just let him kidnap me? Have you decided to fight back? Or did you come up with some plan? Good. It is not such a bad deal for you either. Time prison. Ed Rothtaylor. I was suspicious at first, but he is so academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It is like he lives 48 hours in a day. I can't imagine the effort he exerts. That is not what you said when you were calling him some secret mastermind, Assistant Professor Claire. But I did not expect his academic record to be like this when I saw him in combat in the Crystal Ball. I noticed his knack for combat is extraordinary. But that was clearly the approach of a weak person. Analyzing the opponent thoroughly and using all available means is the way of a weak person, a product of effort, not talent. His expression that showed no hint of unease also reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who said, "I will bring honor to your name through my achievements, Dad." It reminded of that memory again. Ed is running a bit late, huh? And so, my magic travelogue of the southern continent comes to an end. As I traveled the world, I realized that there were many magical truths that I had yet to discover. The title of Archmage felt undeserved. My late master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, still remains in my memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where I felt I was lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at my heart on the day I lost my master accumulated over time and now remains only as an old reflection. Yet in this long life, longing pushes its way forward. Sometimes, regret over what has been lost paralyzes rationality. There are definitely times when I have the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see Sylvania's face one more time. But what is lost. Those who have lost must become stronger. Sadly enough, so be strong. To you, who has become the full stop of my life, I dedicate the last sentence of this book. Lucy, Magic Travelogue of the Southern Continent Glocked, excerpt. I miss him. More than anyone, Glocked himself acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when even the pain of loss heals completely, leaving not even a scar? The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she had. Oh, I did not fill it up. The thing is, Trix Hall main conference room, the clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the sage's grimoire. Scholars looking to sell and merchants looking to buy. Only the elite members of both groups gathered. Among them, attention was drawn to the leaders of each group. Lortel Ketchuln, acting head of Elk Company. Abel Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania Academy. He is around the same age and has a similar image. But compared to that person, he is different to a strange degree. Crapin Roththaler. After the negotiation to buy the sage's grimoire was over, he came to find me, and he requested that I hand over the sage's grimoire. Hand over the sage's scroll to Crefin. That was the plan from the start, so I was not planning on being discreet, but still, the amount that would justify going back on the lie I told Princess Phenia is 12,000 coins, although it was a rather exorbitant amount. Fine, I will buy it right away. He accepted the deal without hesitation. And, did you know that Elt has hired a mercenary group and is heading to Sylvania? I mention this out of caution, but make sure things do not go wrong this time. He was an unpleasant man, but it did not matter. The information he had about Elt was valuable, and I had also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete. Mr. Abel Forcius has relinquished his right to connect to the scroll. Acting head Lortel, please step forward to receive the connection. Now, I will have the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or rather, an all-access pass to Ed. The grimoire. He is gone. My all-access pass to edition despite Ed Roththaler's absence. The story progresses without a hitch. Professor Glass' secret laboratory, Ed Roththaler. Why on earth are you here? I hate you. By now, Glass should have seized the grimoire. I hate you so much. You're the worst. Quiet. If you keep yelling like that, the monster of the underground waterway in front of you might wake up. Consider yourselves lucky. Cum researcher of aspicutal studies Professor Glass advised me not to use you for experiments, since you are important people. Oh, is that so? You are more calm than I expected. Well, anyway, I will be monitoring closely you while reviewing the research materials, so do not entertain any foolish thoughts. There is nothing more to do now. We just have to wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that Taylor passed through will already be devastated, without any hindrances there. If I manage to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books, my operation will be complete. Nothing that I would have to do. No one that I would need to get rid of. Nothing. The only things that bother me are how easy it seems, which is pricking at my conscience a bit, and also the fact, hey, that I have to be with her. If you take even one step, I will scream. I will bite my tongue. Do not come any closer. I mean it. You think I'm bluffing. I have nothing against you. If I wanted to hurt you, then I would not let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, right? Since I have seen this from Taylor's perspective, if I had to say it out loud. I would say I feel pretty positively about Isla. Lies. You're Ed, stop spouting nonsense and sit down. Taylor will definitely come if we wait here. Taylor, do you have the right to say his name? Why would not I? I apologize for the matter with the entrance exam, but I had my own circumstances. I'm sorry about the matter with the entrance exam, but I had my own circumstances. Even if you can't trust me, you can trust Taylor, right? He will definitely come to rescue you. I am sorry. Did Ed Roththaler just apologize? That Ed Roththaler. Young Master Ed, are you all right? You're not hurt. Are you any scratches on your arms? Any energy loss because of the magic? Can you see okay? Any issues with your sense of smell or hearing? Do you have any numbness in your arms or legs? Any sluggishness or fatigue? Is your face turning yellow, or your heart pounding, or your pulse racing? I followed the reactions. Your magic spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect you. I apologize. I am sorry I could not show up sooner. You brat, where have you been this whole time, Mug? Good job finding me here. Is it a spirit? You can control spirits too. Before last semester, You are terrible even at basic magic. It is none of your business. That is. Finally, I have a proper partner to talk to. Even so, that spirit can send a rescue request to the outside, send a rescue request to a staff member or professor whose spirit connection is decent. There is no need for me to add another variable by doing something like that. Do not worry, young Master Ed. I may not be able to keep you safe, but I have been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. What? It took me about half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been about 2 days from then. But I can still clearly remember it. Miss Janika's angry face was truly beautiful, and her cold fury was real. Not only that, but she also seemed to want to ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. That is like having 1,000,000 troops on our side. Do not worry. One way or another, we will be rescued. Let's stay calm and wait here. You rascal. Ed Rothtailor. Why are you making that face? Oi, you, researcher, come. I have changed my mind. I can't stay trapped here. I need to get out. No, get me out of here right now. I am not joking. Ed Rothtailor, if you make so much noise, the demon across from you will wake up. I am serious. If I do not get out of here, it is not me, but you who will be in trouble. Just as I thought, after all. You are just a student. Do not ramble too much. What is wrong with you all of a sudden? You said if we wait quietly, Taylor will come to rescue us. You were right. You were quick at analyzing the situation. I do not know how you knew the location of the keys, but in my eyes, such great instructions and actions. Go now. This idiot, why did he have to do something I did not even ask for? You shut up. From now on, answer with a yes or a no what. There are all sorts of monster experiments and haunted magic tools out here. Anyway, it is dangerous. Just cooperate with them, and if they notice that I am gone, just tell them I escaped. Sell me out immediately. That way, they won't hurt you. You can't run properly with your legs having given out, can you? But Ed, you... Please, do not argue. Yes or no? Yes. Good. Now keep quiet and stay still. I will handle it. New twists inevitably find their way. Failed Swordsman of Sylvania Raid Guide, EP02. This raid guide is a detailed summary of practical information on the outline and raid for the actual fight. Against for Beginners, written by Pepperopeep. I can handle the minor variables one way or another. My stats have increased enough already, so I can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that I can't handle on my own. If Janica or Lortel join, I can somehow manage. But ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. Even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours could not find a solution to that completely unbeatable enemy. Bad ending 27 Lucy. The slothful, this never happens unless you deliberately try to make it happen, so I did not bother with it. A definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions. Entry conditions after the incident occurs. Professor Glass meets Lucy Merrill. No matter what, I have to stop Lucy from coming here. Jix, what is it, Taylor? Please help me. We need to rescue Isla. Taylor lost track of Glass after he escaped from the Tricks Hall, so he requested help from Jix. He will soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase Professor Glass. I am familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter, Triz Hall Underground Waterway Spirit Library. Monster Research Center, deepest part of the lab, but retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Com releases all the monsters, but it is much easier now that is in reverse because the monsters are still confined. It is a relief, because the encounters between Lucy and Professor Glass are destined to lead to a bad ending. I need to hurry in preventing it. The problem is, the Spirit Library is guarded. Raina the librarian that guards Spirit Library. A banshee. By Raina. I am familiar with Raina's patrol pattern, so fighting her is not the issue. The problem is that Raina is someone who will grant Taylor a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form. So if Taylor does not train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. Taylor is supposed to progress the most during the second episode. Taylor meeting the ones that'll help him learn essential skills is crucial, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Reina, who'll give him the most EXP. So, I will just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. Column C, Thunderclap Generator. Alright, next is the one-way light dimmer. I will definitely come back when this is over, because it would be a waste otherwise. Right now, the exit won't be in our line of sight. Young Master Ed, alright, it's time to move. An earthquake. I do not recall an event like this. 30 minutes before the earthquake. If this deal had not been done so quietly, Sylvania Academy's reputation would have surely been ruined. I can't believe he would steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel. Even if it takes time, I will take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back. But is it not possible for you to wait? Whatever Professor Glass is planning, it won't end well. What do you mean? Now that the situation has turned out like this, we should at least tell you the truth. Do you know of the 3 major taboos? To twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos: pursuit of immortality, resurrection of the dead, time travel. Do not tell me Professor Glass is using aspectual magic to resurrect the dead. Principal Abel, are you TLN? Aspectual magic, it operates by controlling the surrounding magicules or the user zone. Reserves to bend the laws of nature, using the caster's magic power and imagery as a medium. Crazy? Is that what you were about to ask me, Lord Tel Ketchum? But I am curious. The great legendary sage of Sylvania, whom he praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. And there was his daughter, Muri, who passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward whilst trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected the aspectual magic for resurrecting the dead, who do you think Professor Glass will want to bring back to life? We have a huge problem, Principal Abel. Several minutes ago, Taylor was seen chasing Professor Glass, who fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. My goodness. The students have been identified as first-year magic faculty student Ilatrice and second-year magic faculty student Ed Roth Taylor. Ed was kidnapped, not to mention this thumping and vibration. Headmaster Abel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he steps in, he can easily rescue Ed as well. So, the most sensible thing to do is to wait here, but this familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from. It is from the entrance to the underground waterway. I wish to go as well. MS. Ketchum. Seriously. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Minimize the negotiation personnel and follow me. Lord Tel Ketchum joins the battle. A combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty, Dorothy third-year alchemy department's top student. Dorothy's combat prowess was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students. Not to mention the top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Alvira and Norden, often sought her guidance. But Dorothy did not stand out during her first year. So, Professor Glass, who recognized her talent, was her savior. Dorothy believed that Professor Glass had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions. Although she did not know his exact purpose, she was determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway. But is not this going way too far, Professor? Answer me, where's Ed? Tarkan said it was this way, or maybe not. Whose directions did I follow this time again? So, second fork, right, then left, then. My head hurts. Is not that Dorothy, the top student of alchemy faculty's third years? Is she like that because of me? I should at least cover her up with this. Oh my, Janica. Janica Failover. Excluding Lucy, among all the top students of all years, this ace of Sylvania boasts the most brilliant force. No matter what she needs to do, even if she has to destroy the entire waterway, she will ensure Ed's safety. And if she succeeds, Ed, I came to rescue you. It was hard, was not it? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let us go back together. I made food at the camp. Janica, you are amazing. I had such a difficult time being kidnapped. Truly, you're the only one who is there for me, Janica. Let's get married. Do you want a daughter or a son? No way. Lortel makes the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to Ed, her judgment regresses. Janica, Ed's already been rescued. Is so infuriating, but he got pretty hurt while being kidnapped. He is lying in bed, asking when you will come at the camp right now. What? I'm going to be the one to save Edition first. I will get rid of Janica. But Lortel, why are you telling me that? As soon as I pinned down Ed's location, I ran here. I was just near the entrance. So how did Ed get rescued? I got here before everyone else, so who rescued him? And how did they do it without me seeing them? Janica, who usually seems thoughtless, becomes very sharp when it comes to Ed. That is not important. Now's not the time for this, Lortel, but do not tell me you are using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. I mean, they are not trained in combat. Are not you acting too cowardly, too dangerously? She is logical about everything all of a sudden. It is also true that Ed is in danger. I also asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away. She never listens to others and always prefers to do things her way. And so, I'm also alone. You are right. This is no time for us to get in each other's way. So, there's no other competitors, right? Everyone, please stay here and wait. No more words were needed. Then I will search the east side of the waterway, Lortel. Okay, I will search the other side. The important thing is to rescue Ed, who is in danger. So, I will be the one to rescue Ed first. An earthquake. Who'll be the first to rescue Ed from his dangerous situation? I wish it was just an earthquake. I got bored, so I came help. 2. It is game over now. Are you sure? It is okay to just sit back and do nothing. It is dangerous. But it is a good opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers bloom where the leaves fall after all. But do they really need to be pushed this hard? There is no doubt that this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Even if you look across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students a rare find. After all, each year's class has so many promising students, whom we have so many expectations of. Like stars, there are countless of them. Is that so? It feels like someone is warning me. The upcoming trials need to make them think you need to be this talented, and even then, you would struggle. That is how intense it has to be. Hey. Do you have any jerkies left? You think I would have any here? Then I want to go. I gotta find a place nearby to take a nap. No. The situation right now is a mess, judging by the time. Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway by now. I just need to go to the underground waterway and stop Janica and Lortel. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, skipping this one boss won't completely mess with the scenario, which means it is still okay. The problem is her. If Lucy meets Glast, the bad ending event will start. To stop that from happening, I would rather. You're gonna have to stick with me for a bit. What? Somebody once told me that when the going gets tough, the biggest help a person can give is just by being there quietly by your side. Lucy, you're strong. Being with someone like you makes me feel safe. Even if we do not do anything or talk much, you just being present is. That kind of thing is. Do you really have no jerkies left? Enough with the jerkies. Please, just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway. If you want to get out of this underground waterway, I will help you out. I have some things I need to take care of before I leave. All right, but I have a favor to ask of you too. Now, I will get out of here by going in reverse. I'll get everything I need from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of this place. Hey, do you really have no jerkies? No. Ignition. Elemental magic proficiency has increased. Mana resonance proficiency has increased. Should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting? I am being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters. Sorry, Taylor, I won't take too much. Ignition. There is a concealment spell cast somewhere around here. The magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glass acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel was quickly finding the way. Right? This is not the time to just exchange sweet words. Suddenly, Lortel realized. Right now, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that could not be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. It is the same feeling as before. This sound I'm hearing from someplace so close. My heartbeat. Oh, Lortel, you are here. Ed, I was kidnapped. Perfect timing. Help me carry these. They are too heavy to carry by myself. What is all of this? Every single one of them is an advanced crafting formula. Wait. Edition, were not you in grave danger? Yeah, I was. But I managed to escape somehow. Lucy, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous and is too cruel. Janica Failover is a coward who can't even take a chance. But I have been the most proactive in making progress with Ed. That day, on the way home, I was so short on breath that I almost set the forest on fire. How can he act like that so nonchalantly with another girl in front of me? Keep those crafting scrolls for me. If the trading company can bring the materials for that, I will go pick them up. If there is anything you want to buy, let me know. I do not mind you buying it for cheap, because you have helped me so much. Edition, I need to push hard here and take control. Please, Lortel. Who else can I trust but you? He has really crossed the line now. Now's the time you want to make a demand like this from me. Who else can I trust but you? I am so grateful for everything you have done for me this whole time. Do you need a receipt? I am a pushover. Proxy President Lortel. Here you are. We have a huge problem. Everyone, do not let your guard down. First year combat faulty top. Student the gloomy Clebius. Do we really need to go further? How about we just leave? There you go with that nonsense talk again. Are not you going to save Isla? First year alchemy faculty top. Student the meddler Elvira. I never even liked Isla that much. So why do we have to save Ed Rothtaylor too? I'm really sorry. Still, I have to save Isla. Please do me this favor. First year magic faculty, student Spear of Grass, Jixie no Isla, is a good person. Do not back out now, Clebius. Self-proclaimed romantic seer Adele. Look, I feel something up ahead. Her prophecies often hit the mark, as if she peeks into the future. I have a feeling we're going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead. I do not know. I really do not know. It was not planned from beginning. It was just a simple whim. Please just give me one chance. Was not it right, left, right, left, or did we go too far to the right? Oh, hey guys. Janica. This unforgettable feeling. The learned fear is rising within me. Rationality, when paralyzed by fear, leads to misunderstandings. There is no guarantee we can win, but we're going to give it our all. Why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire too much? But she fainted all by herself. Why are you acting like this? Taylor, calm down, move. Even if my chances are low, I have to save Isla. That is enough. Ed Rothtaylor. Ed, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Taylor, Ed Rothtaylor. Alvira and I have already fully realized Ed's fighting style. With only basic magic and a bit of archery, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents who were way better than him. And the power of his friends is, since the Awfulest Hall incident, he has grown significantly. If it was only Janica, I might have somehow managed to get through. But with Ed Rothtaylor now beside her, my chances of winning are 0. Go, Taylor. Isla's waiting. Go catch Glass. Taylor. Now it is time for us to play our roles. You handle the scenario, and I will take care of the variables. I'm gone to go catch Elt. The issue reported by the trading company staff was bound to blow up eventually. News just came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elt have entered Arkan Island. The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King, Elt, fell from power at a different time and in a different way than he was supposed to, and because of that, he was able to escape, unlike in the original story. Lortel knew that Elt was planning a counterattack. Despite that, have the minimum negotiation personnel stay back and follow me. It looks like he made use of the loophole. With many personnel from the trading company stuck here, that place is completely defenseless. We need to go there quickly. I got the magical engineering, crafting formulas, and so many magical tools. This time, and they might be more useful than I imagined. But if I were to name the best tool I have for surviving in this world, it is undoubtedly the advantage of knowing about the future. The scenario that is unfolding right now is the final part of Episode 2. The glass subjugation battle is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If Elt is the mid-boss of Episode 2, then I must have him in Episode 2 as in the original story. I'm going to take down Elt. Jix. All right, Ed. From here onwards, the path is almost clear. Ask Isla for the details after you rescue her. Also, Taylor. In the end, he has to be the one to sort out this scenario. Because only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can Taylor face that guy in the final scenario. There's a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway. After this, the magic tower summoned by Glast will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful in going forward. There will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone, but good luck. You do not need me to make any grand cheers, right, Taylor? He must be targeting the trading company to secure evidence that I orchestrated the loss from the sale of the armor, which made him lose his position. All right, then let us first inform the Academy that the mercenaries have invaded. Wait a minute, Ed. Sorry, Janica, but we need to hurry. Again, you will get hurt again. Are you really going to deal with Golden King Elt? I do not know the details. But Ed, you were just kidnapped and barely escaped. You collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. Also, this is a matter for the Elt Company. It has nothing to do with you. I do not want you to get hurt anymore. She's right. This is indeed someone else's matter. But it is not like I can say. I have to deal with a big variable like Elt myself to feel at ease, can I? Well, fortunately, to capture Elt, Lortel will need both me and Janica. So, she will drag us along with some excuse, right? Janica's right. Involving Ed in this is just me being selfish. Ed should be resting somewhere safe. It is nice to see the two of them getting along, but rest. This is not the time for me to be resting. I appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately, Lortel's matter is not someone else's business for me. What? What do you mean by that, Ed? Not someone else's business. Let us move first. Hurry, mister, you two, we do not have time, okay? It is not someone else's business, because coming up with a reason to give them is always hard. You are right. Of course, it is not someone else's business. Because you have a contract with Lortel? No wonder, right? If Lortel loses control of the trading company, your magical engineering supplies would be disrupted too. Right, yeah. So, it is definitely not someone else's problem. You are right. Right? Not someone else's business. Janica, you're pretty smart. As expected of the top student in your year. All that aside, this is complete chaos. Taylor was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation. At times like this, he is really heartless. Did you do this? I did not mean to do it, but somehow it just turned out like this. Heartless? I am not a heartless person. Do not misunderstand. I'm telling the truth seriously. We are almost at the exit, so let us talk about this outside. We need to ask the Academy for help first. The carriage I came in is at the entrance with the staff. You were faster than I expected, Father. I taught you how to manage documents, so there won't be any evidence in the company's records, even if I scour through them. However, there was a gap in personnel management. All it took was a simple threat for him to tell me you are headed to this waterway. I am sorry, Miss Lortel. Right? This is when you should smile. It took a long time for you to master that expression. It is really a pity that the only evidence left is your confession. It is a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortel. Where do you think you are attacking? I figured you would not be alone, but you really love bringing mercenaries into the academy. Do not you, just like last time? The professor fled with the sage's grimoire. Right, but there is no need for comparisons with last time. This time it is different. They are the continent's best mercenaries. Excluding Lortel, I do not care about the lives of the others. Finish them off quickly. Defense magic. Be careful. Addition, their movements are definitely well coordinated. Thanks, Janica. Spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle. But I told you that this time is different from last time. Legendary grade, magical engineering item Belarus's prejudice. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use. Belarus's prejudice. Based on a magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Alviri used, Belarus's prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious, but it is a very dangerous item. We are at a numerical disadvantage. There is the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that we can't get through during the time needed to activate it. And most importantly, our entire party consists solely of mages. He already knows our powers. He would not have come unprepared. If that thing activates, we are done for. The Academy will hold you accountable for this. How you plan on dealing with that? It is at least better than losing my life. Is not it? A third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. I know it well, because I am the same. And this guy is a mid-boss. If he survives, how big of a variable will he be in this world? Golden King Elt, the mid-boss of Episode 2. A villain who gets backstabbed by Lortel and exits the stage in the end. He killed Lortel's parents and did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. An absolute villain yet. I do not feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him, because ultimately, Elt is persistently blocking our path. So he can't survive, just like me. However, I have no intention of giving in to him. I also do not want to lie and say it is because I am ready to handle all the variables I have created. Call me selfish if you want. Wake up now, Lucy. But this is my story. God, you people are noisy. Lucy, the Slothful, awakens. The book Glock's Travelogue, written by the Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that did not quite match his fame was known by almost no one. You may have natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that is not a reason to stop learning. Always continue to learn. Be humble and use your power for the benefit of all. And beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude. All right, I will stop. Instead, promise me 3 things. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even if it is by accident, and live the life of a student, at least during your time at Sylvania. It is evident that Elt prepared the best mercenaries from the fact that most of them are veterans, surviving for a long time in the mercenary life, and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. An instinctive sense of situation awareness and response is honed to become second nature. Those very instincts are now screaming. Stop right here. Have you all gone crazy? Move, damn it. I do not know what kind of magic this is, but, however, most of the relatively young mercenaries do not have this survival instinct. As always, despite being a mage, she does not use magic very often. She simply used physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana, or simply put, violence. Is it still not time for it to activate? Just a little more. So you are the leader. Then I guess I just have to take you down. You should. An earthquake, no. On a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are clearly visible, Professor Glass's advanced aspectual magic distorts the laws of nature. Descent of the magical realm. The magic tower that covered the sky is the final stage of Episode 2's last battle. Good timing. Taylor should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who is necessary to clear this episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glass. Descent of the Magic Realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline. This means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except me must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortel, who are top students, so most probably. Do each of the 10 magic towers play a role in absorbing aspectual magic? In that case, it might actually be possible. Resurrection of the Dead, I mean, the epilogue you can see after clearing Episode 2. After the incident, Lucy lazily wakes up and says, I see. Something like that happened. As per the original scenario, Lucy should be napping on the roof of the Tricks Hall. But if you wake her up early on in Phase 1 and bring her into the party, the cornered Professor Glass makes her an offer. The person to be resurrected with aspectual magic won't be Sylvania, but her disciple. Archmage clocked that is how Lucy turns into an enemy. And, at the same time, the player's party gets annihilated. Bad ending 27 Lucy, the slothful in the end, you only see Lucy slowly disappearing into the underground waterway. In Episode 2, Lucy Merrill was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat Lucy. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that were not part of the original plot can still be patched up by my intervention. And sometimes those variables, legendary grade magic item Belarus prejudice, can even twist the predetermined bad endings. For the next 10 minutes, the mana in the vicinity will be suppressed. Now's your chance. Now, these brats can't use magic anymore. Windblade. I, too, am a variable in the scenario, but there are entities that even I can't stop. Even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item Belarus prejudice has its limits. Just as it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket, I will clear the way. I have somewhere I want to go to. Elt's experience is no lesser than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death now warned him of his certain death. Do not you. That you can die. Lucy knows that, too. However, unless you think it is fine to kill others, stop here. It is odd for this boy to be concerned about Elt's life. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even by accident. The person he is worried about is not one who is going to die. Okay, where are you going? It is over, is not it? I need to go somewhere. Conversations with Ed Rothtaylor always go like this. That is why. Are you sure you won't regret it? I did not expect a reply from him. Glock's travelogue last chapter, What is lost is lost. Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. So become stronger. I dedicate the last sentence of this book to you, who has brought a full stop to my life, Lucy. No. And so, just like that, Lucy vanished before my eyes. All 57 people have boarded the boats. It seems everybody has safely retreated. Now that we have checked that, Lady Janica should be returning soon. Deciding how to handle the subdued Elt is on the back burner for now. We can hand him over to Elt Trading Company for now. Lortel will probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him. Maybe it is because I overexerted myself while I was already exhausted. But after rushing here to the highest building in Sylvania, my body feels heavy. This is the Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode. The place where Glass stole the sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The academy took care of the injured, so I did not expect to return here. I came all the way here in the end. Though unintentional, my reverse journey through the stages of this episode from the secret laboratory to here has come together perfectly. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my journey will end. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glocked Hall. The institution that awarded me this semester scholarship is also the Glock Scholarship Foundation. He lived frugally, yet he donated all his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy. His traces clearly remain all around this academy. That is why it was not difficult to find Lucy. I thought she would be here, in the place where you can see the entire academy. After all, to Lucy, this academy must be Glock's legacy. Hey, what is it? Do you have any jerky left? I told you earlier, I do not have any left. Conversations like this are common between us. What are you doing here just thinking about the old days? I would die instantly if I fell from here. I used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened, but at some point, it stopped feeling so sad. Why, I thought about it deeply. And the reason was surprisingly simple. It was just because a lot of time had passed. A lot of time had passed, and dwelling on old wounds is foolish. Even if I try to revive Grandpa with aspectual magic, he will have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death, so he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. Yeah, I knew it from the beginning. Wanting to revive him was just me being selfish. So, Lucy, are you really okay? It is not my place to say, since I try to stop you. But I can't help but ask. Lucy changing her mind about reviving Glock feels like it could just be a whim. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. I can't help but make sure. Hey, even in this situation, she will ask for jerky again. Lend me your shoulder. I wondered why she made me sit next to the railing. It turns out it was just for something like this. It will be hard to find someone as passionate about aspectual magic as Professor Glass in the future. Resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead. What is lost is lost. That loss is different from person to person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So we must learn to accept that loss and cover our wounds with what we have now. Lucy understood this well enough, and so I sat next to Lucy for a while, looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky in my view seemed higher than usual. It was quite beautiful. To protect the offering, the giant rises. An ancient weapon created by Glass with aspectual magic. Isla. Rescue Isla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. Go, Taylor. This damn nearsightedness. Give her back to me at some point. I stopped being able to see anything without glasses. Life as a teacher is bound to be static. Sitting at the large desk in my personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing aspectual magic, managing academic curriculums, reviewing materials to teach students. And as I keep doing that, the scenery outside the window continues to change. It is snowing. A first-year elemental studies student keeps coming to my personal study. She said she wants to study intermediate magic in advance. It is raining. The youngest professor who caused trouble, Professor. I am Toei, always comes begging for forgiveness, flustered. The wind is blowing. The highest-ranking dean out on business. Always stops by for a cup of tea. Even after becoming the principal, that did not change. As I sat in the same place, buried in work, I thought the painful memories would eventually disappear as well, but aspectual magic, small-scale time travel. Painful memories do not disappear. What? What is that? Aspectual magic mealtime prison. Dodge, Taylor. Sometimes my vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond my eyelids, I see what I lost, right? I'm almost there. So, give up. Do not stop me. With all my might, I will reverse reality. Is that a swordsman form? Time rewinds. Even for those who had been frozen in time, it is pointless, even if it costs me the rest of my life. Intermediate ice magic ice spear. Is this the end? All right, you won. I miss you. Muri. Aspectual magic spatial leap. He left that magic circle for the final escape. But for some reason, he escaped way too late. Even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it is clear. Professor Glast will surely die here. Oh, how did you get here? It is past your curfew, is not it? Despite that, there was something I wanted to confirm. 1 hour ago, Janica sent the mercenaries outside the island, and I confined Father in the trading company, so all the threats are gone now. We promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway, once everything is done. I just need to check that Ed is safe after heading to the Tricks Hall. Oh, Lord Tell. What? Danger, danger. A top third-year student, Dorothy, and Assistant Professor Claire. I guess the situation in the underground waterway has ended. Is she crying why? That magic tower uses its pectoral magic, right then. There is something I want to check. Lately, Janica's meeting with the spirits has turned into a report meeting about addition. They were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkhan said he detected the same kind of magic coming from that magic tower in the northern forest. If it is aspectual magic, there's no need to say who was behind that. But there has not been a single magic tower built in the northern forest. What exactly has Professor Glass been doing in the northern forest? Considering that nothing much happened before in the original story, I probably do not need to interfere, but even the fake boss, Elk, had this level of impact. If someone of Professor Glass caliber does not exit, it is unimaginable how much influence he would have in the future scenarios. So, I try to confirm it one last time, but is not past your curfew. What are you doing here? I was looking up at the moon. Why, do you think it is funny? No, I do not. That is strange. I find myself quite laughable. You must have known. You would fail. That is right, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, I was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but I never thought I would be subdued by students. And even if I had won, Abel would have taken me down. Did he not do that from the start because of our relationship over the years? Anyway, he is not suited to be the principal. You are a better student than I thought. I discovered you too late, which was quite unlike myself. Then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Your talents were quite exceptional. At first, I planned to use you for my scheme, but you fainted from overwork, so that plan failed too. When I hastily went back to get you, you had already escaped. If I think of dying lonely like this as paying for my sins, it is not such a bad deal compared to the sins I have committed. Still, the 17 years I spent with my daughter were not lonely. She was 17, yes. 17 years. You could call them both long and short. You have known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, right? Claire, for years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. On my way here, Assistant Professor Claire was crying. Professor Glass is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. He is the meanest and most stubborn person I have met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He is really an impossible person to like. But still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. He was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have even had a hunch from what Professor Glass told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice, saying she did not know what Professor Glass was planning, but that he was a precious mentor who recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody can deny that he went astray either. Even right now, nobody is around him now as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely, mocking his own fate. That was his misconception. If you think about it, Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glass kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them, while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time, as if he were saying his daughter was also someone valuable. It has been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, a mentor, for others, a colleague. Professor Glass has severe myopia. After some point, he could not see anything without glasses, not even himself. Before using Descent of the Magical Realm, I saw the Spirit Library. You made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas. But there was no point doing that. Do you mean there is something more? Serves you right. You'll have to clean it all up with your own hands now. So it is self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed. Why? Are you giving this to me? Kuga, you are not happy, even though I just gave you the key to it. The desk Reina guarded. There is a secret safe beneath it. Just make sure you handle it when the Academy's investigation starts. And lastly, Lucy, every once in a while look around you. Right? You are wise. At that moment, what expression did Lucy have? Unfortunately, I cannot see it from my position. Through Glass, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, I could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. We just watched for a while. You got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Awfulest Hall occupation, and now, the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. And you were there at the site. You have terrible luck. Ed Roth Taylor. After listening to the same story all night, you do not know why, but Professor Glass kidnapped you. You escaped when you got the chance and sought help. During that process, you met up with Taylor's group. Is that all? Is it the Dean's turn now? It is just as I wrote in the report. Janica and Lord Tell came to help me in a hurry. You left Isla, who was also kidnapped, and escaped alone. Isla could not move, and she did not trust me at all. So I went out alone to call for help enough. To be honest, I am suspicious of you. The story makes sense, but the repeated coincidences are. From the Dean's perspective, it must look suspicious. You act like you know nothing, but I get the feeling that you know a lot. Thank you for such an evaluation. It is flattering. The same goes for that sly behavior of yours. But because of the Awfulest Hall incident and the recent event, you are a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. This is not the report I wrote. The Dean was looking at. My report card. You have worked hard, Ed Roth Taylor. That I must acknowledge. The Academy wants to reward you instead. Ed, you are out. I'm sorry I keep making you worry. Janica, you did not get hurt, right? It looked like you fought. I was worried. Worried, come on. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Right, actually, I might not be completely unscathed. Should I say my body feels a bit sore? I think I got hurt a bit while saving you. You got hurt. Or specifically, my back, a sprain, something like that. I realized something from this incident, Janica. You're always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. I think I took that for granted too much. And now you even got hurt. Did not it strike you after seeing Professor Glass' last moments? He said regret always comes last. I do feel a bit of shame. I seem to be a burden to you. I am grateful for everything you do, but in the end, you always suffer, Janica. I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me, you always get hurt every time. Maybe it is best if you do not get involved with someone like me. I'm sorry, I lied, actually. I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry for lying. Oh, right. Janica, your dorm is the Dex Hall, right? You see, starting next semester, You are. Moving to the Dex Hall. I did not expect you to be so happy. A lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. Episode 2 ended pretty neatly, too. I guess I could say it's all finished now. End your lonely life as a wanderer and return to having a normal student life. You deserve it. I will allow you to move into the academy dormitories. Personally, I wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But all feels a bit futile now. So my camping life is over now. Lucy, over. I wonder if it is going to rain. This is not Arkan Island, but the northern Ramelin mountain range. Why am I dreaming of my childhood right now? Since I am dreaming of old times anyway. Let us go see the old man's face, shall we? Ah, this is... Why did not you save me? You had the chance, so why did you look the other way? A nightmare. Miss Lucy, are you up? Then let us prepare for school. High-level spatial magic. For some reason, I felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. I feel an inexplicable sense of relief. I wonder if it is going to rain. So my camping life is over now. Cats are always unpredictable, I tell you, and they never play along like you want them to. When you think you've gotten close and try to pet them, they act all aloof and expensive, but when you lose interest and get busy, they get all clingy. Cats are like that anyway, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. Those of you who want to have a cat-type spirit familiar, just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they will end up coming to you first. This is harder than dating in a monster ecology class. Surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. Lectures of the experienced Professor Flurbin. These lectures were very popular, and everyone else had good grades, so my grades were initially in the lower ranks. But soon, I got ahead in my preparation, and there was almost no one who surpassed me when it came to any subject's notes. Let us end here for today. By the way, Ed, could you come to my office? Do you know about the Academy's scholarship program? Is not it a system where you contribute to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition? You know it well. It would be a good opportunity for you, Ed. What exactly would I be doing? You would do various academic tasks. Probably. Assisting Assistant Professor Claire, I think. There are quite a few things Professor Glast was handling alone. Annis is remarkably capable, but it is too much to handle alone. So, there's the duty of semester end evaluations. And during the break, you will handle academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, there is the freshman class assignment test too, right? Do not be too strict when you meet the freshmen. Freshmen, that means that guy will also be there. I can definitely sense that the magic resonance is extremely high. Whatever it is. Whatever. But is it really okay to sell this to Crapin? The fact that Ed made such a desperate request means that he did not want Crapin to have this grimoire in the first place. No, wait, I bought it to resell it anyway. Think about the money tied up in it. I need to be more ruthless. Her motto is to never put off today's work for tomorrow. If I could just get the Sage's Grimoire purchase certificate, I could do anything for you. Really anything. Just do this then. A special winter break class notice without Professor Glast, who will conduct the class, and I won't have to worry about the camp anymore. It is the end of the semester, so I'm not the only one that is busy. Janica Failover. Addition, they both must be occupied. And Lucy, well, there probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. What is this? Why do I feel so uneasy? Hey, we are running out of firewood. What? You said we would be short on firewood when winter comes. Well, that is true, but why have I been hunting lately? Why is Lucy saying something productive? It is not a surprise, though. I have been neglecting camp management. Well, I'm thinking about going to the Dex Hall, so if that happens, I won't see Lucy as much. Maybe the scenario will unfold more stably. Hey, Ed, today's classes must be over. Yeah, Professor Marie's late afternoon class got canceled. So, I came here to rest. We won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts. So I've got to come here as much as possible now. I have really enjoyed spending time here, but thinking that this is going to be over makes me feel a bit sad. I really like this camp, you know? It is really unfortunate that I won't be able to hang out here anymore, but your environment is important too. If you decide to move to the Dex Hall, make sure to call me there. I will help you if there is anything you need. You have a lot to do. Do not you, Ed, things I have to do. And most of our classmates are in the Dex Hall, so we will definitely see each other more often. If we run into each other in the cafeteria, let us eat together. I usually eat a bit early, but on days where Clara and I can't match our schedules, I sometimes eat alone. I will show you around on the first day, so let us meet up in the morning. Also the study rooms. If you have trouble, find ING people to use them with. Call me. I guess it is time to unlock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glass mentioned. Oh, right, Tada. An application form for Dex Hall? Yes, if you apply late in the application season, there is a high chance you will miss out. So, it is better to fill out the form early and then think about it. Wow, you even took care of this. Thanks a lot, Janica. I have already done it once. So let us fill out together. Let us start with the application, and then Lucy. Stop, do not take that. It began on this day. All your steady experience is paying off, Master Ed. Your growth rate is truly remarkable. Your spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and your basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. Lucy, did I do something wrong? Usually, the maids at the Awfulest Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today it looks like she escaped from the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. My magic power must have increased too. It is about time I try out intermediate magic. What is wrong with her? If I have done something wrong, I am sorry, okay? She seems to be particularly hostile towards Janica. Or is that more a look of fear than hostility? Anyway, intermediate magic is harder to learn than I thought. Even after practicing all day, I still have not mastered the basics. Hey, what? What are you going to do if I leave? There's somewhere I need to go. I also need to check the campfire and fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if I am not careful, I could actually freeze to death. Though if I move into the Dex building, I won't have to worry about things like this anymore. I can go once I'm done with all my work. Let us go together now. Why did you follow me to a place like this? I could have helped you get down here with my magic. Forget it. I need to make sure I am able to come down and get back up by myself anyway, since I won't be able to take all of that at once. I will need to come here a few more times anyway. To think he would have hidden a secret safe in a place like this, and he held on to this key until the very end. Why? Ah, to have hidden something like this. Almost there. We will be outside soon. Yes, I know. It is almost time for Lord Tell to send the magic engineering item materials that I asked her for, and I should ask for a ladder too. Let's rest for a bit. If I had not trained my stamina, I would have given up already. So what is that? Legendary rank magic tool, Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring. Distorts the timeline and brings the magic you possess in the future to the present. You can receive your future magic and use it. If so, I would be able to use high-level magic right now, theoretically. However, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. If I use it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there is only one way I can use it in battle. When I am driven into a corner, I will use it as my secret card as a final attempt. But if not in battle, for example, a spirit contract. The reason Janica can command countless spirits is not just because of her sensitivity, but because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like me, we only have 1 or 2 slots. And the reason we need so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-rank spirit is because our maximum magic capacity is lacking. If I were able to temporarily increase my maximum magic capacity, I would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Of course, that is a reckless guess, and there are risks. If he had the time to make that, he should have just... No, that is all in the past, Lucy. And even if we search through that whole library, there won't be anything more precious than this. There is no way Professor Glass would have wasted time. Professor Glass said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent. But this is an object. that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity. This must have been the reason that Professor Glass was researching magic engineering items. And the reason that he hid it all, so no one would know until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. You know, in the past, one of my sleeve buttons fell off. The button on the very end of the sleeve. I never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, my sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So I suffered for a long while. Is that so? It is often that I only realize the importance of something after it is gone. Something I thought meant nothing was actually very important. I followed you because I had something to ask. Are you going to go to Dex Hall? Can't you not go? It was a difficult line to come out of Lucy's mouth, but my mind maintained neutrality. To enter Dex Hall or to continue camp life? Entering Dex Hall is more comfortable for life. It is not normal to live outdoors like this in this cold winter. Makes sense. Will it rain? Lucy saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture on the bridge of her nose and could sense that it was going to rain. Nope, but she is not always right. It is not time for that. You cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rainwater. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, you think that rain will come thoughtlessly, even though the rainy period is over. Anyway, I have so much to do these days that I have not gathered enough firewood for the winter. I do not think I will be able to do it alone, so help me if you have time. You said it yourself. We do not have enough firewood. Really, I've already completely adjusted to camp life, so if we improve our surroundings a bit more, I think there are many more positives to just staying and living. That is how the second act ended. It is now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There is so much to think of when I close my eyes. Princess Phenia, who is aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortel, and the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students, and the person who will be the last one standing on this stage. The final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. It won't be easy, but I'm putting my worries aside for a moment. Even when the next episode ends, we will both be living well and healthily. After seeing Lucy make expressions that I would never seen in any scene or route, I was sure of it. Winter has come. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering means more work. After shoveling it all, it is already the middle of the day. Although it has been a while since I set the policy that I can't overdo myself because of how much there is to do, I am going out because I was called out for the school scholarship student task. So I decided to do all the work I had to catch up on today. I need to finish the firewood and provisions work. But because the preservability is good thanks to the cold weather, I was able to finish the provisions work quickly. By giving up dorm privileges, I received tuition privileges. So the problem of tuition was able to be resolved, which means I do not have to divide my day by the hour like I used to anymore. But that a lone snort does not mean I can just sleep. I have given up on throwing Lucy outside. While it is not like Lucy, who has protection magic all around her, will get cold. The problem is how that'd make me feel. This is an ease that I do not know will come again. If I had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time. Shall I get started? Are you listening, Marilda? The taste of the refreshments that the previous royal pâtissier was in charge of. The terrace that smells like flowers. The highest quality refreshment set of Laplace Bakery is hard to get because the reservations for it are usually fully booked. But how else could I call you out without some kind of bait like this, bait? You make it sound like I was reeled in like some fish. I will get to the point. I think that you are slowly reaching a dangerous line, Janica. You have completely fallen under that Ed Roth-Taylor spell. How did you know that? How would not I? And I'm not trying to stop you. At first, I felt like I would lost my country. But after my assessment of Ed Roth-Taylor changed, I decided to accept the situation that had occurred. Clara, the problem. Has your heart pounded so fast you could not even speak when you were with him? Or have you been so nervous that you could not look him in the eye recently? Why are you asking about that? Answer me, has that happened? Rather than my heart pounding or me getting nervous, being around him feels comfortable and snug. That is a sign that you're going to the worst bad ending in dating Ughood bad, ending 13 comfortable girlfriend. The burn, what is the point if the emotion exchange only happens unilaterally? You are too close, Clara. You have to make him think of you with desire. What kind of relationship is it if it is just you liking him and following him around? That is just a follower relationship. Comfortable, good job. Anyway, forget it. It is winter break now. His face is not half bad, so he has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. I feel super anxious because I'm going to go home now. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. As expected, that is so like Clara, who has studied through her countless friends. Love stories. Everything she is saying is correct. But the reason that Ed Roth-Taylor's assessment changed is largely due to Clara's influence, since it is the man that Janica likes. Since Belle, the Academy workers, and our friends have all said good things about him. It seems everyone now trusts him. I think a bit differently, though. Judging how she is being scolded by the librarian for not handing it on time, I am sorry. She has no dignity whatsoever. When I see her like this, I wonder how such a person ever became a professor. But all of the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. People luck. Somehow, she got to have Flurbin and Glast as her masters, receive guidance from countless scholars, and manage to finish her degree. And now even obtain the greatest Ta. What is all that? That must be heavy. Should I help you? This is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind, but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. It is fine. Thank you, though. Annis Hale on Faculty of Magic second year. A second year that made all of the Academy workers their heads. The greatest advisor. The reason that the clumsy Assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is this clean all the time is due to Annis' work performance. This personal information was collected at a rate that was akin to stalking by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. It would have been trouble if she had gotten caught, but she naturally passed it by with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. Human relationships, to Annis, were like a game of switching masks. Minutes left until the professor would come back from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all of the details and information about the character Ed Roth-Taylor. The Roth-Taylor family, the strongest family within the Kloll Empire. He is the second in line in a family of one son and two daughters. This kind of public information is meaningless. Let's look at his history. In the year he was born, Crapin Roth-Taylor seized the Lord position, and at 2 years old, he became the official heir, so he must be arrogant. He was baptized at 5 years old, received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12, but judging from his first-year grades, he is not very smart. As soon as she was admitted, Anna's family was unstable, so she had no choice but to fend for herself, which was why she had to survive as both a student and a scholarship student. She had great survivability and would use any and all means available to her. She even thought of Lortel, a student 1 year her junior, as her role model. Of course, she did not have the ability to read the flow of money, but she had her own methods. Let's see, Ed Roth-Taylor. He is the second in line in the Roth-Taylor family of one son, two daughters, the strongest family within the Kloll Empire. He must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas after growing up in a suppressed environment. I'm certain he grew up with no money troubles, and he has no academic talent, nor did he show any notable abilities throughout his first year. There is a high possibility that he lacks self-confidence. He might prefer a pure and bright girl. Although he may take the lead in everything, I'm sure he has a tendency to avoid responsibility. There's a high possibility that he would want someone who just gives positive feedback rather than someone who would exchange practical opinions while hoping that their abilities won't stand out, since it would be better for him if that could become a platform for him to show himself off. However, since he will hope that you do not get in his way, someone with a sacrificial side would be closer to his ideal type. He feels more comfort with human relationships that, like when dealing with political opponents, can be thrown away if necessary. Obviously, he will prefer someone who is pretty in appearance, Since he has seen and lived with many fancy things growing up, he will definitely prefer expensive items. Some people who are like this, however, actually end up being more attracted to more plain partners. So trying that out won't be a bad idea either. He won't have much experience with being accomplished, so he will be weak to compliments, and he will prefer to talk about luxury goods or things related to class. He would prefer to give gifts and show off his wealth rather than receive them. And since this is not really the circumstance to give gifts, he will feel quite attracted if you show your happiness at receiving even a small gift. Rather than obsession, it is important to show dependence. Rather than competence, it is important to show modesty. Regardless of his actual ability, there is a high possibility that he will be sensitive to gains and losses, so if possible, it will be good to appeal to him using your practical benefits, human to human. It will be a good idea to examine how his thinking has changed after being excommunicated, and to change your actions based on that. I should check what kind of feelings he has for Janica, and whether he may be attracted to or shaken by others, even if he does like her. If he is indeed shaken, does he consistently feel guilty and apologetic? Or is he so pathetic and selfish that he does not even acknowledge how pathetic he is? If so, I need to dig a bit deeper. As a ta, I am his senior, so I am in a pretty advantageous position. Still, it does not seem like he would like a very proactive woman, so it is important to just be adequate. I do not think his ideal type itself will be that difficult. It seems to just be the materialization of the pattern designs for a noble personality. It seems that he's been backed into a corner environmentally recently, which led to some changes. But there is no way that a human who has lived a certain way for dozens of years can just change like that. He might have become a bit more hardworking, but that unique, arrogant attitude of his is still the same. So in conclusion, it is not that difficult. Should I practice? I bought some Mont Blanc from Laplace Bakery. Let us eat some before working. Heek, you already made some black tea. You're the best, Annis. You already knew I would bring some snacks. Ouch, so hot. Annis will get mad because I was clumsy again. You're not hurt, are you? That is a relief. You're not hurt. Truly, what a relief. Annis. Having to wear my uniform during the break was tiring, so thank you. One uniform won't make much of a difference in the amount of work I have to do. Not to mention, it seems the person I serve is often indebted to you. Recently, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, lots of blonde hair was found on them. And even when washing young Master Ed's clothes, I could smell the incense scent that Lady Lucy uses, and I found white hairs on them as well. Well, Lucy has been sticking close to me lately. To think she caught on to that from washing clothes. I wonder what this person would have done if she was not a maid. Young Master Ed, why are you still speaking formally to me? That is more comfortable for me. It is more comfortable if you speak informally. But formal speech is more comfortable for me. Honestly, being the chief maid is a senior level position among the workers at this academy. So it is a bit uncomfortable for me to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble, nor a student of Offalis Hall. She is always stubborn about this. I will speak formally as is comfortable for me. You're the chief maid. You must have a lot of people around you to manage and a lot to deal with. I'm not sure. You should speak informally as if it is comfortable for me. You have more people around you to manage. No, worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it is your decision in the end. Anyway, I could do laundry for you whenever. It is fine now that the workplace has stabilized, and a restoration of Offalis Hall is complete as well. Oh, to think it was fully restored in a single semester. The academy must have used all their energy to restore it, since the new students will be entering soon. And of the 7 new students who we will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in and is in the process of moving. That one person must be Tanya Roth-Taylor, right? Yes, so you were aware. It seems break will be annoying. My younger sister is coming soon. I'm going to go to my hometown this break. Why, that librarian. Elka, is she going home too? How did you know? Since I want to spend time with Elka. Are you going to stay in the camp all break long? Probably. I will be a 3rd year soon. I need to be able to use media magic to save face, so I'm thinking of studying. We're not you at the basic magic level just 1 year ago. Do not push yourself too much. I can't sense any magic. Did you train your magic until your limit again? And you seem to have a bit of a fever. Are you actually sick? There's a reason why. I do not think I will be able to use magic for a while. If you say so, then. Jix's greatest strength is his indifference. If I say there's a reason, he just agrees with it, which is comfortable. Ala was asking about you. It seemed there was some misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor here to apologize properly. She asked where your cabin was, but I did not tell her for now, since that is personal information. Tell her, I do not want an apology, so forget it. I'm not upset, and I literally do not want an apology. I do not have any negative emotions. Rather than being tolerant, it is actually just indifference. Anyway, Jix, you are quite good at keeping secrets. Then help me out before you go home. Here's your payment. I am using Professor Glass's basement library, but it is such a mess that I need the manpower to organize it. I do not need money. I could just think of it as training. What are you going to use the library for? As a workshop. A workshop. Do you do magic engineering too? Surviving in a camp? Training your magic? Spirit magic? Archery? And now, even magic engineering. And you're starting work at the academy. From tomorrow onwards too. It must be those like you who succeed. Just do not collapse again and do well. Check in tomorrow. I have the Academy Scholarship student work. Academy Scholarship students, thank you for coming, is what it says. Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate. She had to do some Academy work, and tomorrow is the due date for the Academy syllabus, so she's been awake for 44 hours. So instead, I will communicate the important things for her as the Ta. What we Academy Scholar students need to do is to do the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as providing supervision during the day of the exam. The class assignment exam for new students. This exam, that Professor Glass used to do every year, will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire this year. Just like last time, I obviously know the results, although it is a bit unexpected that Clebius is with us. It took place in a northern forest in Arkan Island last year, but this year, it will take place in the northwest Oran Mountain. Clebius, you get the equipment that we already requested from Trix Hall. Onyx, you assist Assistant Professor Claire with her work. And Ed Roth Taylor. There is something that Claire and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near Ed Roth Taylor. His face just looks like a player's. Since I am working with him as a scholarship student, it is a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, I perfectly created the type that he might like. If he can't resist my seduction and is a pathetic man who will fall from me, Ed Roth Taylor, you will go with me to conduct a field survey. I will take responsibility and rip you away from Janica. Academy Northwest Oran Mountain is not very big, but a mountain is a mountain. There were some dangerous parts, and because of the time of year, some students might get pretty hurt by slipping on the snow. This is tiring. Ed, you do not seem tired at all. It is about time we take it easy and rest. Let's take a break. Thanks, addition your stamina sure is good. And you're considerate. I think I've had a lot of misconceptions about you. Misconceptions, you must know, to an extent. I'm close with Janica, so I was worried that Janica might be spending time with a bad person. That is why I acted so cold towards you. It is fine. I do not care about that stuff. Okay, the next point that I have to check. I have to finish things quickly. You must have been tired from having to be a student by yourself. You have worked hard. Yeah, that is true. But it is okay. You are here now. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but I feel very supported now that you are here. I am sorry if this might hurt you, but you were excommunicated from your family, right? I was the same. My family became unstable as soon as I entered school, but I still wanted to keep going to this school. So I endured on my own. It felt like I was alone for a miserably long winter. I definitely get the impression that she has a strong ability to survive. Whether they were financial matters or otherwise, she solved them all on her own. Do not be too distressed about it. You have been enduring it well. But somehow, her image. Thanks. We have a lot of similarities. Rather than being this emotional, was not she more cool-headed and realistic? Be careful. Sorry, I tripped on a stone. A stone. Wait. Why am I so warm? Let me calm down. Sit here. and wait for a bit. I will be back soon. He is really reliable and trustworthy from the outside. Is it an act? This is ambiguous. A comrade who endured a difficult academy life. I formed a relatable affinity point, an impression that I may appear competent, but on the inside, I am actually weak, which makes him want to protect me. I did not know if he liked the mature or the cute and young, so I tried doing a mix of both. I tried creating some points of contact a few times and one more in the end in the facade of an accident. It is almost all according to plan. Did I get too immersed? Anyway, I was not executing it to be, but his body's pretty good. He acts like a nerd, but he was pretty muscular. I thought he would be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing, but he is better at work than expected. And his appearance, well, and his perspective, no wonder Janica fell for him. I get it. This is how he makes women fall for him. But I am different. Ed Roth Taylor. What a beautiful view. Orin Mountain's view makes me briefly forget all of my worries. But there are some things that you just can't think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Roth Taylor. Villainous young lady. Those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy. Bell said that Tanya was entering dorms earlier than the others. The reason for that is so she can cement her position as much as possible before the semester starts. Tanya Roth Taylor is not an extra, but a villainess, so there are things I remember. Because of that, I thought I would be able to prepare for her at first. But there is a problem. How will Tanya Roth Taylor treat me? I do not know. I know Tanya, but I do not know myself. None other than myself. Since Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who only appeared briefly in the beginning, before disappearing. The settings never mentioned it properly. There was nothing much in the epilogue. He was really just an extra, so there are no clues. None at all. That is why I have no idea how to handle this problem. How Ed Roth Taylor is thinking. To Tanya Roth Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor is garbage. Sylvania is full of insects. The Kloll Empire's princess, the L Trading Company's executive, a spirit sorcerer who can wield high-level spirits at a young age, a great alchemist who made the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortondale's sword demon, and even a warrior who can wield the swordsman form. However, the coolest one is the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the Archmage Glocked. This is a gathering of nobility that makes my heart pound just imagining it. I can't help but long for it. Sylvania Academy. I will lead a faithful academic's life within their gaps. The maids have already organized the luggage you sent ahead of time. Your room is the second on the third floor. Please just complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. I have somewhere to stop by before then. Yes, understood. The first thing she would do at Sylvania, the land of learning that she would yearn for. Ed Roth Taylor, the one who had disgraced the family name. I need to get rid of the trash. Villainous young Lady Tanya Roth Taylor Duchy's second daughter. I feel happy to hear from you. I truly want to encourage your ambition. Show your face around as a proxy for me and strengthen your position. I will satisfy your expectations. Father, before leaving for the land of learning, Sylvania, I told Father too of my resolutions. While Sylvania may treat you different depending on your identity, at its basis, it is a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, has to treat professors with respect as masters. So do not rely on your nobility and discourtesies. Commit everyone a grade higher than you is your senior. Thank you for your time. Senior, I heard that you know about that man, so I won't explain for too long. He is a human who is like a point of anger and a blemish in our family. I have grown up with him since I was younger, so I know. It must have been hard. My childhood can't compare to yours. It is not difficult to naturally lead a conversation. He is just full of bluffs and is a crude person who does not know elegance. To think that a human like that sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he only barely started before giving up. But his pride is high, so he will never acknowledge his incompetence, just because he had the slightest bit of mana resonance. He acted all high and mighty, as if he would become an archmage, and when he barely managed to get into Sylvania, I was at a loss for words. Well, only a few years passed for him to cause incidents and get himself into the situation, so I felt better. Is that so? I am sure someone like you would have noticed in a moment. So with this opportunity, why is this not a conversation, but just me talking? Be careful when meeting people I introduce you to. You must respect the other person, especially when it comes to negotiations and deals. This is a person you cannot take lightly. She and I have met from the sage's sealed grimoire business. It will be a great experience, but never mind. Good luck, Tanya. What is wrong? Keep talking. Wait, are you upset? Upset? What are you talking about? How interesting. Acquisition mid-rank magic particle explosion acquisition mid-rank magic roots desire. I brought it from Professor Glass's library last night. It is quite convenient that I can see all the books without a due date. I could finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day. It seemed that Annis suffered more than me. Ignition. Since I can't use magic, I can't practice it, but I at least wanted to become proficient in its theory. Let's see by now. Although she popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, I am now used to all of the places she appears in. Hey, Lucy, light the fire for me. It is not hard for me to lift her either, since she is crazy light. That way. Great. I will stay outside, too. Okay. I can smell perfume. Yeah, I was with Annis all day working on Academy stuff, so it looks like her flower scent stuck on my body. And, are you feverish? Sick? You can tell. Do not be sick. If you're sick, you might die. If your magic is twisted, I will release it. It is not twisted. It is just empty. You have done something reckless. It is manageable. Once winter ends, you might get much stronger. You know, can I make a weird request? A weird request. Can you pat my head? It's been a while, Ed. Oh, Lortel, you are here because of the favor I asked of you last time. You could have just told me to come to the trading company, and I would have gone. No, there were just other things I wanted to talk to you about. Lap. Pillow. There was also something I wanted to ask as well. That was long, but thank you for hearing me out until the end. The objective's simple. If you follow me and help me punish that man, I will reward you the best I can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the island family. I can share the several antiques that are in the Roth-Taylor family storage. Wow, really? Oh, you're Tanya Roth-Taylor. This body's well trained, and I can clearly feel the flow of magic from it. I need to get this person on my side. You are Ed's younger sister, yes. I see. Did you hear? Elka, this is Ed's young sister. This is a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but do not take a new one and just use this. It will be easier when training your magic resonance. What? All right. Elka, did you bring Professor Delorf's Elemental Studies notes? Yep, brought it. I almost threw it out. Okay, take this, and this, and this. You might not need this. Just take anyway. If you do not need it, you can throw it out. There is a big difference between having notes for a class and not having them. Elka, did you still have the wreath used during Professor Holland's class? Did you properly hear what I said about the offer, Doing something about Ed. Oh yeah, I know siblings are usually at odds with each other. Gosh, there's no way for you two to get along. Well, with Ed's personality, it makes sense to have that kind of misunderstanding. Jix, the ship is leaving soon. Anyway, so you are Ed's sister. Nice to meet you. I am second year Jix, and I am Ed's junior. We are pretty indebted to each other in many ways, so we are quite close. Seeing how you look tough, just like your brother, I can tell you will do great. What a blessing it is to be born from a great household with a great family. Anyway, good luck. Okay, together. 1, 2, 3. Good luck. What the? Faculty building Claire's office. Good work. As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, we will be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. Is this youth? You are incredible, Anis. It has been 2 days. Your stamina sure is made of steel. As I thought, I can't trust in the labor force of the external scholarship students. Whether it is the third-year Onyx or first-year Clebius, they're not efficient with their work. So in the end, I have to redo everything. And yet, Ed Roth-Taylor was different. There were no flaws in his document processing. Students may enter and exit form this entrance by mistake, so we should close it in advance. The snowy path is slippery, and it will be troublesome if it is this slippery on the day of the exam. And he was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find amongst high-ranking nobles. It would be a lie to say I was not surprised, so he was not living revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Anyway, you're with Ed, right? Anis, how is he? Similar to you, right? Yep. Keep this a secret from addition. When I was investigating the Awfulest Hall occupation incident, I had to tail him for a bit, and I found that he would made quite the decent camp bigger than this lab. The tools he uses, his work table, campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker. It looked like he made it all himself. I was able to truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew even his grades would improve that much. It was to the point where even Professor Glass would acknowledge him, and he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I do not know how he did it. Well, I am sure he worked just that hard. And, also, I see clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. It is very different from the life of a noble who grew up within a greenhouse as a flower. You have more similarities than you thought, right? Me and Ed, well, thank you for saying that, but he is definitely not a bad man. I could not just listen to others' opinions and tell Janica to have a beautiful love. But after meeting him myself, there were no flaws I could see. He is just a decent, honest, and hardworking man. No, is he really just a decent man? His appearance is outstanding. He does not show an arrogant attitude at all, and even Assistant Professor Claire likes him. He's got a gentle side to him, and while I found out unexpectedly, he has a good body, and he smells good. You can tell he takes care of himself well. Anis, are you spacing out? It is a bit warm. Shall we open the windows? Yes, let's get some circulation in here. Make sure the wind does not send the papers fly. Anis, are you okay? Maybe you have overexerted yourself. This is trouble. I do not think this is okay. This is real trouble. Oh no, wait. And he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I do not know how he did it. Ed even got a contract with a spirit in this short time. That is impossible alone. I am sure Janica helped Ed with the spirit connection, and that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. One that can report everything to Janica. Anis, since we're done work, should we go eat snacks? Should I buy some? Anis. The Failover family's family motto is harmony and coexistence. The beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made her shine. She never experienced loneliness, and, thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. But there is no such thing as a life without worries. Anis and Ed, nice to meet you, Janica. I wanted to introduce myself and talk. Janica Failover, even among the incoming third years, is the ace among aces, with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability. For your goal, you definitely need to bring her onto your side. Thank you, Lortel. Are you okay, Janica? Do not worry too much, Tanya. Janica is kind by nature and considerate, so she always listens and believes everyone's words. We have finished arranging most of the production materials you asked for, but the legendary rank materials are proving difficult. They are hard to find during the winter. There is no helping it, then. You are busy anyway, yet you accepted my request too. Thank you. I just did it when I had time, so do not worry too much. You should have just rested. Why come all this way to tell me? It is not even that close. Do not worry. I came to rest. The moon was smiling. Only traces of the moon that was once as round as a wheel remain. Time has flown by in an instant after living in chaos. Even the river is hibernating in the winter. So, of course, tranquility finds everyone equally, but the way people accept that is different for each person. Although these are trying times when I have to protect my body from the winter's bitter cold. Winter break to-do list. Establish workshop organization plan. 2. Build a storage for materials. 3. Expand cabin. 4. Rio cheque 5. Finish academy scholarship student work. 6. Raise magic engineering by in a level 7. Acquire about type unique skill. 8. Understand medium magic theory. 9. Contract with a high-ranking spirit in a busy time where I have to adapt to survive. For those who have transcended such things, winter feels quiet, like walking down a still path. Winter has that kind of magical power. Why is Lucy sleeping there? It is winter. Is that an answer? Is it ambiguous? Am I overreacting? Honestly, I would not have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items. Is there something else? Oh my, look at you acting like you do not know. So you want it? Yes. Pretty fun, right? I will do anything for you. So please just bid for the sage's sealed grimoire for me. It is a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth. Just how much are you going to ask of me? However, I cannot ask a favor of you that burdens you too much or makes it hard to carry out. Pick my side. Yes, it is about time for the third act. The opposition between Princess Phinia and Lord Tell will officially begin. Lord Tell is sensing this and is beginning her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phinia Elias Clole. She is the fated enemy of Lord Tell. According to the scenario, she will rise to the position of student council president, take control of the academy, and raise her power. With that power, she is the main character who begins to dig up the darkness of the Rothtaler family in the fourth act. There may be a moment where every person in this academy will have to choose this side or that side. Choose between A or B. If that time comes, choose my side. That is all I want. Phinia and Lord Tell. It is the main character's decision on who is the winner. It is not me anyway. I do not think me taking your side will be that meaningful. Yes, your reputation is getting a bit better in the academy, but your support won't bring about a meaningful result. You're just a student saying that so bluntly makes me feel a little hurt. So what? It is not an issue of being politically meaningful. The reason behind it concerns me. All right, that is not hard. Lord Tell, who smiled captivatingly while devising a plan, was truly worthy of being called a girl of 1,000 faces. I am glad. However, did she have an expression like this? Since it was during the break, it was a day where there were obviously no classes and no academy scholarship student work. I want to sleep in lazily, but I woke up early habitually. Can you light the fire? Oak. Last night, I had a long conversation with Lord Tell, but there was something that never left my mind. Ed, you have a younger sister, right? I think she's been preparing something. I can't tell whether she truly sees you as an enemy of the family, or she just has light ill will against you as siblings do. Honestly, she is a bit cute, so I introduced her to a few people, and she said she would go meet them all today. She will probably come find you tomorrow morning and tell you off. She is here, the biological younger sister of this body I am in. The relationship she has with me is a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, it is hopeless. There is nothing I can do. It is been a while, brother. I brought you a present since it has been a while. Is she nervous? Is she embarrassed? It seems she is scared of something, but she does not hold ill will. Yes, I see. While I was at the estate to my family, I must have lived a solid life. I apologize for coming to a hasty conclusion. Good job, Ed Rothtaler. Ed Rothtaler, how dare you bring this kind of food to the next in line to be Rothtaler's lord? Tanya, your perseverance in not showing a gaze of contempt is quite impressive. Your worldly wisdom and wit are truly outstanding. Please stop. What is wrong? Do not tell me you feel sympathy and attachment to these people who are mere tools. You are not a true noble yet. Tanya. Thanks. I will use it well. I will wear it at the start of next semester. Strictly speaking, I have been excommunicated from the family. I am not your brother, but thank you for giving me something like this. So, do not just stand there. Go wait by the fire. There are not many herbs left. Let's not save them. This child, no need to worry about her. And you, give her a seat. Do not just sit there. From what I heard, you were going around to check out the academy. Have you met some people? Yes. I heard a lot about you too. About me. There are not many people who know me. Jix, or Janica. So you met her. She's nice, right? She is the kindest of the kids I know, with the sweetest heart. Yes, yes, so kind, so incredibly kind. She was very kind, truly, and extremely strong. She had a high-level fire spirit. That fire lizard. She summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. The way she said if I did not reply properly, she would not let me go. No, she was very kind and elegantly wished me good luck on my school life. She took out a high-level spirit. She really did not. I just made this up in my imagination. It is just that in the rumors, she has a high-level spirit. So, I ended up making up such a story. I knew something was strange. In my memory, Tanya is not someone to be this awkward. As expected, everyone who has met Ed Roth-Taylor has a negative inclination toward me. Hey, Tanya, I'm living to the best of my abilities right now. So, do not look at me so negatively. I am paying the price. Living as someone who has been excommunicated. I was quite pathetic when I lived at the estate. Right? I'm sure there's a lot that can't be taken back now, but I'm sorry. From what I heard, you wanted to become the student council president, and I will cheer you on. I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work. Good luck. I am saying this, but Tanya will not become the president, since Tanya is a villain who is there to help Fenia. But still, since she is the first blood relative that I have met, no matter what she does, I will feel especially attached to her. Judging from her expression, I have no idea how our relationship will go, but I almost lost my mind for a second. I know that trash is nature, but I almost burned to death after talking badly about him. There was something I realized at that moment. True fury. Janica truly believes and is following the human, but it is strange. Sylvania is full of elites. And the top student is the legendary genius mage Lucy Merrill. In this place full of those types of people, no matter how good at acting Ed Roth-Taylor is, his true nature will quickly be revealed. Was she next door? Well, even in Ophilus Hall, which is the best dorm, there's that unsophisticated and inelegant human. So of course there are some imperfections anywhere. Are you the younger sister? Ed was just lucky. Let me know if you're struggling with anything. Even in the best dorm, Ophilus Hall, only the top students have golden nameplates. Room 302, Lucy Merrill, that person, was a legendary genius mage. Lucy Merrill, nothing makes sense. It seems it would take some time for Tanya to adjust to Sylvania. It was not particularly her fault. Introduce me to a boy. Rose Garden. It would be best if it is someone who is handsome, tall, and distinguished. You have worked at Ophilus Hall for a long time, so you must know many students like that, Belle. You're not someone that'd meet with boys that casually, are you? No, actually, do you even have dating experience? I apologize. I do not mean it in a bad way. You're always busy and doing your best to take care of yourself, so I did not think you would be interested in dating. Like the incoming third-year Young Master Edition, you actually are quite similar, now that I think about it. Perhaps I can't fool your eyes. Yes, it is as you think. I met him to be sure, since he has negative rumors surrounding him, but we had more similarities than I thought, and our conversations flowed well. He is a thoughtful and considerate person. So, then to Young Master Edition, yes. I will just acknowledge it. I feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this is good news. If he is a good enough person for even me to see his appeal, then that means that Janica has really found the one. This won't be a problem as long as I get rid of my feelings. Lady Annis, if you think of it like a malignant tumor, it is a relief we found it in its early stages. It is not like he is the only man in the world. As long as I find another boy to replace him and make it known that we are dating. Perhaps, has Lady Janica caught on to your feelings? Intending to find another boy to replace him is incredibly disrespectful to the person involved. Schulsing party, even if it is you, I never thought you would be this inconsiderate to another. You're trying to date someone new because you want to be able to think, yes, my feelings are elsewhere now. To be honest, while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, I ran into Janica, but we could not even say hi to each other and just left. It felt awkward, and her expression looked dark. And next year during the class assignment exam, I have to supervise the exam with addition, but I feel so sorry towards Janica that I do not know what I will do. It might not be as big of a deal as you're thinking. This might actually be better. Pardon. Lady Janica is always kind and genuine to others. And as her friends, you two have always protected her so that she would not get hurt. But was not the problem that Lady Janica was too perfect to others? Perhaps that is not always a good attitude to have. I was a bit taken aback today, but when I think about how you talked to me like this and trusted me, I feel grateful. Sometimes it is more charming to show one an imperfect side, kind of like a desire to protect, do not you think? That boy strangely has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. Desire to protect. My head is clearing up. I was finally able to organize my thoughts after Belle encouraged me not to feel guilty. And after that, I thought of Janica, and could not help but smile. It is obvious where Janica would go when she is confused and having a hard time. When did you get here? I need to slowly collect materials to construct the storage. I want to expand the storage and have a big living room space, but judging from my winter plans, I need to hurry. It is snowing again. There's already a lot on the ground, but it seems that it is snowing at least every 2 days. If you have any concerns, you can speak. Sorry, I can't say it. Then you do not have to. I forget sometimes, but Janica's academy life must also be pretty difficult. She kind of seems like a small animal backed into a corner, so it's hard to just brush her off. It is cold. Winter continues. It is a cold that is hard to endure with just a blanket and a fire. But still, spring is approaching. Slowly, there were a lot of times that father, the patriarch, left because of business in the palace, but the Rothtaylor residence was always peaceful. By Gdy Jeckby, however, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Rothtaylor, died, a new heir dominated, and everything changed. What kind of person was Ed Rothtaylor? There's a saying that if you want to see who someone truly is, you have to give them power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him, just because he had a bit of power as the heir. What can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me? Yes, since Arwen has left this world, is not this good. Now if I die, you will become the heir. What are you doing? Do it. Stab me. Stab me. Stab me. Hurry. I told you to push it in. That was my everyday back then. In a moment, it would get hard to breathe, and he would once again look down at me with those eyes. I lived suppressed by that gaze for half of my life. Although he would not hit me, as we were born with the same blood, in a situation where I could not save the family, nor the people of the estate. I lived as a spiritless being. I lived as if I was dead. And then an opportunity came. Ed Rothtaylor excommunicated. He was excommunicated, so all that was left was for me to prove myself. The upcoming student council president elections are my one and only chance, my first plan. The class assignment exam. New students' class assignment day, stay away. Smell, gaze, energy, yeah, they do not work with me. So stay away. Annis is very smart. She must have a reason, right? I think I have explained all of the details. Shall we go up and prepare for the exam now? Unlike the exam in the Northern Forest before, the class assignment exam takes place on Orn Mountain. In Professor Glass' absence, Assistant Professor Claire is in charge of the exam, so there are quite a few differences. The differences in the exam when it comes to the hidden magic marbles on the mountain is that instead of difficult to find magic marbles, they're easy to find magic stones. Not only are they not particularly hidden, there are not many differences in points based on them. This is an exam where anyone can go for the class altar of substitution as long as they find one and put on the altar of substitution. It sounds easy when put this way, but she is still the disciple of that master. You need to at least be this good to be in the class. Do you think the class is a joke? You must fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who survive can become a class. It is an absurd difficulty level. It is also called the Orn Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who became the class in Sylvania Academy this year. Of course, that is the scenario originally. This scenario where no one makes it to a class is directly related to an important scenario for later on, which is why it needs to progress this way. That is why I decided not to particularly comment on Assistant Professor Claire's difficulty, although I will write a written apology later on. The reason I feel comfortable is that even though it is a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students become casualties. Since they will be fighting imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item we will set up, normal rank vision disc summons the apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Our work ends after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. That purple vision disc is the most important. From what I know, the reason no one makes the class is because of that. Rare rank vision disc summons the apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Although it is commendable that she is taking care of them on her own because they are important objects. Hey, if they are heavy, give me a few. You keep getting left behind. Thanks, Onyx. It was too heavy, so gimme. Oh, watch out. It is dangerous. The most important. Purple disc. Should not you be careful? What are you going to do if it breaks? Oh, as expected of a top student. The scenario almost got fucked up before the semester even began. Now what? I knew things were going too smoothly. Last year, during the joint combat training, the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy, and received attention. Although the scenario ended up going wrong and led to Janika's quick explosion path. The joint combat training this year is important as well. The elite first years full of talent get to request combat training matches against the generations who have already become renowned. Once the matches begin, the first years begin to go on a rampage, making the term training useless as they make use of any method or means to win. However, every one of them lose to Taylor alone. Taylor, who had gotten stronger throughout the year, becomes known to everyone. And the Saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and the act ends. It is emotional to see Taylor's growth. The fourth-generation hero, the Saintess, and Taylor's relationship is important. We need her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and for what comes after that as well. She is a very important character, so this event has to go according to the scenario. That means that the elite first-year students have to go crazy as planned. But the honest cause of their frenzy is because none of the new students get placed in the class during the class placement exam, and the reason none of them make the class is because the motivated assistant professor Claire used these purple discs during the exam. This will be annoying. The circuit itself is broken. We'll need to put this in for repair separately. Oh my God, after all of our hard work, why this? Sorry, I should have been more careful. Well, it is not like apologizing like this will make the broken magic engineering item come back. At this rate, there'll be too many class students, so we need to solve this. No, we definitely can solve things. Oh, and by we, I mean Clebius, of course. What? Class assignment exam location, Oran Mountain entrance. When do you truly feel that you have come to the land of learning, Sylvania? If you ask Tanya, she would reply that it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. Because the princess and the chancellor were both Sylvanian students, they all wore the same clothes and did not take into account birth and status. Despite that tacit rule, there was an exception. The anchor of millions of people within the Telos Order, the Saintess Clarice. Thank you, but please spare me the formalities. If everyone were to be mindful of etiquette, the whole academy would suffer. So please do not mind the formalities with me. It is an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice. I am a next-term head of the Roth-Taylor family, Tanya Roth-Taylor. The Roth-Taylor family, Crapin, the current patriarch, was baptized by me. I was too young back then, so I do not really remember. It was an honor for our family. When I become an adult, I, too, will come to be baptized. I will look forward to that, Miss Tanya, meeting the Saintess while everyone is watching. This will be helpful for the Student Council President elections. But today's main event. Begin. The Faculty of Combat to the Student Plaza, the Faculty of Magic to the entrance of Orn Mountain, the Faculty of Alchemy to Abel Hall's basement. The location and contents of the exam are different depending on your faculty, but the goal is the same. Getting into a class, a full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Ophelis Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the fame of being in a class. Whatever you desired. Nice, I found a stone. Time to sprint. I can join a class as long as I put it on the altar faster than the others, right? All of the new students here. Instead of talking, just run. Damn it, Joseph, stop. We're staring at the summit. There are too many. I am sure that putting it on the altar is not all there is to it. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting my stamina, I will stay on my guard and go slowly. She is taking her shoes off. Did she slip? Did you hurt your leg? If so, I will call the staff. Oh no, it is not that. I wanted to step on the snow with my bare feet. So cold suddenly here. Can I? Is it not logical? It was on my wish list. I have only imagined it, but it is much softer than I expected. Those eyes. That attitude. She must have hurt her head as soon as the exam began. How unfortunate. I am the second daughter of Roth Taylor, Tanya. It seems we are classmates. Roth Taylor. I heard that those in Roth Taylor are as amazing as your high status. Not all of us. Pardon. No matter how high status your family is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. He seemed to have reformed when I saw him at the camp. I do not know who the true Ed Roth Taylor is now, but the fear that has been ingrained into me won't disappear. Still, I do not think you are that kind of person, and you're from the Roth Taylor family. I am from the countryside, so I should be respectful, right? So, it is fine. This is Sylvania. Ah, it is Sylvania. I am Kylie Ekney. I am from a small city-state called Terranay Principality in the east. I do not know much about the world. If I do something strange, I apologize in advance. I am not used to places like these. Kylie, can I speak informally since we are classmates, of course? We should hurry. This is an exam. Oh, right. This is an exam. I am not very concerned about marks. Getting into a class will just make me gain the attention of others. She has a reply for everything. Instead, since I am not interested in the exam, I will help you. Then we will get closer, right? It is my first time being able to have a friend my age. Hey, get together. I am only letting this go because it is me. If it was the princess or the saintess, you would be in big trouble. Is that so? Honestly, me too. Never mind. Let's just go. Minutes after the beginning of the exam, first place. I will be at the summit after a bit more. No matter how good that Joseph bastard is, I have more stamina. Was sprinting too much. I thought I would die, then just die. Fuck. Why are you popping out and scaring me so suddenly? Gosh, this is dirty and cheap and pathetic and unbecoming of senior. As he said, this is easier than expected. Why does me again? It won't just be you. Clebius and Annis will block the new students coming up to the altar from halfway up. If the first years can get past us, they are definitely worthy of class. It is my responsibility for putting us in this situation, so I will do my best. Onyx, since you are a master at flight magic, you are in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam's contents can be done if you go down and write them up by the time the exam is done, right? If I do not sleep. The professor is in charge of the documents. Onyx is in charge of safety. Clebius is in charge of the southern entrance. And I am in charge of the northern entrance. Then what about you, Ed? I will be here. I will guard the altar. Ed, you can't even feel magic properly right now. Will you be okay? I have something in mind. Die, all good. Rare rank vision disc summons the apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. This is a damaged magic engineering item. It won't be able to perform to the height of its abilities. This vision disc will be difficult to completely fix. And my magic has not even returned yet. Magic Stone, an expensive product with a large amount of magic inside. But these magic stones that are used in the exam are high quality, as expected of Sylvania. And Altar of Substitution if you offer an item with magic inside of it. That magic can be extracted and temporarily used. If I use this altar, it might take a while. but I can continuously recharge my magic. It has been a while. I still can't hear what you are saying yet, but Annis and Clebius will stall for some time, and I have enough magic stones. The goal is to not let a single person pass. Cool, me. My preparations are complete. Yes, even if I'm a bit tired, that is, I'm not in a very good mood. Let's end things quickly. That is the northern entrance, but it is not Annis magic. Now Rana, stay right there. Although Annis, the top Ta, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in the practical and academic field. In the fighting field, she is just a bit above average in her year. Of course, she is not an easy opponent for the first years. Okay, go pass. But this student, Joseph Whitefelts, seems to be in a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who needed to work her ass off in order to become the top alchemy student, Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, he is a genius. He is a leading top student candidate. There is no need to be that upset. I am sure you have your own field you are talented in. It is just that fighting is not one of them. You are mistaken. I am upset, but it is not because of that. So just go up. I understand. When everything was going perfectly without a flaw, I made things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. I could not even think of an alternative plan. When that person, of all people, led the situation again, he did not get annoyed once, and led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet I lost to a new student and could not block the northern entrance to the altar. But more so than the feeling of defeat or resentment, I feel angry at myself, because I keep thinking of the trustworthy face that resolved this situation in whatever way possible. My first guest, you know the exam, right? You just need to put that magic stone on the altar. But I won't just let you do that. The exam method is kind of strange. If I succeed in defeating you and offering the magic stone, who will the students who come after me go against? Who knows? That is not for you to worry about. That is true. I'm sure there is some kind of alternative prepared. Honestly, I'm not too curious about that. I was just trying to buy time to understand my surroundings. The vision disc is different in color. Is an improved model, I should be on my toes. That senior looks like a magic faculty member, but I do not feel a lot of mana from him. And there are traces of him having used a magic stone. The fact that he had to use a magic stone on me, the first visitor, means that he has a very low amount of mana. How disappointing, Sylvania. I thought there'd be something to learn here. I should just think of the type of sandwich I want to eat when I get down. Mid-rank magic particle explosion, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that does not have strong firepower. But if you are not ready for it, you will get hit. If you do not see the direction of my hand and dodge in advance, you won't be able to manage it. But he evaded that. He must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, he will use fire magic. Judging by his level, it will either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out the fire in a radial shape, but looking at how he is aiming downwards, it is ignition. The scale of the flames is bigger than I expected. He has definitely trained his basic magic diligently. It might even be considered a mid-rank spell. But what a waste. No matter how high the level of ignition is, it won't be able to get past my defense magic. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana. So if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. I guess he does not actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic. He won't be able to block my offense magic or maintain his ignition once he runs out of mana. Battles between mages are profound. Joseph Whitefelts. You can block spells with your defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Do you think you will only face mages just because you are a mage? You went through the fire. How? I won't be careless. Mid-rank, ice magic. Basic magic ignition. Fire magic again. Is it to respond to my ice magic? Is he try to block my vision with steam and do the same thing as last time, but I can use the other elements too. Basic magic scorch. Blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases. Fire tolerance. Physical shield blocks physical attacks. Shit. Where did he get that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I am faster. Mug. Spirit formula explosion. Keep it together. Think, there's no way his casting of basic magic is faster. That was spirit magic. Not explosion magic, but a spirit formula. I now understand how he went through my scorch with his bare body. It is because he can use this spirit magic blessing of recovery. He purposely hid his spirit's form within the fire. Spells, spirit magic, and those magic engineering items he has not even used yet. Just, who is this man? I have lost. Mid-rank magic ice spear. There was no way Joseph, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. No way. Could it be? Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is recognized, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Truly, I have lost. Good work. That ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. Excuse me, what is your name? Ed Roth-Taylor. I will leave him to you, Onyx. Jix, why did you join the magic faculty? All of a sudden, you would have been the top student if you joined the alchemy or the combat faculties. I feel uncomfortable that you gave up several benefits just because of me. I do not put much value on being the top student. And maybe I would have been the top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. Because of the incoming second years, the top student in the combat facility is Clebius. Nortondale, what was that just now? Are you okay? Was my holy magic too strong? I did not break anything, right? Leave it to me. You two continue the exam. Fuck, Clebius, you okay? Get together. How do I even block something like that? Minutes before the end of the exam. You are. The last exam. I will get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate. Give up. The Saintess Clarice had two dreams. I believe nobility comes from unwavering beliefs you maintain your entire life. You must become a blank slate. One was the dream she dreamed on the day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was, rather than living as a blank slate, it would be better to die in wastewater. The pure, white, holy imperial capital built by humans, even the tall tower that is majestic and confident, is a mere sandcastle in front of Ramelin Mountain's gray rocks and stones. The green fog of Denkin wetlands, the golden field of the imperial capital Clolan, the emerald fields of the land of farming, Poulin, the opalescent smoke of the land of alchemy, Crete, the red roofs of the commerce city, Oldek, the turquoise intelligence of the land of scholars. Sylvania, past the Drestia Desert's reddish sand ocean, are the purple shadows of the lawless Cohelton. The pure white is just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors. She was the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele. After leaving the order, she called herself the romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, when the world went to sleep, she sang a song at Clarice's window. The dream she dreamt at night was the outside world that her only friend whispered to her while looking at the stars. A life where you take classes normally, make friends normally, and love normally is not that where you can feel a sense of nobility, rather than the countless prayers from believers who revere me. Do you know that the hug from someone you love might be more valuable? After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she would go around the world like she does now. After Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night. At the end of it, Clarice would share a deep hug with someone, and they left together on the path she would take alone. The journey that was full of many colors, which sharply contrasted with her life that had simply been pure white, was the most outrageous, imaginative thought she could have. But always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity, and that you have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing, I am not that worried, but I seem like such a different person. So who would suspect it? Verdio, there is nothing bad about being careful. Coming to the academy with the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. That alone made her feel satisfied, making her breath shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her. At least, not a single person here in Sylvania. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the saintess other than one person? It is the saintess. The last exam was addition brother, that is Tanya's brother. Then that person is a Roththaler too. I am sorry, but can you just return? But if you still insist, cool me. This is impossible even for students who had trained in spirit magic their entire lives. This is way more advanced than even a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. But a high-level spirit, I'm giving up. Let us think rationally. Tanya, she's right. A high-level spirit. The trauma from back then is coming to mind again. But if I leave, that means nothing has changed from back then. I do not know about you, Kylie, but I am not giving up. According to high status and rank, there is a burden and responsibility that follows. I remember how he was 2 years ago. There is a level of reality to how much he could have improved. How can someone who could not even use elementary magic suddenly have a high-level spirit? That is definitely fake. I just need to defeat the main one. There is no way, just how? Is that really a high-level spirit? That person is Tanya's brother. Kylie had a fantasy about noble men, a neat appearance, a generous smile, and graceful manners. However, she was sure of it when she heard that the person who appeared to be the complete opposite of that was the son of Roththaler. This person is that scoundrel. Even I could feel it, despite not knowing anything outside of the holy imperial capital and not being quick to catch on to things. No matter how high your family status is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. The deep hatred that Tanya has towards this scoundrel. Tanya, go for the main body like you had originally planned. I will play the role of the bait. Like I told you, I have a strange constitution, so I definitely won't die outside of special cases. But won't you still get seriously injured? You said you're not even interested in the exam. You said he is a really bad person, and you are the first friend I made at Sylvania. Normally, she would have dismissed it, telling her not to say something so absurd. But she would seen her on the way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them scarily had been deflected by some strange glow. Did Kylie have some special power? What surprised her was that Kylie, the scaredy cat, was taking the lead. Did she normally have this much bravery? Of course not. Holy Magic's blessing holy magic that is mid-rank or above will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Is that it? You thought I would give up? Basic magic emit. He disappeared. Was it the vision disc? Arrows, stay still. No way. The person who could not even wield the hilt of a sword properly knows how to use a bow. That was a warning. Arrows made out of magic. Is this really? Ed Roththaler is the same as back then. Nothing has changed since back when I was younger. No matter how hard I try, I can't do anything. You must have worked hard. So I am sorry. There's a reason for this. I can't go easy on you just because we are related. If I did, you would have been more angry. Do not you think so? Yes. What? But still, that was incredible. If I were you, I would have turned around and ran away. But you faced me until the end, even if it was a vision. My thoughts were wrong. I am seeing you differently, Tanya. Something has definitely changed. You have that kind of side to you too. It was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud. You are quite impressive. Is not getting into class as something really something to be this sad about. Do not come any closer. I will say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me, bad things will happen. Really do not move. The exam is over. Ed, come help. Clebius is completely knocked out. Assistant Professor Claire, can you update this grading list? There's so much to do, and the student council president elections begin right at the start of the next semester. Ah, so the exam is over. Why is my voice? The transformation magic is getting undone. Was it back then? You have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. No, at this rate, good work, Ed. My identity, my school life. Be careful not to lose your things, your whole kid. Ed, why are you so hurt? I am fine. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed Rothtaylor had returned everything to their intended positions in the scenario. Except for one thing. One change that had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change, are you really okay? Yeah. Caused two ruby-like eyes underneath the world that was turning red. To focus on addition, he definitely. Just try to speak formally to me. You look tired, so you just rest for now. Addition, we will deal with the aftermath. Onyx, can you support Clebius? Yeah. Sure. I will be on my way. I swear I just saw the shape of a person. I am sure I was mistaken. Did you know? I believe that there is beauty that transcends generations and values. The sky is evidence of such. Even pieces of art worth thousands can be interpreted differently and are subject to one's opinion. But when seeing that sunset, there is no one that could think that it is not beautiful. You are talking nonsense. Anyway, humans live a short life, but do not even know how to appreciate each moment. She is the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. The worst curse a human can experience is a dull and boring life. You need to know how to appreciate the small things and find meaning in even the everyday things. Although they say a human's lifetime is like the 4 seasons, a spirit's lifetime is like a very long winter. A boring and bleak life. As Janica said, a chatterbox. People like you who are thorough in everything and leave no gaps are often senseless when it comes to themselves. The way you faint from exhaustion or constantly get hurt are proof of that. So what I'm saying is that you should date someone, you moron. You must have someone around you. Someone who is kind, cheerful, friendly with you, and strong enough for you to rely on. Meeting someone like that and improving yourself, do not you know how helpful that can be emotionally? Am I wrong? Mug, you are correct. Miss Marilda did not make a contract with Janica. They're just close. Young Master Edition Miss Marilda's advice is like the Bible among spirits. Can't you at least listen to what she is saying and pretend to agree? Pretend. That is why Mug and Marilda are not exactly a superior-subordinate relationship like with Tarkon. But I guess high-ranking spirits are scary after all. I, Mug, have gravely misspoken. Pretend. I shall repent with my death. Janica looked down. Do you know why? Why are you worried? Is not that obvious? But I can't just tell you something that Janica herself did not want to. Anyway, do not worry too much. It is important for even Janica to experience winter once. She needs to experience it and go through the process of understanding. The world is not like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to endure it until spring comes. Shall we go? Consuming more of your mana would make me feel guilty. Yes, even in that form, it is not easy for me to manage. I'm a bit expensive, you see. But this form is the best for efficiency. Do you have other forms? Would you like a more beautiful girl? It is better on the eyes, but I do not think you would be able to manage it. It is fine. Back when you underwent gigantification and now, I did not notice much of a difference in your efficiency, so I was curious. Oh my, no way. Perhaps you could not sense it because of the mana stone. You still are a bit dense. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? Think about it. A spirit like me would not contract with just one person. I definitely can't summon a high-level spirit with just my mana for too long. If it is not my mana, then who was it? It is simple if you think about it. A person who would contract with Marilda other than me. I do not think this is a good place for a nap. I'm not here for a nap. The hut's better for a nap. Then why? I do not like an empty tent, so I went on a walk. Unfortunately, the end of her walk, this altar of substitution, is the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice begins to suspect the Order after she realizes the darkness of the Holy City. Then, Telos' apostles come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice. Not knowing the story behind it, the Academy's characters follow the Archbishop's orders. Princess Fenia's Royal Guard Army, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights. the Academy's high-ranking employees, and also the main character's generation's raid party and Principal Abel Forcius as well. At the end of this whole complicated mess, everyone's swords end up pointed towards the same thing. Towards one girl who is trying to protect Arkan Island, following her master's final will. A renegade, a non-believer. Regardless of what she was called, she never complained and looked down on everyone with a firm gaze. She was awakened. Lucy Merrill. She defeats all of the main characters at Arkan Island and defeats more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina runs out, and she is defeated by Taylor, who has learned the final swordsman form. After the inside story gets revealed, everyone learns of why Lucy was trying to kill the God's apostles. So she was not a villain. We did not know there was a story like that behind it. Saying things like that, however, the only thing that hurts more than a misunderstanding is a late understanding. Perhaps it is her innate nature, or maybe she thought it would be meaningless even if she said something. But she kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, I do not plan on stopping Lucy. Sacrificing Lucy for the scenario. No, I'm not cold-blooded enough to do that. It is simply because I do not necessarily think that letting things move this way is a bad ending. Just as the land gets firmer after it rains, Sylvania Academy will be able to overcome most trials on its own. However, there will surely be a time when they face a trial that they cannot overcome on their own. Lucy, when that time comes, can you lend them your strength, even if it is just for this old man? The story that was told to her by the dying Archmage, her master and only family. Only Lucy herself knew how much of a burden it would be. Lucy needs to get rid of those muddy emotions. It will be a long battle, and there will be dangerous moments, but it is what needs to be faced in the scenario that will occur in Act 3. That does not mean I am not going to do anything, though. I found this out recently. It seems I get lonely. If there is one thing I would like to make sure I do, is to tell her in advance whenever I leave the hut for a while. You are back earlier than expected. I want to leave that place as soon as possible. Here, it is your present. Most mistake Annis to be from a noble family, but Clara is actually the one who is from a pretty well-known Viscount family. Thank you. This is the place that my heart calls home. How peaceful I feel. Anyway, I need to go see my Academy friends. I have not seen their faces in a long time. I have brought lots of yummy snacks, so I have finished all preparations to have a tea party with Annis and Janica. Then I will go first. I'm so excited thinking about seeing them for the first time in a while. I have so much to tell them, too. The taste of the blueberry pie I brought, wow. This blueberry pie tastes like sand. What is this? Why are not they saying anything? Did they have a fight? Janica and Annis sometimes bicker back and forth, but it has always been in good fun. I have never felt this kind of atmosphere before. Elby, should I make a joke? What should I say? Annis. You got a hug from Ed. Ed Roth Taylor, age 18, great achievements, elaborate survivor, 1 year, high-level spirit summoner. New finished product, wooden wind blocking wall, a wall made of wood blocks bound together with twine and filled in with mud. Blocks most drafts. Now, items like this no longer raise my stats and production proficiency. Do I need to look for something else to continue growing? It is definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. It is a relief that you look healthy, young Master Edition. Are you here to take Lucy? The Academy has implemented a new policy. During snowstorms, you may only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary. Since she is the one with the highest risk of escape, I need to keep a better eye on her. Help me. We plan on having a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. I see. I will continue to use formal speech. Can you really make it through a week-long snowstorm in this kind of environment, young Master Ed? This may be presumptuous of me, but I do not think this kind of wind blocker will be enough. Well, I'm just setting this up to protect my supplies. I thought there might be an adverse effect on my hut, so I used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. I have also already collected my hunting tools and traps and put them all into the hut. During the week of the snowstorm, I am planning on focusing on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library. I have another place I will be staying at, so do not worry. I will lessen my worries since you're saying that, but you seem worried. It must be your first time experiencing a snowstorm from an administrative position. No, I have another worry about you. Actually, it is fine. This would probably be overstepping. That only makes me more worried. I wish you the best of luck, young Master Ed. You got a hug from Ed, Ennis. I think there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. The spirits must have gotten this wrong again, yes. To be honest, I flirted with Addition. Yes, she just flirt what? Janica, I am sorry. Honestly, I did not find him trustworthy at all. He looked like a playboy, so I was trying to feel him out. What? You're not lying. For real, that kind of guy is not my type in the first place. Do not worry, Janica. He looks like a thug. He is arrogant about everything. He always grumbles, and he lives completely selfishly. Why would I want someone like that? Wait, you're being too mean. Ennis, you do not even know Ed like that. So, I am sorry for flirting with him without even talking to you. Sorry, Janica. Why are you doing things I never even asked you to do? Ennis, do you know how much I've been worried? I cannot even sleep at night. You are one of my precious friends, but having to feel betrayal like this. Am I even in a position to feel betrayed in the first place? Even though I am actually nothing to Addition, thinking that I was worrying without even knowing my place. Do not worry, Janica. You are quite the special person to that man. From what I have seen, you are definitely more than a friend to him. Really, I am special. Anyway, honestly, I do not think it is a good thing to judge and try to assess Ed like that. But you did it for me. I can't be mad at that. Anyway, so you do not like Ed, right? Thank you for telling me honestly. Ennis, I thought you really had fallen for Ed. Yeah, Janica. Ennis, you. See, Janica, it was just a misunderstanding. You did not visit the Northern Forest often because you felt uncomfortable while I was gone. Did you so? Sorry, I need to go. Yeah, have a nice trip. Ennis, I have something in mind. What? Introduce me to a man. No. Clara, let's think of something more adventurous. Let's break the stereotypes. Do you want to date me? Do not look at me with those eyes. Clara, what eyes? I was just staring at you. I am sorry for lying to Janica, but when your bodies are apart, your feelings fade too. Once the break ends, the Academy Scholarship student work will end too. The Academy Scholarship students are going to continue to be student assistants. Yet Clebius and Onyx both work hard and did well. So I felt it was a waste to send them off to another lab when they were proactive and proficient. Especially you, Ed. You're quite good at working, of course. Since you were a student assistant, you will receive more scholarships, and it will be better to work here than other labs. And since we work together throughout the break, it will be comfortable, right? Let us continue to stick together. High-level wind, Spirit Marilda. You need to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Looks like you were back to normal, Janica. Back when you visited the camp. That time. When was that again? I forgot. When I am with Janica, I feel like I loosen up a bit. Janica is a character who never appeared in the scenarios after all. And Janica is the only person I could call my friend within my year. Anyway, I knew you had made a contract with Marilda, but no matter how much I think about it, it is strange. It is too early for you to handle a high-level spirit. I used a trick, legendary rank magic engineering tool, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring. I told her about Professor Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring and about my plans in the future. So you can't use magic for a while. It will be hard for you to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. My magic will return when break ends and the semester begins. Still, congrats. Addition among spirit sorcerers. We often call the day you make a contract with your first high-level spirit your second birthday. So, are you really planning on staying in the spirit library all throughout the snowstorm? You sure work hard. You work hard too. You are the top student of the year. When the snowstorm ends, there will be the student council president elections. Since you are the top student of the year, you will probably get some attention. Everyone was asking, but I do not know yet. So I am maintaining neutrality. In the scenario, Janica did not particularly receive the spotlight just for being the top student of the year. This was because, based on her personality, she respected all of the other candidates. Anyway, your sister was also running in the elections, right? Yeah. She is quite ambitious. LIM, are you pretty close? With your sister, I guess. You could say that. I can't exactly say that confidently, since I have been excommunicated. But we are blood-related, whether we like it or not. There's a high chance we will see each other for the rest of our lives. I want to maintain a good relationship with her, even if not dearly. I do care for her quite a lot. I see. You care for her quite a lot. So it was just a fight between siblings. Addition, what is Tanya like? Is there something you think she would like as a gift or a food she likes? What did you do to Tanya? Nothing. Janica is really bad at lying. It took about 3 seconds for the guilt to be too much before she confessed. It was not even that serious in the first place. It is going to start storming in the morning. Leaving will not be allowed other than for special reasons. So, if you have any business outside, please ask a maid. The sight from a few days ago won't leave my head. The sight of that 3rd year was terrifying. But what I felt more than that was discomfort. It was so natural that I thought I had seen it wrong. Be careful not to lose your things, your whole kid. But he definitely tried to speak formally at the end. Does he know my secret? I worked so hard to lead a normal academy life and to uphold the condition for the hard work of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. If a single outsider finds out my identity, my academy life will end. It was not hard to get information on him. Acting all tough, yet in the end, you did not even get close to the altar. Shut up. I was just ambushed all of a sudden. You cannot make it to Class A either. That senior really was not a normal human. I heard he is famous among the 3rd years as a freak among freaks. For what I heard, he built a hut in the northern forest and has been living there. A hut in the northern forest. Once the snowstorm starts, I can't leave Offalis Hall for at least a week. And once the snowstorm ends, spring will come and the new semester will begin. By then, I might lose the chance to seal his lips or do anything else. I am scared. I am so scared. Of Ed Roth Taylor, the darkness and the bitter cold. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world, full of all its natural colors, cannot be known until you experience it yourself. I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to obtain. To properly confirm it, I need to meet that man. The Saint is Clarice in danger and distress. My eyes have long since adapted to the dark, because darkness is all I have ever known. The most vivid memory I have is of my brother who had stayed by my side, even when everyone in the household avoided me. The memory of the moment I stabbed him through the heart. The last words I spoke to him, perhaps meant as a curse, were, "Why does another lab want you?" No, about the whole student assistant thing. I feel like I was just a burden last time. The treatment is really good, and I like it, but is that so? I thought you were dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to scout you. So you're saying that you could do it? Ah, yeah. I guess. Just do it then. All right. As Ed Roth Taylor, who was born with a weak body, it feels like I have really trained it to the very limits of what it can handle. During the break, I was able to concentrate on training. Advanced Crafting Skill Slot Spirit Formula Infusion. Skill Proficiency 23. Advanced Crafting Skill Slot Magic Engineering Skill Proficiency 4. Magic Engineering and Spirit Formula Infusion are now good enough to be called my specialties. I will be able to utilize these two well with a bit more training. So I will spend the remaining week working on these two. In this library, I gave Jix some money to clean up the mess a bit with magic, but I did not expect him to organize the books too, considering that the books are also all organized according to theme and title. I am pretty sure I told him that it was a secret. It looks like he got some help from Elka. They probably did it while thinking of it as training, but I will have to repay them for it later. Let's get started then. It is inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. What is important is prioritizing and focusing. The goal is Legendary Magic Engineering Item Glocks. I temporarily amplifies the proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. Has the efficiency of Curse-type magic. Will not be able to use Defense-type magic. Will be immune to elemental magic. Legendary Magic Engineering Item Delheim's Hourglass reverts all physical states by a few seconds. Removes all damage and wounds. One time used to make at least one Legendary Magic Engineering item. Weak Wind Emitter, Echo Noise Generator, Crystal Ball, Blue Magic Sphere, Kragel's Magic Ink, and Light Transmitting Sphere. I will craft them repeatedly to raise my magic engineering skill. And once I am used to it, I will make other rare items. I have already gone over the ingredients. I just need to use the tools too. What? I forgot the tools at the hut. Let's go back. It is time for my body to do some work. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world, full of all its natural colors, is nowhere to be found in all this white. The river. They said it was by the river in the northern forest. This is downstream according to the map. So I should come across the hut if I keep following along this river. It really feels like I am on an adventure. Clarice is not weak. While she is already more talented than other mages, her holy magic is even better compared to others. The holy magic's blessing. Holy magic's blessing. Holy magic that is mid-rank or above will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she comes across a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed. Despite that, she feels fear when it comes to addition. There is a possibility that he was baptized by the Telos order, since he was the successor to the Rothdailer household. The holy magic's blessing does not work on those who have been baptized by the order. One shall not harm his brothers. In the first place, someone who is faithful enough to have been baptized would never think of harming the saintess. But the reason she is here is because Ed might know who she is. Yes, it is time to check. I'm sure things will work out somehow. Why won't it open? Blood here, blood there, it is everywhere. Is this hell? Footsteps. Hiccup. Who are you? Kylie Ekni. What are you doing here, and why are you shaking? Holy magic divine explosion nullifies most of the opponent's magic and inflicts physical damage. I did not mean to. I killed a person. Dear Telos, I have gravely sinned. I, who was supposed to live a life of purity. I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for. Hey, are you kidding me? Chief Maid, I heard the report. Please figure out what to do. Then let us notify everyone and begin the search now. Then we won't have enough people left to run the place. We need to be as efficient as possible right now. Yes, madam. Awfulest Hall's chief, Maid Bell. She is aware of Kylie's real identity. The order had decided that the person in charge, at least, needed to be aware of the truth. The nation would be in an uproar if the Saintess were to go missing in a snowstorm. She is so calm, as expected of the chief maid. But even then, she keeps her composure. She decided that it would be best to take care of things in secret, considering the Saintess' holy magic's blessing. I will find Miss Kylie on my own. Please take care of the rest of the students, especially Miss Lucy. Yes, madam. Chief maid, according to a witness, Miss Kylie went to the Northern Forest. The Northern Forest. That is that man's territory. The man who is strangely blessed with women. The snowstorm. A woman and man left alone together, having to depend on each other while waiting to be rescued in the harsh conditions. Just two people on their own. Chief maid. We must find them as quickly as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the Northern Forest. An expressionless man who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. There are already rumors among the students. Of course, Belle knew the truth. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was easy to talk to and was pretty considerate. He faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women that approach him. He is someone worth trusting. But thinking about those relationships getting even more complicated than they already are makes my head hurt. I am sure that young Master Edition does not know her real identity. Oh, I knew it. It is you, Belle. Young Master Edition, could I ask for an explanation? Thanks for the explanation, but if I do not take Miss Kylie back soon, I think the snowstorm will get too intense for us to make it through. Makes sense. I'm sure it is not a good idea for someone in your position to leave Awfulest Hall unattended for so long either. That is also true. The reason the Saintess came all the way here. She did her best, but it was rather unnatural. Kylie's true identity is supposed to be revealed much later on. It should not be getting revealed now, but she is doubting me. I do apologize for my rude behavior. Saintess, the chair. Please put it down. Odav, Odite. Saintess, you already knew. Well, I'm a baptized follower of the Telos Order, after all. It only makes sense that I would be able to recognize you from close up when the spell is undone. Why did not you put the chair down first? All right, I have not changed and will not change my plans. I refuse to get involved with any of the main characters of the scenario. But at this rate, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected. So it is just better to let her know that I know who she is so that she is not anxious anymore. Hiding your identity and coming to this place. You must have been tired of your life of restraint. I understand. That is. However, what do you think of my life? Seeing me live freely in the forest, by can you guess? What kind of life I am living? This man's life is not a life of freedom. It looks more like he is just surviving. There is a light and dark side to everything. Freedom is no different. If Adele was a romantic who loved the beauty of freedom, then this man, I do apologize for doing something like this to you when you're the Saintess, represents the dark side of freedom. I overstepped my bounds because I thought that there would not be anyone near you who would tell you this kind of thing. Now, please leave. Sorry to make you walk all the way here, Belle. I'm just carrying out my duties. Do not concern yourself. Once I return to the Awfulest Hall, I will enjoy delicious soup in a warm room, and this hut in the snowstorm will feel like a distant dream. But inside that hut, it will still smell of blood and the harshness of reality. I never imagined that the man who stood there halting the incoming students would be living this kind of life. It is a sad thing for someone to destroy your idea of freedom. But I was certain that coming here to search for freedom was a good thing, because I met someone I can respect. Of course, Belle. Did she? No way, right? Or I can't tell. Could not know that that was what she was thinking. All she could do was worry. Spring comes when you have nearly forgotten about it. That is what makes it so special. I do not need tea. It is not hard to get a seat at this place without making a reservation. Laplace Bakery, I am here for business. So, it should be all right. Is that okay with you? I think it will take some time before the inventory inspection is done. Please make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, yes. Thank you. Having a monopoly is so fun in these kinds of situations, is not it? It gives me power that I never had. I think you are the only one that is having fun. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it. You are maybe right, but I do not harass people. As you know, there was a bit of error in the distribution process because of the snowstorm. It is all mine. The Laplace Bakery ordered a bunch of things they did not need before the snowstorm. But when it got closer to the delivery date, they canceled all the orders. A deceptive order. I do understand since food is valuable, but I can't praise them for trying to monopolize products that could have gone to other businesses. People need morals and ethics. Miss, please change the minds of your colleagues. I know I was in the wrong, but if you limit the number of items I can order, please be understanding if this is not change, we are all right. I have a lesson in the afternoon. Do you want to walk with me to class? How cold. I did not want to do this, but the snowstorm cut off the distribution from the main base, so the available funds are tight right now. So we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. I guess even struggle you guys sometimes. As if. Do not you know who I am? My specialty is managing money. Do not worry. It will be all right as long as there is no money going out to useless things. I have to be able to handle this much in order to run a trading company. Where's your textbook? I have to stop by the library to borrow one. I will have to run, but it is good for my health. But it does not even cost much. Why do not you just buy one? Well, if I think about it, it is not cheap by normal student standards. All the textbooks used here are pretty pricey. How much is it altogether? I appreciate it, but no thanks. It is almost time for the student council elections. I guess you're not going to try for a position. The trading company comes first, after all. Of course, It would be best for someone who likes me to become the student council president. What about you? I could support you. I do not want to. It is not like it is a guarantee that I would get that position either. What a shame. I expected you to turn it down, but then what about your sister, Tanya? I do not want to have to suck up to Princess Phinia. I won't go into detail, but Tanya. I know. It would be hard for her to become president, even if all of the top students of each grade were to support her. She may be the daughter of the Rothtailor household, but the gap is too large. Lord Tell's right. It makes the most sense for Princess Phinia to become the president with how things are going right now. Tanya Rothtailor, the lesser evil. She does anything she could to get one more vote, pitifully and pathetically, but she is unable to close the gap. Tanya ends up losing to an overwhelming difference in votes. Do you support the princess? Me, I do not know. I guess I support Tanya more. I am glad. Most of the people here admire Princess Phinia, so I was worried that you might be the same. You know that I like you, right? I almost got jealous. Did that work? Should I check your heartbeat? You are so cold. Did I do something wrong? No, but I do not plan on dating anyone until I graduate. Until you graduate, then what about after that? Oh, that was some valuable information. I do not know what meaning graduation has for you, but that is not too far from now. Well, that is if you can stand to keep rejecting me. Graduating safely is not an easy goal at all. The final boss that we will have to encounter at the end of this story. The main character must defeat that final boss in order for the world to regain peace, so that I can also graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the order, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the main character in order for him to be able to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon. In other words, Taylor needs to grow as the scenario intended and make friends. The class placements went smoothly. Please. And Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well. I feel bad for Tanya, but Phinia will be the council president. Then the scenario should return to normal, and I will be able to rest easy. Your Highness, in spite of Ed Rothtailor's expectations, the scenario had already begun to break down. I don't think I want to run for the council position. In the bedroom of one girl. Damn it, there are other people that can do it other than me. So why does it have to be me from the start? This damned life. Why the fuck? Did it have to be me? Duel request form. You want to have a duel with me? Why? Because I want to learn from you. I do not want some shallow reason like that. Because I want to prove my worth. You have already claimed the position of top student of your year, have not you? But that does not mean much since I am just a first year. Janica is the top student of all the third years, and Drake is the top of the faculty of combat. Also, Ed is very popular among the first-year faculty of magic, for some reason. I plan to have a duel against them all. Of course, however, there are orders to things. So I've already sent in a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year faculty of combat, but it seems like he is avoiding it. Anyway, if I win against him, I plan to request a duel with Alvira, the top of the faculty of alchemy. And then I was going to send you a request. So, I thought I would tell you beforehand. Why am I next? I'm not a top student. Well, since the second year's top student is out of the question, that would then make you the technical top student of second year. You are quite self-centered. Anyway, so your plan is to beat me and then to go after Janica and Ed too. It seems that the first lesson you need to be taught in Sylvania is that you're not always right. I do not think it will be easy to defeat you. No, that is not what I meant. You won't be making it to me, let alone Janica, or addition, you seem to be a bit mistaken about something. You won't even be able to defeat Clebius. Learn to perceive reality properly first if you want to defeat me. Oh, Jix. Addition, you did well with the library. Thanks. Wade, you mean the top student of the first years. He is sending duel request forms to everyone that is doing well academically. It sounded like he wanted to fight you too. As far as I know, Wade Calamore's challenges. We'll go on from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Born a talented swordsman as the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, Wade was able to easily take over the top student spot within the first years. He was unsatisfied, so he went off to challenge his seniors. In the end, he defeats them one by one with ease. Even Jix. Jix had been already exhausted going into the fight, so it was unfair for him, but it was still a loss in the end. Wade's rampage, which seemed like it would not end, ended up being stopped by Taylor, who had improved over the year. I heard that there's going to be a welcoming festival for the new students tonight. Do you want to check them out? Not tonight. I have plans. I already know what Wade looks like. Thanks for the notice, though. You take care of yourself. I thought that I did not care about this kind of stuff, but seeing how energetic this school is giving me energy too. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester makes my footsteps lighter. Should I have told them about that too? I noticed this since we were in the same grade, and I see her often, but Princess Phinia has been looking rather down recently. However, whenever I'm talking to someone, I'm going to fight Ed too. And Ed is brought up. She is clearly listening. Edward said, "Wake up." She is very acutely aware of his name. Well, it is not like today's the only chance I had to tell him. I'm sure it will be fine. I will look into it more and then tell him. It soon became warm. The scenery in the northern forest was a sight worthy of being called spring. You improve really fast, and your connection has gotten much better. Since you even got into a contract with Marilda, you should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would believe that you did all this within a year. She called this her teacher Janica mode. It sounded cute, but it seems like she thought it was dignified. I guess I will play along. It is all because I have such a good teacher. Usually, to get into a contract with a mid-rank spirit, you have to explore mountains and valleys to find a spirit that matches well with you. You can't just enter a contract because it has enough mana. You need to find a spirit whose mana flow matches your own. I did not consider something like that when I got into a contract with Marilda, though. That is because you match well with the fire and wind elements. But if you want a new spirit, do not you think it would be better to look for something that is not fire or wind? She's right. It would be convenient to find a spirit whose element I was already able to handle, but that would make it hard to respond to various kinds of situations. I do not need to be proficient with every element like Janica is, but it would be best for me to try to branch out. This is going to be pretty difficult, is not it? That is why people think of their mid-rank spirits as fate. There was an illustration of a spirit sorcerer in The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. It evoked feelings of wandering through the nature, through forests and rivers, and connecting with spirits that you met through fate. First is the connection. Ed, concentrate your mana into your eyes. Here are all the mid-rank spirits I have chosen. Do not you get distracted with all these spirits around. That is amazing. There is only to push them away when they like me. And I have already talked to them all too. That is amazing, but now just pick one out, pick one out. I am mid-rank water spirit number 1. Pello, I will show you my wings. Here, now number 2. What is he judging for when he is just a low-rank spirit? But this feels a bit weird. Is it weird? Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time? No, it is nothing. Young Master Ed, let's take a look at the next spirit. What about my fateful meeting? Is this method all right? A welcoming festival for the incoming students. It is pretty meaningful for the new students, but top student of the 3rd years, Janica Faylover, unable to attend because of personal reasons. Spirit lessons for addition top student of the 2nd year, Lucy Merrill, unable to end due to personal reasons. Miss Janica too. The faculty became worried that this festival would not be enjoyable. However, the lack of the top students did not have an impact thanks to the appearance of one of the most dignified beings in Sylvania, Princess Phinia. Sylvania Academy valued equality, but it was only a given that the students would be too afraid to talk to someone of royal blood. Even the nobles were too afraid. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event. Checkmate. The successor of the Collarmore family, loyal servant to the royal family, and one of the 3 greatest swordsmen. Households, the top student of the 1st year. You are good, Wade. You began to hesitate after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you had let go of such hesitations, I would have lost. I do not like projecting real military tactics on a chess. That is something a tutor in the palace would have done. Reality's different anyway. You must have learned a lot here. Well, I'm just more self-aware. I thought that I was better than anyone when it came to reading people, but I'm starting to think that I was wrong. Who knows? Someone told me that it was necessary to learn that one cannot always be right. Learn that one cannot always be right. Ed Roth Taylor. The mistake of kicking him out was only a small concern, like a fishbone in my throat. However, he saved Janica. He made a home in the forest. And as more time passed, his presence grew bigger. Even the incoming students speak highly of him. As his presence in the school grows, my mistake also grows bigger. You can be wrong sometimes. That is something that applies to all aspects of life, not just Slovenia. But if I keep acting like a child, evading my problems, nothing will be resolved, regardless of class or social status. Learning is your duty in this place. That was very helpful. Shall we go again? I can't run from my mistakes forever, right? That would be foolish. It will take about 4 days to resolve everything. After that, I will go to the hut in the northern forest. We can sit by a campfire and talk freely. Princess Fenia felt refreshed. It seemed like spring was finding its way to her too. Until the morning of the 3rd day, when the news of Ed Rothtailor's death reached her ears. Dear respected father. Greetings, father. Since you spend a lot of your time in the Imperial Castle, I have gotten used to telling you about my days through letters. However, it is noteworthy that I am no longer sending them from the Rothtailor residence, but from Sylvania Academy. Although there are many aspects I am not used yet to, as it is my first time living away from home, I will not forget the honor I must uphold as a member of the Rothtailor family. There was a period when it was hard to adjust to the busy schedule due to the intensity of the school and the egalitarian atmosphere that Sylvania is known for. As for friends, however, I have a few of what you could call school friends. I am working hard towards my goal that I confidently told you of before I left home, as well as my plan to become the youngest student council president. I am a little worried because I heard that Princess Pudinia, who is loved by the people, will be running in the elections, but I will try my best regardless. I also met Lortel, and although she's not much older, she gave off the feeling of being a perfect merchant. The negotiations for the purchase of Asace's sealed grimoire will begin soon, and I'm already wondering if it will really be okay for me to go as the family representative. And this is hard to mention casually, and since you have excommunicated him, I know that he is a shame and embarrassment to our family. But if I had to mention it, brother seems to have become hard-working and diligent. It is as if he is become a completely different person. Honestly, I was so young that my memories are not great, and I may be misinterpreting it. But I recently had a strange dream of when I was younger. In it, I was at the low hills behind our residence, a place where lilacs and daffodils bloom in abundance during spring. I remember following the hilly path while smelling the flowers. I was cawing up while holding hands with 2 people. One of the hand definitely belonged to Arwen. So the other reliable hand must have been you, right, father? Or perhaps when Arwen was still alive, Ed was not that much of a scoundrel. If so, then maybe he has not turned over a new leaf, but has just returned to how he was originally. The night brings me many complicated thoughts. From your loving daughter, Tanya Rothtailor. Deadly poison magic seal of deadly poison. If you are grazed in the slightest, you will flail around in pain and die. I have already sent a response to Tanya Rothtailor. The Student Council President elections, as well as the negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's sealed grimoire with Lortel. It will be difficult for her to handle all of that on her own, so I'm sending her a vassal she can trust. Although it is usually not allowed to send a family's vassal to Sylvania. It is for business reasons, so the Academy has allowed it. Now be on your way. I can't get used to this at all. Highest rank magic cause and effect determination. If you set a certain action or variable that you have caused, you will be able to see the resulting effects of it. Is there no choice but to use a great amount of mana? It is a shame I can't use it often. This is definitely an absolute power. When you're ahead of an important task, you can use the source of something that you have done and confirm the inevitable result. This does not really feel the greatest. However, it is a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death. Impossible. President candidate approval rating investigation result. Princess Fenia is so popular that all the people of the Klol Empire would have heard her name at least once. If Princess Fenia really does compete in the elections, No matter what happens, the chance that I will win is zero. Of course, I am well aware that reality and my delusions are very different. It is a shame, but I should just give up. Oh, Tanya, you headed to elemental studies training, ah? Has anything been bothering you during your classes? Let us have some tea together with Elka later. Wow, it is Jix. Is not he the strongest person in the whole academy? Tanya said, hi to Jix. Tanya, I am probably going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade. What time works for you? Let me know when you can, and I will set something up. So come. Okay. Wow, is not that Lortel? Tanya just said hi to an executive of the Elt Trading Company. That person. Is not that Sylvania's best genius? Lucy Merrill. Hi. So she actually does speak. Her connections are completely different from normal students like us. Tanya is so cool. She has so many connections, yet she acts with dignity and does not show off, which is so amazing. I would be happy if I could be even half as dignified as she is. Oh ho ho, good work to both of you today. It must have been tiring, so go back to your rooms and get some rest. If you keep working hard every day, both you, Kylie, and Terry will become amazing. Students, let us work hard tomorrow too. We will work hard tomorrow and the day after, so we can become as dignified and talented as you. It strangely feels like my position and status within the academy has risen an absurd amount over the last few days. But I did not even do anything. If I had to point to one thing, the reason I am receiving this kind of treatment must be because I am Ed's younger sister, right? I thought he was just a piece of trash, so why do I feel like the trashy one? Why did this happen? It is nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya. I'm happy to see you look healthy. Kadek Knox, father is so considerate. It is good to see you both. I heard you've been working hard at school. It is a relief that we can be of help. I will help by collecting information regarding the market price of the grimoire purchase negotiations, and I will ask around about the current funding of the trading company in order to make the negotiations go smoother. Thank you, Kadek. While you're focusing on your studies, I will help you with the student council president elections. With the rumors of Princess Fionia being in the running, I will find information on the pledges she is no. That is fine, Knox. There is new information that came out this morning. Princess Fionia will not be running in the elections. What? I heard that the Imperial Secretary made the announcement near the Imperial dorms. Everyone was whispering about it. But since it was just an announcement, it is still subject to change, right? The final boss of the fourth act, Crapin Rothtailor, with his perfect work processing, everyone knows of him as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothtailor family. But only Princess Fionia catches onto his darkness, the power of the Imperial family and within the Academy. Fionia, who possesses both, becomes the most reliable ally who can take the lead in the fight against Crapin, who will aim for Sylvania Academy. That is what has to happen. But she is not running in the presidential election. I'm slowly getting the feeling now. The feeling that you are going to do something reckless again. Hey, that. I can't accept you getting hurt and bleeding by yourself again, while I know nothing. You're already suffering a lot, so there's no need for you to make things harder for yourself. Regardless of what you are planning, are you help you Ed? Honestly, I think it would be good for Princess Fionia to become the student council president. That is surprising. Princess Fionia has been very mean to you, and Tanya is your sister, so I thought you would support her. But the princess herself is saying that she won't be. So what can we do? It would be nice to know the reason at least. There are a lot of eyes. Are not you two being too scandalous in broad daylight? Jix, hello. I am sorry to interrupt your quality time, but I think I know the reason. Why Princess Fionia is not running. Scandalous quality time. Your phrasing is too much. SSS, she is like an alpha wolf who has lost her pack. Due to her making the wrong choice, her pack died, and so the alpha wolf shows no reaction, despite having an arrow pointed her way. That is what Princess Fionia's eyes look like to me, as if she is in a state where she has lost her self-confidence and can't do anything. Anyway, I will stop interrupting you and be on my way. I heard it's going to rain tomorrow, so keep that in mind when leaving. You are not interrupting anything. But thanks. Jix's animal-like senses are usually a level above a normal human's 5 senses, which means his instincts should be tested. The worst possibility is that Princess Fionia has completely lost all sense of hostility towards the Rothtailor family. What should I do? That is good. If it rains, it will be the perfect environment to train the water spirits, since being near the ocean would be best. Let's go train a mid-rank spirit at the Northern Cliffs tomorrow, after elemental studies class. Thanks. Let us just do what we can for now. Is it going to rain? It is finally spring, but because of the rain, it will be harder to go out. The rain that drizzles on her body makes Lucy depressed. If it is going to rain, I hope it passes quickly. So this is how this place looks. It is my first time coming to the northern coast. The cliff area is definitely wide and desolate, with few people, so there's not much reason to come here. And it is ridiculously far out, too. But there is no better place to train a water spirit formula. I may be unworthy, but I will speak boldly. I think it was an excellent choice to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit Lycia, and to think of even using mana arrows with it. Wait, Mug, be quiet. It is an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Act 4's final chapter seeing the Crepe Inn Showdown's third phase middle bosses Kadek and Nox, the vassals that are in charge of darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. For Crepe Inn's right-hand men who have undergone all sorts of hardship to be on Arkan Island. I should be happy to see their faces, but I can't say I am. It is an honor to see you again, young Master Edition 6. You still call me young Master despite me being excommunicated. I should be thankful. We have heard about how you have been doing, young Master Edition. We came under Lord Crapen's orders. Our goal is to assassinate you. However, we repent. We vassals have held a great deal of animosity towards you, young Master Ed. That is why we had planned to assassinate you. Someone who had once dominated the estate as if you were a completely different person from your childhood, with this blade engraved with the seal of deadly poison. But the more we investigated about your life and others' perceptions of you in the academy, we saw the brightness you had possessed in your youth and realized that you would return to your true self as the heir. We will explain everything to Lord Crapen. Please become the heir once again to make the honor of the Roth-Taylor family known to the world once more. Enough with the bullshit. You have grown, young Master Ed. Eagle Knight, Kadek, who sends forward sword strikes of wind. Brown Bear Knight Nox, who uses a mace of flames. These are the vassals that are in charge of darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. Young Master, do you remember Meliana? The poor child who had lost vision in her eye for your amusement one day. My daughter. Oh yeah, that happened. But revenge is useless, Nox. Even I know that the only thing that lies at the end of your vengeance is emptiness. That is not something I should be hearing from you. You are right. You have grown. However, it will be impossible for you to block Nox's mace, which is enveloped with magic. You're dodging well, but if you get hit even once, you will die immediately, and the bow you carry will only get in the way. Thanks to that, your movements have become sloppy, and you can't properly look at your surroundings. You have nowhere to run. I know. Nox was that. Telekinesis. No, a spirit formula. He used basic shield magic that can only block magic to defend against the attack, and purposely prompted us to approach, while he prepared in the meantime. How is he attacking within an explosion like that? Blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases. Just what has happened in this short amount of time for such a scoundrel to get like this? Although, next time, you should attack my vital points instead of my lower half. Of course, however, there won't be a next time. It seems you used Nox as a shield and protected your vital points. But this is the end. No, did he even? Lycia mid-rank water spirit. I can't breathe. Those were burns and stab wounds that would easily render most people unconscious. But for a Brown Bear Knight who was confident he had seen everything that could occur on a battlefield, he was able to stay conscious. This was something even Ed Roth Taylor could not predict. It was completely unexpected. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack comes in, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Would it be a luxury to ask you to finish things quickly? That is what I should be asking. The fact that you two came means that Father must be determined to kill me. So, even if it is not this time, I am definitely going to die. Even if I kill you both, if this won't end things, I would rather die here. Although it might leave only emptiness, it won't be meaningless, since you at least won't live shackled by revenge anymore. This is a small gift for your loyalty to the Roth Taylor family. Lie. Sorry, Ed. My class ended earlier than expected. Id. Damn it, a witness shit, my body. What is this? Even a brown bear knight who was confident he had seen everything that could occur on the battlefield had things he had never seen before. An entity even higher than a high-level spirit. The summoning ceremony of the highest level spirit, of which only one existed per element in the natural world. The only girl who could execute it. Do you understand what you just did? A giant magic circle. I wonder just how many people could actually understand the meaning of this magic circle. A genius spirit sorcerer who has experience summoning the highest rank darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, has put everything on the line in this display of grief and fury. The sun that scorches the earth, possessing a larger tail than the imperial capital. The one who burned down Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth, and the highest rank fire spirit, Teorphis. Even summoning just one of his hands would be enough to burn all of the northern forest to ashes. There was no need to understand the giant magic circle in the sky. Once you saw what was in front of you, you would quickly be able to understand that the thing that was approaching you was absolute death. Run. Hurry and run. Just what? Survive. And report everything you have seen and experienced. What are you doing right now, Marilda? Move. You can't recall me. Strange, right? Calm down and think about it. You are not the one who summoned me. How is your magic engineering going? You took some magic engineering items and ingredients last time. Well, I feel like all I did until break ended was train my magic engineering all day long. To sum it up, you could call it a great success, since I made a legendary rank magic engineering item. Legendary magic engineering item Delheim's Hourglass reverts all physical states by a few seconds. Removes all damage and wounds. One-time use. Destroyed. You have used Delheim's Hourglass and have no uses remaining. Due to the use of a legendary magic engineering item, your proficiency has increased. I reversed the injuries from falling from the cliff and released the seal of deadly poison. But I only went back a few seconds. Due to the salt water getting into my injuries from the battle, my temperature is dropping rapidly. I summoned Marilda because the situation while I was atop the cliff was not normal, but I am in such a mess that I can't even grasp whether it went well or not. The legendary magic engineering tool, Delheim's Hourglass, which should not exist in the third act. I never thought I would end up using it this early. It is sad when I think that all my efforts for that long period of time have disappeared after one use, but still, I have survived. Krapen Roth Taylor's cause and effect determination magic is really annoying. Even if I were to defeat Kadek and Nox and survive, Krapen would utilize his enormous mana pool and repeat the cause and effect determination magic until he found a new future in which I died. So I needed to die once. I do not know why he wants to kill me, but if he confirmed a future where I died, he would be uninterested in me for a while. It is hard to send vassals to Arkan Island without reason. The only thing that could be considered a good enough reason is to help Tanya with the elections, as she has gotten busy, or for the sages' sealed grim war negotiations. Once those have ended, they have to leave. which means that if I live like a dead man until the grimoire negotiations and the elections are over, I can survive. The problem is that my body is not moving properly. My body was so sore I thought I was about to die, but it is a relief. You found me well. Thanks. I feel like I only make you worry. Sorry, Janica. So, in the end, until the elections take place, you are saying it will be more beneficial for you to stay hidden. Then I will bring you some daily necessities and living tools. Do not worry too much, edition, yeah. Thank you as always, Janica. But my injuries kind of hurt. Sorry, I felt relieved because I was hugging you. Wait, so, can you forget what I just said? It is still raining, but there is still a lot left to do. If you ask someone what she is doing so lazily, they would say she's doing nothing, like normal. But Lucy is actually practicing the act of waiting right now. The difference is in the fact that she feels peace, not boredom. You can easily imagine the daily life of the owner of the hut. After walking through the forest grass and confirming that the campfire has gone out, he kicks the wooden reinforcements a few times and ensures they are sturdy. He heads to the drying line and puts away the laundry that is completely soaked and takes all the tools that might rust and puts them under the tent. After, he will brush off the rain from his clothes and say hi to Lucy at the hut. Oh, you are here. Ed's daily life is ever-changing and turbulent, but in the end, he always comes here. He will light up the lamp, sit at the desk, and begin to read a magic engineering book, and she will sit near the fire and fall asleep, while listening to the sound of the rain, the fireplace, and Ed flipping the pages of his book. Strange manna, the scent of blood. Annoy. You protected the house well. Thank you. I am Knox, a vassal of Rothtailor family. To help me. I am very injured. I tripped in the forest. My comrade met a wild animal in his throat. I will let you live. If you're honest with me, I will let you live. What were you doing? Seal of deadly poison. An advanced seal, so rare you might only ever see it once in your life. Why does it feel like these accident reports only occur when I am on shift? Seeing how there is no mana remaining and only traces left on the seal of deadly poison. It must have already been used, and someone must have died. And considering that they fell from a cliff, it will be hard to go find them, even when it gets bright out. To sum up the situation, you're going to meet Ed in order to help him with his spirit sorcery. But when you came, he had been stabbed. Yes, that is what happened. I'm sure you were shocked, but try to remember clearly. You saw the culprit, right? Yes. I am sure he said they were Rothtailor's vassals, named Kadek and Knox. The vassals of Rothtailor. I see. Then when morning comes, I will talk to the High Dean and... That student, Lucy, calm down. I will explain everything back at the camp. I caught them. The murderers who killed him. Rothtailor's vassals, Kadek and Knox. What? We need to chase her immediately. Janica, we do not have time. Now, quickly, before things escalate. Rothtailor's vassals. You have been around under the pretense of helping with work. You serve the Rothtailor family, right? We are not suspicious. We came to assist Tanya Rothtailor legally with permission from the Academy. Tanya Rothtailor. Where is she? Lady Lucy. Just what is going on? Lady Lucy, why are you doing this? Bring her. Bring Tanya. It was a good fight, as if. You sure act arrogant just because you beat your second-year seniors. Good work, Alvira. 2, and regardless, we can't yet say that I have beaten the second years. Jix still remains after all. Even if 1v1 battles are his specialty, did he really beat Alvira, the top alchemy student, Well, in the first-year magic faculty, there is that genius Joseph, but that guy is still somehow the year's top student. The heir of the renowned swordsman family of Collarmore, Wade Collarmore. He might really beat Jix. What was that sound just now? Is it an attack? Do we need to run? Let us find the head maid, and then... No, it is too late. Time-type aspectual magic time prison. In this world, there exists a genius who can witness the aspectual magic that someone spent their entire life researching and copy it after just one look. Tanya Rothtaylor. Bring her. Lucy. Meryl. Hurry this way. What is it? Even the head maid fell victim. We have no idea what to do. If Lady Lucy is telling the truth, then the third-year Faculty of Magic student, young Master Ed Rothtaylor, has died. The assassin was a vassal of the Rothtaylor family. A vassal of the Rothtaylor family. Does that mean that Tanya Rothtaylor? You guys go ahead first. What, young Master Jix, the situation? What is wrong with you? Are you going to try and get revenge or something? Just evacuate. When the time comes, I will evacuate. So you leave first. I am sorry. As I thought, 5 minutes after the first loud noise, no one had seen Tanya Rothtaylor, and the door was locked. The only place she could hide. Why? Why is this happening? Just why? All of the evidence points at Tanya. But I still do not understand. To be precise, thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy were getting better. Although it did seem like Tanya held some ill will towards Ed, it is strange for her to have orchestrated an assassination. Listen well, Tanya Rothtaylor. You need to answer me truthfully. Did you have Ed assassinated? No, I swear. I did not. I can't be sure. But at this rate, Tanya will definitely die. Thinking about how Ed is dead, I feel desolate. But there are too many things I can't understand right now. It might be right for me to not interfere. Okay, I will listen to the details later. Stay in here for now. But what is for certain if you go out into the square, you might die? Is that Tanya dying? And Lucy getting blood on her hands? I will stop Lucy for now. Are not what Ed would have wanted. Can you not read the room, Jix? If so, then I need to achieve my goal, even if by force. I will taking be Takin Tanya. Dorothy, third-year Faculty of Alchemy top student. This person is a top student too, but even she fell victim. Why is something like this happening? Fuck. I did not come to Sylvania for this. There is no such thing as peace in my life. This fucking sucks. Fucking fuck. If something like that suddenly appears, of course it would be scary. Boss, fuck. I fucking hate this. What are you doing, idiotic Clebius? I can't believe you are lying down in a place like this. Were not you sparring just now? Yeah. I used all of my reagents while I was sparring, so I have to go to the lab to get more. The only people who can stop that monster right now are the top students. In terms of time, we need to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy workers arrive. It looks like your legs have given up. Once you regain your strength, escape to the faculty building. And if there are academy workers there, call them over. Idiotic bastard. Pathetic bastard. You fucking useless bastard. This is bad. The academy workers are on their way, and Marilda is also going. But Lucy found out before I could explain anything, so I do not know what might happen. What about Lucy? I think she went to Ophelis Hall to find Tanya. Okay, then I will have to go myself. If you roll around in the rain, you can get sick like this. But make sure to remember this feeling. Slowly, the number of times where you lie down with a fever or get injuries on your body will become less and less. You will meet weak people, those who could spend their entire lives just to barely manage to do the things you can do so easily. You are not going to bring her. Fine then. It won't be long before I find her myself. You will become such a powerful mage that no one will rival you. Life may get tedious because of your innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. Even the feeling of pain will eventually become a distant memory. Lying old man. Damn, I thought that was a good plan. Strange, it is a type of magic I have never seen before, but its casting speed is abnormally high. It was so fast that I wondered what principle it was. But it was not magic. It was just pure mana you were emanating. So in the end, the problem was the mana. Mages who have outstanding mana sensitivity will make magic out of mana. But did you know we alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that is not magic? Like magic engineering items, for example, or reagents. Red quartz reagent allows you to absorb a great amount of mana, allowing it to move with fluidity. I will now use your mana as fuel to activate all of these magic engineering items. Mana circuit connection complete. A Krex mana separator, noise generator, elemental stimulator, claw hand, Hadouken, vision disc, and Catlon mana purifier. If I activate all of these with an increased output at the same time, all of the mana in the area will evaporate. I'm sure that all of my babies that I've spent my entire life making will get ruined. Not all of the students have evacuated yet. This way, the maids need more time too. But try and break past this too. Overload the amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but nobody does it because it is not academically valuable. Since no one has that much mana, if someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop them in the first place. Time that it took to apprehend the Awfulest Hall's head maid, Belle Maya. Fourth-year top magic faculty, student Tracy Anna Bloom-Liver. Fourth-year top alchemy faculty, student Dorothy Whitefelts. 14 high classmates. And second-year top alchemy faculty student, Alvira, 3 minutes. Do not you think you will regret it if you keep going? You could have just sent the entire Awfulest Hall flying with this amount of mana, but the fact that you have done all this must be because you also think that edition would not have wanted this either, right? That is something I will decide after meeting Tanya. I'm a crazy bastard who is out of his mind. Clebius, I'm not letting you get past here, you motherfucker. Time that it took to apprehend. Second year, top combat faculty student, Clebius. 1 second. If so, then I need to achieve my goal, even if by force. Give me Tanya. What the? The island family swordsmanship, but it is too much of a difficult and drastic change to say that. It is the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands who became civilized after staying at the island estate. Although it is rather free-spirited, it is not completely detached from theory. This is real swordsmanship experience. However, it is incomplete. His center gravity is too high, so he has a weak spot. I have one. Windblade. You want to keep going? Of course, Jix. I'm someone who enjoys fighting with strong people. It is an opportunity to fight with someone as strong as you. So how could I give up that easily? Please entertain me some more. How unsightly, Wade. You do not enjoy fights. You enjoy victory. You only show drive when it comes to fights that you see the potential of victory in. Is not that right, what? If you truly wanted to fight with someone strong, you would not have chosen me among the Magic faculty second years. I'm not the Magic faculty's top student. Lucy Merrill is. That. If you're still looking for an excuse, then that is all you can amount to. Coward bastard. Then what should I have done against such an impossible opponent? That would just be foolish. That is your limit. Pride. The cause of death of more warriors than anything else in the world. Beware of those who believe that it is a virtue to charge forward courageously and pompously with full confidence in their abilities. And do not hold respect for those who put their lives on the line over and over in order to express themselves. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is your weapon. However, if you live like that, one day, a day will come when your feet are unable to leave the floor. Even though, as you always have, you can escape quickly, there will be a time when your feet will not want to lift from the floor, although your entire body may tremble. Fascinatingly enough, your hand that holds your sword will be firm and steady. Although loss will be inevitable, your body will still strive to move forward. Remember that feeling. For that is conviction. That is, Clebius. Mid-rank Fire Magic Flame Pillar. I did not forget my promise not to kill anyone. The reason I can still do this despite that fact is because I am confident that I cannot kill that monster with just this much. He got faster. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. More wounds are forming. Even more blood is being spilled over his bloodstained body. It would not be strange for Clebius to have fainted at any point from the blood loss, but the amount of mana that surrounded his sword and body only increased as he became more wounded and as more blood flowed. This is a cursed sword. Nortondale family's taboo. Blood swordsmanship. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source, and is a taboo among taboos. It is the sword demon. He killed another person. You demon, monster bastard. Why is a monster like that in our family? Even the Nortondale family itself forbade him from inheriting it. No, you're not a monster. Right, Clebius? The monster who learned the taboo of blood swordsmanship on his own. Sword demon Clebius Nortondale. Yeah, brother. But even he had to acknowledge it. That is the real monster. High-level, lightning magic, divine punishment. We are almost there. This way. If you go through the door at the end of this hallway, you can escape. Lord Tell. There were a lot of blocked roads. You're lucky, Tanya. You should make sure you thank Jix for coming with you. Lord Tell. Have you heard about Ed? Not sure. What were you going to do if it was just Tanya by herself? I would have ripped her to shreds. That would be rash, Lord Tell. You are right, Jix. Instead of killing her, I should start with her fingernails. Not sure what she would confess, though. No, it was not me, it is fine, Tanya. Go on. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? I can't beat you. So I will let you go. My body instinctively froze. As everyone in Sylvania knew, making an enemy of Lortel Ketchuln was a foolish choice. The moment this girl began to show hostility towards you, you could never know what might be waiting behind that door. Just what am I supposed to do? Jix, who had frozen, was deep in thought. But Jix had not caught on yet. How are they still safe? How is it possible that he could spend this time stop? Frozen in thought. Just how many times are you going to get hit by this high-level magic? Clebius. Do not blame yourself too much. It is the fault of the people who want to test your power, not yours. Lift your head. That is not a curse. A hero that charges forward with the conviction to hold the line against an army bearing down on him like a mountain. This is the power our progenitor, Belkis Nortondale, used to protect the family. With that power, you can also become a hero like him. Fuck, brother was wrong. The Nortondale family has a sword demon. Even if he acts like a human, once he loses rationality, his surroundings become a sea of blood. An antiquated concept like morality does not apply to a monster who bathes his surroundings in blood. I can become a hero with this power. It is a relief that it was me you killed this time and not someone else, since I at least can forgive you. So do not blame yourself too much. The true hero died that day, at the hands of a monster. Fuck. I really can't go on any longer. I do not want to become a hero. I just do not want to become a monster. We're almost there. I have done my part. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your sword and body as you become more wounded and as more blood flows. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more power you possess. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. However, perhaps due to the complacency of the strong, or the determination of the weak, a moment occurred that could never be repeated. She definitely could have died. Lucy, who had lived her entire life as the strong, could never get used to that feeling. The fear of death she would experience for the first time made her determine that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. What the fuck? As I thought. You were alive, you motherfucker. Now what? There is no time. I need to hurry up and decide. Then Lortel. Ah, Lortel, Janica. Ah, I found her. Janica, is not this? She seems fine even after the news about Ed. Could it be? Has she gone completely crazy? No, maybe. Am I misinterpreting this situation? No, if anything, I think you arrived at the perfect time. Is that you, Clebius? Yes, I know. I got hella beat up. I know that all that fighting was for nothing, and that I would never be able to reach her toes, even if I put my life on the line. I should have run away. But am I the only idiot? They're all so weak and definitely would not be able to stop her, yet they still ran this way to try and stop her somehow. Nobody asked her to, Clebius, yet she sacrificed the things she would worked on her entire life without hesitation. It would have been more comfortable if he would just given up everything like the others, but instead, he believed that even while being destroyed, he could become something like a hero. Fuck. Why would not he let me just run away? And I still could not even win. It is all wrong again. It is all meaningless again. So, thank you, Alvira, Clebius. Your efforts were not meaningless. They were truly valuable. I am really a dumb fucking loser. Just an insect piece of shit. I know that. Clebius, get it together. These are not empty words. I am really shocked. I have a full understanding of all of the main characters in this academy. But I never thought that anyone would have the ability to do this, including me. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for me to arrive. He stood for that entire time on his own. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's third act final boss against the Awakened One. Against Lucy. I am sorry, Lucy. I should have told you in advance. Based on the situation, I had to die. But I was also in an extreme situation where my life was at risk. So I cannot prepare anything in advance. So I cannot let you know. I thought you were dead. I'm still here. See, I am right here. After entering civilization, I was confident that nothing would cause me to feel fear again. I have found you, Tanya. I have been looking for you. But this is difficult. These two already are not in their right minds because of the news of Ed's death. If so, wait, I have something to say about Ed. Think clearly, Tanya Roth-Taylor. If you follow the path this way and run, there'll be a forked road from there go west. If you keep running like crazy, you will reach the life buildings. Once you have lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You are the heir of Roth-Taylor. So it would be ideal if you could find imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Then what about you? I will block them to the best of my ability so they can't go after you. It might not be possible, though. Why would you go so far? I would not go this far if you were not Ed's younger sister. Just consider yourself lucky and run. I am prepared. I'm sure you won't hear me out no matter what I say now. Janica, I completely understand your feelings. Since I also have someone I love. Got it, Lortel, wait, what? Just the thought of losing that person hurts so much. I'm sure your entire body is burning up in fury. You have no choice but to feel that way. Since he is the person you love, since you loved Ed more than anyone. Why would not I know how serious and precious your love towards Ed is? The passionate love and feelings you had towards Ed will remain in your heart in whatever way, and become a part of. He is not dead. Ed's not dead. Ed's not dead, I said, so please just stop. Spring rain is falling. The petals on the street and the flowers left in the gardens get swept away by spring's rains, and the seasons take on a new image. Emotions are the same. Once it is all released and you regain your composure, even stable relationships can enter new conditions. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glock was the same way she felt about Ed. But those overlapping feelings were similar, yet slightly different. What is that difference? Lucy, although he had only said her name as he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized what this emotion was. The scent of settled grass makes you feel serene. There are times when that refreshing scent wafts over from the stack of hay piled near the hut. I just lay around, letting it linger since I do not particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids felt quite the opposite. People who smoke every day carry the heavy scent of cigarettes on their body. And girls who spend their youth running through a peach garden will always have the smell of peaches on them. Do not you think? What I mean to say is, once you catch a certain scent on someone's body smell of grass, it is difficult to ignore or change how you perceive it. There is still lots to do. Soon, the academy people will arrive, so we do not have much time. Since it has come to this, I have to explain my circumstances. But it will be difficult to clear things up with so many people. Janaya has gone to find Tanya. It should be fine to tell Clebius and Alvira. Jix and Lortel should be okay too. Yes, now that the rain has stopped, let's go see the others. What did you say? That is what I thought. You were not listening, were you? Pay attention. You will definitely have to face the disciplinary committee for this. And since Clebius and Alvira are quite injured, you owe them an apology. Apology? Yes, because they got hurt while blocking you. And from the looks of it, Olivia lost nearly everything related to the magic engineering item she would been working on for so long. She came at me first, and Clebius bled like a waterfall or something. He cut himself and lost that blood, although the magic I used may seem cruel from their perspectives. So you should apologize. But from Lucy's perspective, she worked hard to ensure those who came for her would not die. If you do not want to, then I will take care of it, since I am also responsible. He sighed. I am being treated like a pathetic person. I am being hated. Ed is disappointed in me. No, I got it. I will apologize. Oh, good. How wise of you. The scent of grass. It seems you're not hurt anywhere, which makes sense. Anyway, we do not have time, so let us go. When I smell that scent of grass, if I let my guard down for even a second, I can't breathe and feel shivers down my spine. Why has this happened? I thought he was just someone who took care of my perfect nap spot at camp. Sitting together by fire, eating together, lying down comfortably on the bed I always fell asleep on. That is how a little more than a year passed together at the camp. Together. The mixing happening together lead to this scent of grass. I am sure Janica has been having trouble finding Tanya. I am indebted to her again. So let us hurry and wrap things up and do something for Janica. Do you really have to leave now? Office Hall's central entrance. I am sorry. Nice. Everyone's here. What are you doing, Lortel? So you were safe after all? Addition, yes. I am sorry for making you worry. Worry, of course not. Thinking logically, I knew you were not someone who'd die so easily. Oh, and you even had Delheim's hourglass as one of the magic engineering items you requested from me. It is important for merchants to always remain calm and rational. I was composed while checking all the facts. Right, Jix? Yes. Lortel was not emotionally stirred at all. Of course, Tanya was very suspicious, so I did say a few harsh things, but there was no physical harm done. Yes, that is true. There is no way I would have thought you would die, Ed. Well, seeing your face like this does put me at ease. It seems I was a bit worried after all. I guess you did make me anxious. Addition, there is nothing free in this world. You're going to pay me for making me anxious, right? What? No way, Lucy, you. What is wrong, Lucy? Lortel was just saying she was worried. There's no need to be like that. I understand that your emotions have finally calmed down, but normally, Lucy's actions had no emotions behind them. But my senses are telling me, you are too close. This is an emergency. What the? Oh ho, this. Excuse me. I thought we did not have much time. Yeah, the Academy people will arrive soon. I told everyone I would hide the fact that I was alive and simply explain the reason. Lucy apologized to Clebius and Alvira and decided to help find Tanya, who had run away. Jix seemed a bit wistful about something, but we all agreed on a story for what happened before turning everyone back from being frozen as stone. So, I had to disappear from the Academy before it was discovered that I was alive. What happened? My body's injuries are healed. With magic. Why are you being so extra, idiot Clebius? Just what the hell is happening? Am I dead? Well, I was fighting non-stop and died, so I can't exactly complain about being called an idiot. The Academy workers will arrive soon. You just have to testify that you stopped Lucy. What? How am I supposed to say that I blocked that monster? It is always fun to discover new things as an alchemist. Lucy bowed her head respectfully and healed Clebius' injuries. Lortel wrote a guarantee for Ed Rothtaylor, promising to provide ample secret maintenance funds. And even Ed Rothtaylor's words. Today was filled with a series of things that I truly could not have expected. You just rest. What are you doing right now, gosh? Saying something like this makes me feel defeated again, but it must have been Ed Rothtaylor who blocked Lucy. In the end, I could not beat him again like an idiot. But the newest discovery, Clebius, life's so shitty. I'm sure you will yell at me not to whine again. No, you were right. Life is pretty shitty. There was a lot Alvira wanted to say, but in the end, she just affirmed Clebius' words. They both looked up and watched the night sky for a long time. In that moment, there was a star quietly shining in their eyes, one they did not even realize was there. Come on, legs. Move. I can't rest. She will definitely be chasing me. I really can't afford to get caught. Unfortunately, no one was chasing Tanya. And I need to clear the murder accusations against me regarding addition. I need to find out the truth. Now, nobody thought Tanya had killed Ed. I definitely can't get caught. It would be great if someone could catch her and stop her from shadowboxing. But there was no way. Stay steadfast, Tanya Rothtaylor. Ed Rothtaylor's death incidents investigation has almost concluded. We used thoughtography magic to confirm the scene situation. Although we could not perfectly reenact the scene, the witness, Janica Failover's, testimony matches up with it. The vassals stabbed the victim, Ed Rothtaylor, and he fell off the cliff. This was all confirmed. The vassals of the Rothtaylor family who seem to be the culprits have been imprisoned in a facility in the Academy basement. Although their punishment will be transferred to the royal palace, we still need to report the truth. I think Ed's death is basically confirmed. We need to organize the facts and get ready to report to the royal palace. Yes, I will organize them well. The Academy has to conclude things in whatever way we can. Sylvania Academy Principal Abel Forcius. The influence of one student's death was more than expected. Lucy blew up from the shock of learning about Ed Rothtaylor's death, and the students had to evacuate in the middle of the night. He must have been a student who had great influence on many people. Ed Rothtaylor. In the end, Lucy was stopped by second-year combat faculty top student, Clebius Nortondale, and things concluded well when Lucy, who was found sitting quietly in the rose garden, was secured. Was he that capable incredible. The Academy should prepare a commendation for Clebius. And for Lucy, we can open a disciplinary committee hearing and conclude things there. Sylvania Academy Vice Principal Rachel. We saw Lucy Merrill. We had the petitions from the injured students, Clebius and Alvira. And the extent of the damages was the third floor's outer wall of the dorms where Tanya's room was. The outer wall of the opposite hallway, the Ophilus Hall entrance, the Rose Garden's marble floor, and one gazebo. It is not insignificant, but compared to the Ophilus Hall occupation incident, it is minimal. It would have ended with a light punishment if there had just been one more thing. Reflection. Other educational facilities, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania as the current best educational facility. That is because it birthed a rare genius mage, and because the Academy also uses that as advertisement. Expulsion is not an option. If possible, it would be great not to leave any disciplinary records. Even though I'm trying to give her a light punishment, she is showing no sign of reflection. The top student in the school has no class. Your scholarship eligibility will be revoked for this semester. You will receive 10 days of suspension. Your student facility use privileges will be revoked for 70 days. And your practical exam score will be lowered by 2 ranks. Your eligibility to stay in Ophelia Hall will be revoked. If you accept, please sign here. Although it may seem like a heavy punishment, the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. Glock Scholarship Association has already paid her tuition in full. I accept. Even if her grades fall by 2 ranks, the distance between Jix, ranked second, and her is still far. She does not use school facilities at all, so basically nothing will change. Wait 1 second. I am Belmaya, the maid in charge of Ophilus Hall, and I am here as a witness. This may be presumptuous of me, but please reconsider Lady Lucy's disciplinary matter. I do not think that a punishment like this will truly make Lady Lucy reflect. I recommend that you adjust the punishment's contents. Wait, no, I want to sign the disciplinary plan from earlier. Sending Lady Lucy out of Ophilus Hall is not a punishment, but a reward. So I request that you at least limit her leaving. Give me the paper, suspend me from school, to suspend me from school of the dorms through a probation period. We, the Ophilus Hall, maids will all do our best, let me go, and stand guard to monitor her 24 hours a day. Then, with the senior maid's opinion, we will have 30 days of probation. Luckily, there won't be any disciplinary records remaining. Thank you for considering my opinion. No, I apologize. I'm truly reflecting, please. Not that, Lady Lucy. I will show you my ability to ensure you can't go outside at all. So Lucy is under probation for a while. The punishment definitely is light. Although I'm sure Lucy must feel like dying. Yeah, it must be because Alvira and Clebius spoke well for her like you asked them to. Right, Ed? Tata, this is a beef stew that I cooked a lot when I was back home, and it is the dish I am the most confident at making. Laundry, spirit class, school lessons, and cooking. She is stubborn about doing them all herself. I wonder if this is what it means for someone to be purely kind. At this point in time, where the student council president elections will take place, there are 3 factors that bother me the most. First, Princess Phenia, who seems to have almost completely lost the will to become the student council president. Second, Tanya Roth-Taylor, who is supposed to become the villain to oppose Princess Phenia, but is currently missing. Lastly, Roth-Taylor's 2 vassals, Kadek and Knox, who were imprisoned at the Academy. I put on that kind of show so that Crape and Roth-Taylor would hear about my death and completely stop thinking about me. However, because things have gotten twisted, Kadek and Knox, with my murder charges, have been arrested at the Academy. I need to free them somehow and make Crapin think I am dead for good. Only then can this stuffy life of seclusion come to an end. I have so much to do. Since you were a noble young master from a duke's family, you get involved in all sorts of things even after being excommunicated. I'm just a countryside farm girl, so I do not know what your life is like. That is why I can't comfort you properly. Acting like I know everything when I do not at all, and telling you to cheer up. Saying that kind of stuff is meaningless, and would not seem sincere. You can comfort me without thinking that deeply. You have already helped me more than enough, but I still want you not to worry. This is just me being greedy. I just would like it if you would stop having such a hard time. Being alone with Janica these days means that sometimes there is a sudden quiet. It is not awkward, but it does feel strange. Thanks so much, Janica. You are the only one who worries this much about me. After saying it, I feel embarrassed. Anyway, the most important thing right now is to find Tanya. I do not know what she's doing where, but I'm sure you're worried too. There's a place I have a feeling she might have gone to, and at first, I was surprised that Tanya was not how I remembered. In The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Tanya Rothtailor was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. But I confirmed Tanya's toughness with my own two eyes. Tanya will be doing fine. I am sure she is holding on well somewhere, planning for the future. Like always, with confidence and elegance. I really never gave any orders to kill brother. Before Tanya came, I heard that Ed Rothtailor had died. In order to deal with my complicated relationship with Addition, I canceled most of the work I would have been behind on and advanced some things to work on them. I wanted to find a time to properly talk with him, and with 1 day left, Ed Rothtailor died. If I would have been 1 day faster, this would not have happened, but my petty pride stopped me from doing that. The goal I've been continuously preparing and gathering resources for since my enrollment. Becoming the student council president at Sylvania. Although it is weak compared to the power of the royal family, it would allow me to have power within my own independent territory of Sylvania. I would not end up as the third princess who only relied on the royal family, and I would obtain the independent position as Sylvania Academy's student council president, not using the background of the royal family, but my own position to deal with the darkness within the Rothtailor family and the royal family. I would, but now I am sure of it. Am someone who should never have power. Princess Phenia, can I come in? Come in, Claire. Tanya Rothtailor. Although I do not know exactly what has happened, according to the Academy's primary investigation, there's a high possibility that Ed was assassinated by vassal from the Rothtailor family. Other than Ed, excommunicated, who is she, is the only person left on Arkan Island. For the Rothtailor family, I do not know if you will believe me, but I truly did not kill brother. You have suffered, Tanya Rothtailor. I need to learn from my mistakes. Come in, and tell me everything that has happened until now. Okay, from now on, let us not make the mistake of drawing conclusions just from seeing the family name Rothtailor. Tanya Rothtailor, I have decided to believe you. So, I will help hide you here until the situation clears up a bit. Thank you so much, Princess Phenia. I am indebted to you. No, this is something I should do. You will be able to stay here safely for a while without getting caught. She is a girl with a soft temper. To think I would have been planning on having a political fight with a girl like this. Princess, there is a guest in the reception room. Yes, I am coming. My true opponent is someone else. How have you been? Ed's death is truly a shame, but we still need to carry out the Academy's plans. Do not you agree, Princess Phenia? So, why did you come looking for me? The chaotic Academy political situation. The only person who has completely analyzed and understood this situation. I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya. Was Lortel Ketchley. Kill me. D29 until the end of probation. 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phenia met. Wow, incredible reaction time and ability. I, the Fire Spirit Mug, am touched. Let us end things here for today, young Master Ed. I think your close combat skills are outstanding for a mage. You must have been training for a while. Mid-rank Water Spirit Lycia. It is all thanks to you. You are a perfect opponent to duel. Mug is too small. Advanced crafting skill, slot spirit formula infusion skill, proficiency, 25. And training with Marilda is a bit too much. I think fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. With that house-sized wolf, I would be sent to the afterworld. High-ranked spirits can freely change their form. That is how it is possible for her to easily go around the entirety of Arkan Island. I feel strangely pleased. Stats barely increase once they have passed 15. Since, past that, you need to fulfill specific conditions like clearing hidden quests. When considering the stats I can obtain as Ed Rothtailor, I'm getting closer to the upper limit. Once my long-term goal of mid-rank magic is achieved, should I think of a special ability, I can't get complacent here and stop growing. All right. Oh my. I was enjoying the view. I know it is frustrating to be living in seclusion, but you should rest when you can. Is that so? To be honest, I feel more at ease compared to in the forest. My food, clothing, and shelter are all being provided by the help of others. Janica, mostly, yeah. Then you must have been training with spirits. Then the spirits must be watching all of this. Emergency, emergency, ahaha. What are you trying to do? I'm going to go visit Princess Phineas soon. I thought a few things I can make some money off of regarding the elections. I want to finish the deal with her before that. As you have requested, it would be easy to release the two knights, Kadek and Nox. But it is not for free, so I wanted to take the deposit for it now. Deposit, can you hug me once? Oh, wait, Ed. What are you doing? Normally this kind of thing, attack and defense, are separate. I'm a little confused. It felt too different from the countless times I imagined it before I came here. Just why are you not wearing clothes? You should know that I am walking a tightrope inside my heart already. There is such a thing as common courtesy. I just did what you wanted. That is true, but slowly. To be honest, I came because I wanted a response in advance. Do you remember my request for you to take my side once? So you're up to something. I think I will have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school becomes my enemy, I want you, at least, to remain my ally. So, why did you come looking for me? Phenia exclusive royal dorms. I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya. Once you have lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You are the heir of Roth Taylor, so it would be ideal if you could find imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Tanya, who headed towards the life buildings, would most likely be here. The fact that the Academy does not know her whereabouts makes it clear. Why are you coming out to find Tanya in the first place, Lortel? And although the princess is good at masking her expressions, she is right in my palms. If I have to say, I have some business with her. As you are aware, I am opportunistic and petty. Although I act weak to those who I can't dare touch, I am cruel to those weaker than me. The Roth Taylor family has enough power that even the royal family can't recklessly touch them. I'm not sure whether their heir, Tanya, is truly weaker than you. Is not that an issue you should consider more? I can't touch the Roth Taylor family. But to me, who has the economy of the life buildings in my hands, Tanya is weaker. Of course, if you try to take her side, it will be hard for me to get to her. Of course, I knew you would come out like this, so I've been properly preparing. I'm going to run for student council president. If I am the student council president as well as the association leader, won't Tanya come to me? If I'm a higher power, that is. This is not a situation where you can keep hiding. Roth Taylor's vassals have been arrested, and all routes outside of Arkan Island are within Lortel's hands. Lortel Ketchuln's feelings towards Ed Roth Taylor have always appeared special. Based on the circumstantial evidence, she must think you are the culprit. It is not a great situation. Thank you for telling me, Princess Phenia. I have no choice but to ask you. If you were not the one who planned to kill Ed Roth Taylor, then who did? That is, it was me. The reason Kadek and Nox came to Sylvania was under the pretext to assist me, and the one that gave that order was the patriarch of Roth Taylor, Crapin Roth Taylor. Father, who did not care about addition. The reason he suddenly made this extreme choice was probably because I mentioned Ed within my letter to him. The one who caused Ed to meet that dreadful ending was me. That is not a crime, but I can't just stay like this. Then do you have some kind of plan? In this land of learning, Sylvania, Ed did not give up and showed me how much a person can change as long as they are alive. There is only one way for me to survive and to find out the truth behind his murder. I have to run in the student council president election. It won't be easy. You are currently a suspect in the murder of your own family member. Yes, it won't be easy, but when considering those who have helped me while I have been backed into this corner, and for Ed's sake, I cannot just stay intimidated like this. Then I will publicly support you. Why would you go this far? I'm not sure. Well, I also have a debt I could not pay back to Ed Roth Taylor. I have gathered all of the related submitted documents. You're truly going to run in the elections. Association leader Lortel. I obtained info that Tanya is going to run too. And there are rumors that Princess Fenia will support her, but since she is suspected to have murdered her family, I do not think she will receive much support. But Association leader Lortel, you're doing most of the work yourself, and you're losing a lot of sleep. Association leader Secretary Liena, and Student Council President too. Will that really be possible? Only ask necessary questions, please. I am sorry. Then I will submit this to the Academy immediately. The Student Council President elections at Sylvania Academy will begin with Ed Rothtaylor dead. What useless question. She will find out everything very soon. The twisted scenario was urgently passing by with every minute and second in Lortel's hands. Oh, finally, I gotta stand up, GY. So, how many days are left? D27. The disciplinary action plan was passed yesterday. It took a long time to process because the Academy's been busy. That is how things go when it comes to administrative work. I think we will have to restart the count with yesterday as day 1. So it is D29. However, time was not passing quickly for everyone. Shit, I guess. Duke Crapin's judgment was correct. Even though he was not fully developed on a technical level, to have that ability to respond and that level of battle proficiency means that if he lived, he could have been a great threat to the Rothtaylor family. Definitely. And it was not just his abilities that were outstanding. The spirit sorcerer who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all of her mana, and that mage who resolved to take revenge without hesitation. Judging from how he was able to build deep relationships with people of such ability, Ed Rothtaylor's potential could not have been predicted. They were aware of what a terrible human the delinquent heir of the Rothtaylor family was. But still, they were curious about why the patriarch would order them to assassinate him. However, they could now make a cautious guess. What if Ed Rothtaylor, with this much ability, had thought of opposing the patriarch and feigned lunacy after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania? What if he had been raising his forces here? It is pointless to talk about that now. Correct. What is most important right now is leaving this place and reporting this all to the patriarch, right? Do not worry. It is just that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of you two escaping. That is all. I am Dune, decoy of the Elt Trading Company. You know, Belle, you have 24 days and 3 hours left. Kill me. I cannot do that. Wow, so pretty. She sure has a fascinating aura. That shiny silver hair. I was originally silver-haired too. She disappeared. She seems to be around the age of a student, but she is not wearing a uniform. I wonder who she is. There is so much I still do not know. Yes, since there's lots to learn, let us live each day to its fullest. There will never be another time like this in my life. I thought I would be able to meet Tanya immediately after Awfulus Hall was retaken, but her whereabouts are unknown. I was surprised when I heard that she was one of the student council president candidates in the Academy newsletter, but it is a relief that she is at least safe. What was really shocking was that third year Ed had passed. The vassals of Rothtaylor, the family that excommunicated him, are the likely culprits. The scenery of that hut during that winter blizzard, and the sight of Ed that made me think of the meaning of freedom. It was a feeling that I can still recall like it just happened. But Tanya, my first friend at this academy, is being named as one of the culprits who had a hand in his murder. I believe in Tanya, but with the news that the vassals escaped prison, how could she think of killing her own brother? The opinion of her within the academy is getting worse. The atmosphere of the academy after the loss of Ed is quite dark and gloomy. It is an incredible amount of work, but in the end, it is related to Ed Rothtaylor's death. I would like one professor to take on the responsibility and get it done. Someone who knows a bit about Ed Rothtaylor and has interacted with Clebius and with Lucy. Is there no magic faculty professor like that? There is an assistant professor. Assistant Professor Claire. Whenever there was this much work, Ed was always so helpful. You really do not know what will happen in life. Yes. Annis has also stopped talking. It was a short meeting that never would have borne fruit. This pain that is filling my heart. But I am okay. I can still see Ed glimmering in my vision, but I will endure it somehow. However, Janica was the one who testified on the real culprit behind Ed's murder case. I'm having such a hard time. But Janica, she must be suffering even more than I am. Right. I'm going to try curry today. Anis, you're good at cooking, right? What do you think? It is hard for me to control the fire, so I wanted to do something that I could just keep on a medium heat for a while. I am used to cutting up the ingredients, but I am a bit scared to try a new dish. Maybe not. We have only really eaten hot food recently, right? But it is not good to decrease your vegetable consumption, so maybe a salad. Wake up, Janica, he's gone now. He is dead. You have to accept it. No, so, Lady Janica, is this okay, Janica? Tanya returned to the academy on her own. She had been hiding at the royal dorms, but it seems that she has been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia decided to officially support Tanya. So, some of her support is returned. Wow. The shirt is so clean, but there are way more people from the academy who support Lortel. Economic President Lortel, President of the Common People. The candidate registration is not even over yet, but the energy has completely shifted over to her. But when Lortel came to the cave, what happened? I know it is none of my business, but at this rate, Lortel will become the student Calcnal president. I came because of my promise with Ed, but it seems Janica was here too. Jix, it does not matter if Lortel becomes president, but Kadek and Nox have escaped, so the rumors that Tanya murdered you are growing stronger. I went to the royal dorms after Princess Fenia called me. But because you have put your life on the line in your own way, I can't testify for Tanya either. What I want to say is that Tanya is in really bad shape. Tanya, who has been close with the top students as your younger sister, is someone who'd receive attention even if she was the first-year student council president candidate. But now that she is being framed as someone who killed a family member, she is currently being suspected by all students in the academy. She will soon stand in front of everyone once the student council president candidate registration period is over. But it does not look like she will be able to handle it any longer. Addition, you do not have to say anything else. Right now, it is Act 3, Scene 2, right before the election. According to my memories, this act does not have a single fight scene, and is a scenario to clearly show all of the relationships the protagonist has built up until this point at the academy. Normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia, since she was the one who chased Ed Rothtaylor out at the beginning and saved him. Of course, it is not like he is meeting and persuading all of the students one by one. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, he goes to convince the top students who he has a relationship with. Lucy, who does not vote, because she is lazy Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote. Istier Wade, who is on the princess side, and fourth-year Dorothy, who supports Tanya. They're the ones that can't be convinced. The ones that can be convinced, the two top students from each year. A total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. Winning the elections like this, Princess Fenia became the president, and Taylor obtains the necessary power of the royal family, who will become his biggest supporting force until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crapin Rothtaylor, as well as during the battle against the final boss. Maintaining the flow in a scenario like this is a matter of life and death. Although at a small scale, it can be a weapon for your own gains. It is the most assured way of guaranteeing your survival in the great trials ahead. Although the smaller aspect of change a lot, I need to make sure the overall flow for the future is consistent. Princess Fenia must become the student council president. If I just hide like this, the opinion about Tanya will continue to get worse. And in order to prevent Lortel from becoming president, Princess Fenia might actually decide to run. It might be better to secretly let Princess Fenia know that I am alive and convince her to run and convince all of the top students I have connections with to stir up the pot. Regardless, until the registration period is over, there's still a lot of ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. But then, what about Tanya? Tanya, who is supposed to become a one-time villain who'd disappear later, has now become a murderer because of Ed Rothtaylor. Because of me, she is now experiencing an overwhelming ordeal that was not originally in the scenario. I need to choose between Tanya and the scenario. You seem worried. Well, it is a shame, but should we cancel today's plans? No, it is fine. Let us begin. I need to confirm the results of training all this time. And I have something I want to check as well. When you have a lot on your mind, it is good to get your body moving. Thank you. I have not had a proper opponent to face recently, so I have been itching to work up a sweat. This should be good. Both of us decided to do a little light sparring. Suddenly, the girl's old memories came to mind. As is always the case with old memories, the light had faded quite considerably. Still, she tried to recall every scene. The three siblings, hand in hand, walking to the hill covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and perhaps that was her last happy memory. Ever since then, Tanya's life has been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures. There were once happier days, but murderer, step down. How did things end up like this? Because helping Tanya, who has been driven into a corner, will have a huge influence on the flow of the scenario. It makes me hesitate a bit. Even more so with the way things have already been twisted, with many things still having unknown causes. All right then, Jix Effelstein, the strongest second year, other than Lucy, who was a comrade to Taylor until the end. But due to exhaustion and incompatibility, he should have lost to Wade in the scenario. I am coming. First sword. It is a small detail, but it still bothers me. Let's check. And above all, let us see how much the person who has changed the most from the original scenario. Basic defensive magic blocks magic attacks. I've gotten stronger. He is fast. How is he moving this fast? But with him moving in that quickly, it will be difficult to dodge this, right? What the were those unnatural movements? Is he telekinesis magic moves objects using mana? Is he moving his own body using telekinesis during battle? No matter how much of a grasp he has on his own magic and physical abilities, those are not movements that can be replicated. You also need a battle sense for this that surpasses simple theory. Mid-rank magic ice spear. No mercy. Did he assume I could dodge this? In reality, I am just barely managing to. This is obviously a diversion. Fought a strategic move to activate greater magic, buying time for a larger spell. I thought this was supposed to be a light spar. I thought it would be 1-2 at the start. I would just been planning on using a single blade. But I think high-rank magic advanced mana armament. That practice should be like the real thing. Will this be okay? I put carrots in the curry, so I hope he does not dislike them. He will be hungry once their duel ends, so I should hurry up. Mana armament, as the name suggests, creates armaments out of the user's mana. Most mages do not have a need to arm themselves in such a diverse way, so there is no reason for them to use this difficult high-rank magic. Therefore, as the sole mage who can use all types of weapons without limitations. This is Jix's unique magic. Telekinesis again. These movemenets can't be followed nor predicted. Blessing of wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Spirit Formula Manifest Waterhead. Mid-rank magic particle explosion. As expected, Jix is strong. If he has learned mana armament, then he has gotten just as strong as expected in the scenario. At this rate, Taylor's party will never have a problem facing enemy. As I thought. Incredible. I can't let my guard down, Ed. I will be getting serious from now on. Advanced mana armament convergence. This. Lycia. It is only the beginning of the third act. The ability Jix has shown during this duel was the maximum I expected for this scenario. I never thought I would see this form so soon. Act 4. Scene 7 of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Jix's final battle pattern that can be witnessed during the Gregol Cathedral infiltration battle. Nature's Lance. Rather than having a ridiculous mental battle, I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed. It is fast. I am out of mana. Particle Explosion is not mana efficient, but I had no choice. The problem is the second attack. Magic Engineering Tool Impact Amplifying Wave Ball. The fact that you're using a magic engineering tool at this point means that you are all out of mana. This is the end. Win Magic, he has to be out of mana. So how? Since you're going all out at full force, I have no choice but to do the same. Legendary rank Magic Engineering Tool Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. I can't have it rendering me unable to use mana for a long period like last time. I have to use the least amount of mana possible, just enough to slightly manifest it. Finally, you, without the altar of substitution, Lucy, or Janika's mana, you have summoned me. That is a great stride, Edition Marilda. That is all. What is the point even having 4 candidates? The result of this election is clear to see. The student council president is Lortel. Lortel, you can feel the sincerity with her leadership ability from running the trading company. She will definitely do well as president. Company leader, Lortel. What will you do if she really becomes the president? It just means that nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader. Oh my, you did a good job with your nails, Tanya. What is wrong? You seem nervous. I did not kill elder brother Ed. Good morning. My name is Tanya Roth-Taylor. I am currently running for student council president. I have come up to the podium. Not bad. She is keeping a mask up and acting like nothing's wrong right till the end. Is it because she wants to prove her innocence? Or does she really have a talent for politics? However, it has already been 10 minutes since her speech began. Not a single person has reacted. That is all. So, then, murderer. Explain the murder charges against you. They say it has to do with internal conflicts in the Roth-Taylor family. Do you plan on denying them after all? Just look at the information in the student newspaper. Are you not going to say a single word about your murder charges? Thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you. Do not laugh. I will end up laughing too. What? They are so faded and worn that I can't tell whether they were memories or dreams. In the end, I could not remember, so I had given up on trying to. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium. That is a great stride, Edition Marilda. Your magic power efficiency has gotten much better. Has not it, of course, there's still restrictions on what you can do. However, this is enough. Updraft raise everything around you into the air and restrict freedom of movement. Strange. Let us assume that Jix's growth at this point in the plot is maxed out. The amount of magic power I have used is not a large amount by any means, but I have completely exhausted my reserves. The efficiency is good, but I did not want this form. Using every possible magic technique available to me. It is hard to speak with this small mouth. Plus my skin does not have any fur, so it is cold, and I do not have a tail, so it is hard to keep my balance. And with Marilda, using a cheat level secret technique. Wait, the result should be my victory. When did you? It is hard to move with this form, so I can't. However, I lost. I learned something today. I can't believe you have trained yourself this much in barely a year. Jix has grown stronger, even more so than in the scenario. My calculations were wrong. Why is that? You've gotten a lot stronger too. Even if it were not for you, I would have kept training myself. But because I have watched as you kept growing stronger daily, it pushed me forward. Until now, I've tried to do whatever I could to keep the plot as is. Trying to maintain my knowledge of the future was definitely a part of it. But there is one condition that is absolutely necessary for Taylor to be able to win in the final act. So I believe that the plot was the only answer. In reality, even with the plot in tatters, there have been several dangers. But I have always managed to keep it on track. As a result, it is also true that I have begun to fear the factors outside of my control. As such, after hearing that Kadek and Lycia had escaped, I had hesitated about whether I should save Tanya or not. What little remained of the original plot had already fallen far out of my hands. But let us focus on what I can do right now. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must become stronger. Just in case, I myself have become stronger, good work, and above all, the number of reliable comrades I have has grown. I may be naive for thinking this, but I am sure it is okay to think this way sometimes. Deviating from the original plot does not mean we have to meet a bad end. What is that? Everyone calm down. I have seen that high-rank spirit before. That is right, I have too. There are hardly any people that can handle one. I have taken elemental studies before, so I know. That person is Ed Roth Taylor. He is alive. Hello, everyone. I am Ed Roth Taylor. I was not murdered by Tanya Roth Taylor. To begin with, I support Tanya Roth Taylor more than anyone else. Janica, the third-year top student. Lucy, the second top student, and Imperial Princess Phenia, who has already declared her support. The Combat Faculty's top student, Clebius, and the Alchemy Faculty's top student, Alvira. ND Year Jix, IST Year Magic Faculty top student, Joseph, and IST Year General top student, Wade. Winning over their votes should not be difficult. However, before thinking about all the pros and cons, please, as her family and someone that has always supported her, I wish for her vision to be properly conveyed. Finally, I can feel at ease. That is right. Upon being stabbed with a knife bearing deadly poison, you used Delheim's hourglass to survive. After that, you survived alone in a cave, and you were found and rescued by Janica Failover. Immediately after that, you ran to the podium where Tanya Roth Taylor was giving her speech and defended her. Is that everything? Yes. It seems the investigation is wrapping up. This is really the last one. I stopped counting the number of interrogations after I hit the double digits. I'm sick of this. I can't believe it is finally over. Magic Faculty third year, Ed Roth Taylor. Enter Principal Abel Forcius. I read all of the investigation data. You have truly suffered a lot. I would like to apologize for the Academy's lacking security that has allowed you to experience such hardships. No, they prepared this quite calculatively and meticulously. So it would have been difficult to prevent, even with higher security measures. Thank you for saying that. However, I'm not sure if it is all true. It seems very contrived. From the timing, it almost seems as if you waited for Kadek and Nox to escape and deliver the news of your death to the one who incited them, before being relieved and revealing yourself. I do not know how the internal conflicts within a noble family like Roth Taylor work, nor do I not plan on looking into it. However, I am someone who manages this academy. I need to report to the royal family about what happens at the academy. If I were to report that you came back alive, the Roth Taylor family, who is a major force behind the royal family, would also find out that you are alive, in a way slightly different for what you intended. I am sure. What if you were to postpone your report till later? Is there a reason I should take that risk? I'm sure you must have guessed, but the one who planned my death is the patriarch of the Roth Taylor family and the actual authority behind the royal family, my father, Crapin Roth Taylor. I'm not interested in business outside of the academy. The Roth Taylor family, who are pivotal to the royal family, will want this to pass by quietly without receiving any news. If it becomes an issue later on, it is okay if you report it. If there is a risk, Ed Roth Taylor, from what I see, your grades have increased significantly, and your reputation among students has rebounded impressively. Even your sister, Tanya Roth Taylor's, future looks promising. And you have a good reputation among the top students as well, almost as if you became a different person. As I have always said, Sylvania is always on the side of the students, even more so for students as capable as you. See you later. I will remember your name. Principal Abel seemed to have caught on to the entire situation. And even so, he has overlooked this, and thanks to that, the fact that I am alive won't be exposed outside of the academy. Tanya's schedule is finished for today, so do not bother her and go back, and she is not accepting wrongful gifts. Is this really okay? She is the saintess. I was waiting. I was shocked when I heard that you had been called by the principal edition. I heard that it is basically confirmed that you are going to be elected. Congrats. Your day to shine finally has come. I can't be at ease yet. Tanya's innocence was proven. 8 of the 12 top students, the majority within the 3 faculties and 4 years, supported Tanya. But the reason that Tanya, who was once hated, could receive such an overwhelming amount of votes, the most decisive reason, was Lortel's collapse. Lortel made it seem like it was a one-on-one fight between her and Tanya. When she did that, the other minor candidates were forgotten, and it became a two-way fight between the two of them. And at the perfect timing, when both Lortel and Tanya had similar levels of support, an article was released. It stated that Lortel had been embezzling the trading company's funds and threatening their clients. In the end, amidst the disgrace, she stepped down from the race. In the end, only Tanya's supporters remained. Because of the election and the investigation, we have barely even gotten to talk. There will be many opportunities for us to talk, but I really wanted to say thank you. You said enough times back then. Thank you, day of the election, no, that was back then. But Ed, a question like this might seem offensive, and it did not seem good, so I was going to hold it in, but I can't hold it in, so can I ask you something? During your announcement at the election, why did you have to take my side like that there? If you were hiding, you did not have to step out and reveal yourself there. You doing it like that made it seem like you just could not stand the injustice I was experiencing. Or something like that. That is what I thought, at least. Yeah, that is why I did it. We are family. Of course I have to take your side. Well, I am the student council president now. I should do my work professionally, but it is okay to be a little biased. Right? I am human too, or not I? Tell me if you are ever in danger. If possible, I will help you as much as I can. We are family. Of course I have to take your side. Must be nice to be family. How long have you been here? Since you started saying embarrassing things to Tanya. The rumors I have been hearing lately have been crazy. Are you okay? Yep. It all went according to plan. The incident that confirmed Tanya's election was the scandal about the trading company's embezzlement and abuse against its clients. Lortel purposely publicized these scandals. She purposely made it a two-way fight against Tanya in order to erase the existence of the other candidates. Lortel went to Princess Phenia to show her hostility against Tanya in order to get Tanya to run for president. It was obvious that the two who felt largely responsible for my death would take my side in order to repay the debt when I came back to life. And I think I will have a lot of enemies soon, even if the entire school becomes my enemy. I want you, at least, to remain my ally. I would already decided to save Tanya when Lortel told me her plan. It was my fight with Jix that got rid of any hesitation left in my mind. It was not a lie when I said I saved her because she was family, but it would also be a lie to say I did not consider her usefulness. What is approaching in the 4th act is the fight with the Rothtaler family, and I'm already an enemy of the family. Tanya, as an insider of the family, is the best connection to have for obtaining information and launching smokescreen operations. However, the darkness within human relations is something that only those who know have to know. For example, a girl who has only lived while calculating gains and losses since she was young. I am quite notorious within the academy these days. And since Tanya also does not look upon me too favorably, I will have to leave things to you for a while. You seem to have a bad habit of taking hold of and shaking up everything around you, Lortel. Oh my, it is just an occupational disease. I also get shaken at times. Are you really okay? It is not like rumors will make me lose money. So what? Anyway, the role of a villain suits me best. I will be fine as long as I do not have you as my enemy. There are hidden sides to human relationships. That is why it is hard to read every intention. So now, this scenario will be taking a new turn. I do not know what Princess Phenia, who won't be student council president anymore, will do. And as for what might happen in the conflict between the royal forces and the Rothtaler family, I can't say for sure. How the rest of the third act scenario will go, I will just have to watch and see. It has been almost a month. It has been a while since I've been here, so it feels pretty special. Of course, there are more than a few things I need to do now. In order to get the camp back to normal, I have to organize the campfire area neatly, and the inside, which I did not clean before leaving. Let us just rest for now. I have finally returned to the camp. The news of Tanya's appointment as student council president was announced 3 days later. Grading me? Why not? I will give you bonus marks. Spirit Studies Senior Professor Molina, of course. On an academic level, we can't quite compare you to a professor yet, but you can freely handle high ranking. Spirits at that age, right? When it comes to the intuitive aspects, you are among the best, even among currently active spirit sorcerers. But still, why me? There will soon be joint combat training. As the senior, you should show some dignity. I do not particularly have a desire to show any dignity. I do not really expect something like dignity, but still, you are the top student in the year and the greatest spirit sorcerer in the academy. Yet you are always smiling around in lessons as if you are the happiest person in the world. It is obvious that you are ecstatic. I know that you are dating Ed, but it seems like you are way too in love with him. From an outside perspective, it looks like you have gone crazy. Wait. And I what? Why are you suddenly saying that? Are you kidding? You guys always go around together, not even just during spirit studies classes, but in your shared quarterly lessons and even your elemental class. And you are always together when you go to the student welfare facilities or the student cafeteria. Especially lately, I do not know what is going on, but you're always just giggling and smiling. I do not know what kind of rubbish you think about, but you will just stare into the air while grinning, even during lectures. You will just stare blankly at the chalkboard smiling. You seem like a child who just started dating, so I can't help but. Professor, so please do not mention this to the other students. I am not usually interested in the dating rumors of kids your age. But everyone already thinks that, do not they? That you and Ed are dating. The Eastern Sparut region. A place that can only be reached on horseback after riding from the capital for 3 days and nights. The southern mountain range in eastern Sparut is known as the land of farming Pulin. If you follow Pulin streams and go deep into the ridge, you will find Torin, a small mountain farming village with no more than 300 people. Janica Faylover, who began to see spirits the moment she could babble, Ahaha, was clearly a genius among geniuses who would bring a light to this village. Hello. Every so often, outsiders would visit the village. In particular, Janica remembered a certain male boy. He was the only person who spoke to Janica formally. Because all of the village's youths had left for the city, Janica had lived as the village's beloved youngest her entire life. So formal speech was unfamiliar to her. Of course, perhaps because of her characteristic friendliness, Janica, outside of Pulin, there are lots of big cities. The male boy eventually became comfortable with Janica. In the imperial holy city, the beautiful girl was the pride of the village and had grown up with lots of love, never lacking anything. She was loved by everyone. As for the male boy who occasionally visited the village, please accept my feelings. Perhaps it was inevitable for him to fall for her as well. She was a girl who did not know how to say no. But young girl, who knew nothing of romance, I am sorry, rejected his heart. The young boy, who left as if running away, did not visit the village again for a long time. However, what he brought after finally returning was unexpected. A letter of admission from Sylvania. And goodbye. Formal speech. It has been 3 years since she would entered Sylvania. Now, she could barely even remember his face. But Janica Faylover was still scared of rejection and unfamiliar with formal speech. Hello, Miss Janica. I do not know how many days it has been, but if you have any requests or questions, please do not hesitate to tell me. Trix Hall Administration Office, after checking, we can quickly deal with it if it is an administrative task. So about that, Trix Dorms leave request. I do not know what you are so torn up over, but if you really do not know, ask those around you for advice. There are a lot of people who would jump in and help you if you just said so. I am sure they will hear you out. Janica always had a lot of people around her in the past. However, as someone who finds attention burdensome and wants to run away because of it, Bringing up a conversation was difficult, even if the people were her own close friends. I should have caught on to the fact that he was alive when I saw how you were giggling all day long. Sorry. I have my reasons. Yeah, I'm sure you had no choice. But what is the worry now? As you know, I am really bad at rejecting others' requests. Receiving requests makes it difficult for the one who got them to reject. Yes, and it is because you accept all his requests that you have basically become that guy's maid. He can live in seclusion. So why do you keep on cooking for him and helping him with housekeeping? Just how hard is the request that Ed guy asked of you this time? It is not like that. I only did those things because I wanted to. This time I have something to ask of him, but because we are so close with each other and comfortable with each other and always with each other. With our relationship, it makes it harder to request something from him. Yeah, how about putting some distance between you two, then? Won't doing that make it easier for you to make and reject requests? I think there is a need for you two to be less intimate with each other if you're too conscious of each other. Do not you think doing that will stop your heart from fluttering so hard? Is it possible for Janica to put distance between her and that guy? In the first place, I am asking for the impossible, but what if they become too distant and that man ends up all alone? If that happens, that is why maybe putting some distance between the two of you will make. Thanks. I have a good idea. I will get going now. See you tomorrow, Anis. What did I just say to her? What have I done? I collected a lot of crafting formulas. Making all of them is physically impossible, but the one I want the most is the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The crafting formula itself is pretty simple, but it is still a cane with a very high force rank. Quite rare thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane amplifies the sensitivity of spirits of all attributes, amplifies the mana efficiency of spirit magic. The reason I understood it is because the ingredients are very difficult to obtain. The branch needed is not just from some normal tree. I need a branch from a tree that had lived for over 1,000 years and had been struck by thunder. Even though it is an item that comes into the protagonist's inventory as a quest reward for the final chapter of the third act, in reality, it is not something that can be easily found or bought. 1,000-year-old trees may not be common, but there are at least a few of them in this northern forest. The issue is thunder. Hey, Lucy. This is not even my first time waking you up. Why are you still so surprised? No, I'm sorry for surprising you. You can speak now. It is okay. Do not worry, there is no rush. Let's talk later. It is already time. Hey, Ed. Oh, Janica. You're a bit late. Yeah, about 10 minutes late. You should have taken the easy way. Why did you? Did something happen, no? I had no reason to be late. It is just that I was putting distance. Putting distance. That happens, especially considering how you're busy. Thanks for coming all this way to help me with sensitivity training. Do you want some tea? Thanks. Just how am I supposed to put distance between us? Wow. It looks like you're actually very skilled at handling spirits now. It has not even been that long. Color me impressed. It will take some more time with Marilda, but now that your understanding of Mug has increased, it barely takes any mana, right? It is because Mug has great compatibility with you. Mug, am confused with what to do for receiving such compliments. I promise to work harder. Hello. So you have come for Lucy? Yes. Vice Principal Rachel said she needed Lady Lucy, the year's top student. I was fairly surprised to hear about your death. I am relieved to see you so alive and well. I apologize for making you worry, Miss Bell. With my circumstances, it could not be helped. Did you know, it is a virtue for maids to always consider themselves from a lower position. I see. I still refuse to speak informally. However, then I will be off. Maids have to be thorough with their work, after all, especially on the issue of speaking informally or formally. I see. I will still continue speak formally. However, I have never seen her look like this before. I did not know Ed and Belle had a battle of wits. Distance. Battle of wits. Formal speech. I was worried about you after you went to the Dex Hall, Lady Janica. I'm glad to see you in good health. Yep. Living alongside my friends is not bad. In any case, as I must prepare for inspection and make Lady Lucy presentable again, I will be off. Please take care of yourselves. You too, Bye, and I hope there are no issues with your studies. Ed, should we try speaking formally to each other? Formally? Do we have to? Why? Rather than just speaking formally, since it has not been that long since we have met. Well, it is not like it is awkward, but talking in a manner where we respect and maintain courtesy toward each is. I just wanted to try it out once. Well, if she insists, then okay. The Dex Hall's curfew is close, so we can just talk back and forth a few times, and then I will send her off. Hello, Sir Ed. This is not a time prison. Oh, yes. But still, this is... My voice is not coming out. It feels like her emotions are infectious. I do not know why on earth she is feeling so embarrassed, but her anxiety is even making me nervous for some reason. 3 minutes later. So, never mind. Even though we have had moments when the silence was suffocating before, this makes me several times more nervous than those. I thought our relationship was like that of a family, but now it has gotten awkward. The problem is that even though she proposed it, she did not expect the atmosphere to become like this. I want this atmosphere to go away soon, but what do I say? Oh, would you look at the time? My curfew is almost up. Thank you for today. Then, I will see you tomorrow, sir. Wait, we're going to keep this up in the future. So, are you going to continue that awkward mutual respect formal speech play with Janica? Why are you asking when you saw everything? I'm not so free to the point I can follow you all the way to the academy. I was wondering if anything interesting happened in class. It has been the same as yesterday. It is nice to see you. It was strangely uncomfortable. Maybe she's expressing her underlying stress in a unique way. I did not think much of it first, but now I am wondering if something's up with her. So what I am hearing is, you're worried about her. Of course I am. Moving on. Can I snap a couple of branches off this tree? I want to make a thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. What? You're trying to make another tool. Here I was wondering if you were too. Distracted thinking about Janica, but you are always busy. Though, you do not need my permission for a few branches. Is not your tree. The name of it is literally Marilda's guardian tree. HM2. It is a bit convoluted. If I were to be exact, I am protecting the forest because of an old friend who decided to put my name on this tree as they pleased. An old friend. Well, you have lived a long life, so it is a given you had many relationships. Problem 1. Why do spirits have the form of animals? I had the form of a human from the start, and I told you that was not easy, right? The reason spirits take the shape of animals is because animals are the most familiar and convenient in terms of access. Hence, they have an easier time copying their forms. Then, just as I had to do the same thing to gain a human form, just who did I copy? Who knows? I have made a contract with you, so I can read your thoughts. And what? I took on a form that is closest to your ideal type. This is my taste. That is unexpected. Of course it is. I just lied, after all. Are you joking? Reading your thoughts is not plausible, and transformation is a very difficult kind of magic, so I can't just copy anyone. I have lived a long time, so long to the point Sylvania Academy's rises and falls simply seem cute to me. I met this child back when Arkan Island was uninhabited, before the Academy was established. She did not dress fancily and was always easygoing. My appearance is how she looked. Wait, is it? She was the most special and unique person I have ever met. Infusing mana into this guardian tree, using it as an energy source, establishing this school, and having Marilda protecting this forest. This is not a relationship that can be learned in the game. So this was how they were connected. The unparalleled mage and scholar, great sage Sylvania. Hi, hello. Ah, yes. Want some apples? Would you like some apples? Yes. Please pass your plate. Here, what should I do? I would prefer we either speak formally or do not and stick with it. What is it, Janica? Are you hurt somewhere? No. I just think it will be difficult to say this while looking at you. So, Ed, young Master Edition, there is something I would like to ask. But it is a question that might sound really strange. So just hear me out until the end before replying. Please, right? Regardless of my body, I am an adult. If it is something she is having such difficulty bringing up, let us not be taken aback and just listen. What do you think of me leaving Dex Hall to come live with you here at the camp? Ah, Ed, are you okay? Whether it was living outside or fighting, since I've lived like this for 1 year, I thought I could fend off any situation smoothly. But it is a relief I cut my finger. I got time to organize my thoughts. First, this is probably something you expect, Ed, I would say. But still, I will address them. While I wonder if there is any purpose in saying this outright, I think of you as someone who is incredibly kind and sincere. I'm sure it is not just me who thinks of you like that, but I like you a lot. With that being said, I feel the need to express the fact that I am a man. Listen carefully, Janica. I do not know how you think of yourself, but you have quite a lovely charm. You are beautiful. While I can stay considerate and gentle at the moment, I do not know what may happen if we live under the same roof. Wait, let me catch my breath. If I were to be precise, men in general are similar in some ways, and I am thankful you trust me, but still. If it is you, I am okay with it, Ed. For a while, it felt as if Janica and I were balancing on the tightrope of a strange boundary. Speaking in a polite manner without rhyme or reason made things feel both familiar and unfamiliar. After the arduous and grueling student council president election, and just when I felt at ease and a sense of freedom after returning to camp, Janica's sudden proposal of cohabitation came out of nowhere. Can you endure this? Can you restrain yourself? This situation was practically urging me, enticing me to let go of my rationality. Janica, are you going through something difficult? Whenever something unexpected happens, there is always a reason behind it. Considering how Janica is saying something like this out of the blue, I have to consider if there's a factor behind the scenes. Really, addition, there is nothing you do not know. I must have wanted to run away. I have missed the days back when I had a single room in Office Hall. I seem like an idiot, right? From the beginning. For Janica, who even went berserk because of the pressure of everyone's eyes, living in the normal dorms of Dex Hall is no easy task. For an entire year, she endured everyone's relentless gazes, forcing herself to kindly smile in response. This camp has kind of been like a refuge for me, so I guess I wanted to escape here if it was possible. I'm sure it must have been burdensome for you to hear, Ed. It is not something that would get resolved by escaping, and it must be burdensome for you. But I still wanted to ask just once. It definitely is burdensome. But you know, Janica, but is not the issue of it being burdensome to me completely unrelated. Life is about being a burden to others while carrying the burden of others. Of course, if I really think burden is not worth carrying, next time I will just make a burdensome request back. It is not like we're only going to know each other for a short while, so it is not an issue that can be solved by give and take. Our relationship is going to last for a long time. Then, I still think it is a bit too much for us to live under the same roof. But how does another hut sound? I thought that Janica would jump up and down in joy, knowing her personality, but her reaction differed from what I expected. Yeah, thanks. You're not speaking formally anymore. Janica seemed to try creating some distance, but ultimately failed, though it would have really changed had she succeeded. She is a girl who will always step up to help when someone needs it. While I'm sure her kind actions won't ever get fully repaid, if someone like that was on the floor and crying, no matter how much the relationship soured, one would not be able to resist and would put a hand on her shoulder. Well, even if I said it like that, building another hut is no easy feat. I want to prepare for lessons and create the cane quickly, and I lost sleep trying to think of how I would change around my schedule. Ah, you are awake, Ed Rothtaylor. I need your advice. I have no experience in building huts. You seem tired. Honestly, I am the same. At the spirit world, I partied all night since there was a celebration. Well, regardless, now that there is a hut to build, we finished picking the location. It seemed best to have it on the opposite end. So fast. It is kind of romantic to open the doors in the morning and see each other, right? Well, it does not seem like it would be bad to build it next door either. But it would feel a little stuffy, and some sort of privacy should be maintained. HM. Perhaps like this. No, perhaps building it at the closest possible proximity is best. Sirtar Khan, The general plan is to finish in 10 days. This fire spirit, Mug, as the scene head of command, shall do their very best to make work as efficient as possible. 10 days. Indeed, after considering the low-rank spirit's rotation shifts and breaks, that is the plausible time frame. Of course, there is definitely a possibility of lessening that time, depending on the progression of the... Back in my day, it was normal to carry the spirit sorcerer for 3 days straight, hiking snowy mountains for a week, and battle the very next day without a problem. Now that it is now in your day, there are more spirit sorcerers, so it is easier to form contracts. The low-rank spirits are taking it easier, resting well, eating well, and working on their own comfortable terms. When will you have a phase shift and reach the mid-rank at this rate? Then I will adjust the plans as much as possible and finish it within 1 week. Ed Roth Taylor. I have work to do, so I will now be off. It will be finished in 5 days, so please endure it, even if it becomes a bit noisy. 5 days, it took me several months. If he says I have to do it, I have no choice. This fire spirit Mug can do it. I must. I could do it. I can do it. I am sorry. I really am, Mug. I did not do this on purpose. It is a relief my busy schedule got resolved. I now have the time to make the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. There were a lot of things that made me want to repay her. Giving her a place in the camp is not enough, despite her having many canes from her friends and family, and my uncertainty whether or not she will like it considering she uses an oak cane. I still hope. Janica will like this. Lucy can't sleep. Let us go, let us go, let us go. It was likely partially due to the construction work that lasted all day long. But the true cause... Lucy was Janica, who had greeted her warmly. But the two have already had a battle of wits before. Although Janica was bad at expressing things that were unpleasant, she could not lose. So, I will be living here. I borrowed a bunch of elemental magic books. Faculty building Eastern Square this is because I thought I should learn some new magic. Although particle explosion has good practical use, its firepower is that of low-level magic at best. I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed. Firepower, the holy firekeeper, the romantic, and the prophet. Adele Saris. Although she appeared regularly since the first act as Taylor's comrade, she does not appear often in the game. She does not have many points of contact with me either. You are busy today as well, addition so. Why is it that she is speaking to Mimi? I have heard much from Taylor and Isla. They seem to have complex emotions about you. Yeah, but that is none of my business. Although I am a bit curious about Taylor. From what I heard from Jix, he has been growing stronger and doing well. At this rate, he will be able to easily pass through the joint combat training without an issue. Do you want to hear a song? I'm still a bard who travels the continent. Although I am staying in Sylvania for now. It is fine, these are quite heavy. Oh my, what a shame. Addition, if you one day rise to the patriarch's throne, you will have to kill the person you respect, most with your own hands. If you hesitate in that moment, however, know that it will be you who dies. A prophecy. The reason that Adele could always calmly play the lute in any situation was because of her prophetic ability to see the future. But because her prophecies do not always come true, I do not have to worry too much about them. However, the reason I feel unsettled is because I know of a more certain future. Based on the scenario, in the third act, Adele will die. I want to make 2 thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden sticks in order to make 2 canes. One for Janica and one for me. But when I asked her to make lightning for me, no, I am only doing one. Do not you just have to use the magic once anyway? Then I'll just make one and give it to Janica. Since its performance is good, I should give it to the person who will use it the best. Okay, I will do both of them. Oh, but I have a condition. It is nothing much. A condition. Go somewhere with me. The Archmage glocked. Regardless of field, whether it was elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, etc., he was acknowledged in his research results. And he possessed 2 highest-rank spirits, highest-rank fire spirit Teorphus, highest-rank water spirit Fried at the same time. After he retired, He worked to develop the younger generations, and he invested all of his life savings into the education sector and academy research funds. They say he barely used money on himself. When it comes to Sylvania Academy, it was Archmage Glock who advanced it to be the best educational facility in the world. Glock spent all of his funds on the academy and secluded himself in the great Ramelin Mountains in the continent's northwestern region. Is not that the person who is dating Janica, and he met an abandoned child at a monastery there. That is Lucy. That was Lucy. If there was something unexpected, it was that Lucy's magic talent was greater than Glock had imagined. It was a talent that was a precious gem of humanity. The twilight of the Archmage who had left his mark in history was spent polishing up this gem. He was a great man. If a book were to be written about his life, it could be filled with epic tales and grand adventures. But his latter years were more sad. His wife, who he had met when he was young, lost her life while subjugating Teorphis, and all of his colleagues had passed away before him. Eventually, the only people who remained around him were those who revered him, and those who wanted to use his fame, which is probably why he built a hut in the mountains to seclude himself. But what was a relief was that there was someone that could continue his will. A rainy day and a shabby hut. That alone allowed Glock to pass away happily. And that is how the Archmage Glock's journey ended, and how my journey began. Although it is over now. Over. Do you know where that old man's hometown is, for what I learned in history class? It's the lawless area of Kohelton, right? No, the history books are wrong. That is just where he spent his youth. What? His real hometown is here, Arkan Island. I do not know what was so entertaining. But whenever he talked about living in Arkan Island, he was so earnest, and even until the moment he died, he worried about this school. He was such a fool, that old man. His heart's hometown was Arkan Island. There was no helping it. Lucy told me about the journey that she would have had no choice but to embark on. At the time, the young Lucy only had the shabby hut and the cold corpse of the old man left. She covered his corpse with a blanket and tied it up with leather ropes, before freezing him with ice magic. Although most mages would get tired maintaining this ice magic for even just 1 hour, that was already possible for Lucy at this stage. This is a story that sends goosebumps down your spine. Glock's hut was in the Ramelin Mountains in the northwest of the continent, so she headed south of there. She passed the Urekel Forest, Great Lake Ica, the land of alchemy Crete, the Malin Plains, the holy city Carpi, and the Denkin wetlands to finally reach Klol Empire's borders. After that, the Teldanil Viscounty. Following the river downstream from there took her past the merchant city Oldek, the Aulin County, the Island Barony, the Sale Viscounty, the Roththaler Duchy, the Fader Marquise, and the Tiz County. Then, she passed the Janet Mountains, Dre's River, and Zahul Margrave's territory, and headed southwest, passing by Crampel Forest after opening a world map. You would have to draw a straight line, with a quill for quite some time, before you could reach Mex's bridge that connects to Arkan Island. That journey she set forth on while using magic to maintain her master's corpse, and even using it to move her own body. It took 3 months. I got a bit lost, and it took me a week just to find that. This, according to that old man's records, this is the place where the Archmage and the great sage taught each other and trained. This is where my journey ended. Introduction to Aspectual Magic, author Glock Eldervainess. Glock's travelogue of Southern Views, which included his thoughts of magic within the Southern Continent cells for 7,000 golden coins. If you think that is one of history's greatest books, his posthumous book, which includes his analysis of aspectual magic, must have a worth I can't even calculate. You can take it. It is all things I already know how to do, so I do not need it. I remember all the words Grandpa left behind. I have not even lived half the life given to me, and I might begin a new journey. Or maybe I will go after living a half-ass life like this. Still, I plan on keeping the promise I made to Grandpa. For if danger comes to Sylvania, I will definitely protect it at least once. It is not a very happy story, and listening to it is not enjoyable either. And coming to a place like this is a hassle, but I just wanted to show you this. Although the first journey of her life had somewhat concluded after coming to Arkan Island and burying her master, Lucy has not been able to escape her master's shadow yet, which is why she endlessly waits for that danger to approach Sylvania sometimes with excitement, and sometimes with fear. No wonder she is lazy. But once the promised trial has passed, she will finally be able to leave on a new journey in order to lead her own life. Because I know that time is not too far off, I have decided to be lazy with Lucy for today. The sound of the waves and the refreshing wind of late spring made it neither cold nor hot, even after sitting for a long time. It was a fortunate thing. I did not know it could be built this fast. Wow, this fire spirit mug. Guys, I told you to take it easy. No, Tarkan. Never mind. I think we can ascend now. Have a happy camp life. That'll be enough for us. That is all we need. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. You're just being unsummoned. This feels strange, but thanks. Cohabitation. 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 Sleeping together. Basic aspectual magic. A new article has been revealed. New. Aspectual magic. Another fail. It looks difficult to use just by the looks of it. Can you even get a grasp on the mana flow? Not sure. I have to try at least. Yawn. For aspectual magic, it is important to understand the principles first. Magic is a study in which both theory and senses coexist. You'll get a feel for it after repeated practice. Wow, looks like you have done your repeated practicing too. 2 or 3 times. I am sure that is the case for a genius like you. Who would have known that Glock's introduction to aspectual magic would exist? I thought of it as magic that could not be learned in the game. Aspectual magic is magic that needs to easily manipulate time, space, and your mind. So when it comes to it, it is the greatest in power. But because it goes against providence and a natural order, it is the most difficult and unresearched magic. Apart from the danger, it is hard to understand. Lucy has learned it using her intuition, so it will be difficult for her to teach. It would have been great if I had Professor Glast. Yeah, if Professor Glast was alive. What, another woman? Even if you have large aspirations as a man, who knows what kind of hell you will really face at this rate? Why? I was having so much fun reading this. I apologize. It was the spirit from last time. I jumped to conclusions. What is it? These are the old magic books you asked for that need to be scrapped. Give my thanks to Elka. I need to start from the basics, so borrowing them each time would be annoying. It must have been heavy, so thanks. I should do something for. It is fine, but if you really insist. What about doing student council work with me? I am flattered, but because of the previous incident, Tanya. No, the student council president trusts me quite a lot. She seemed to want to put other people she trusts near her. So I'm asking if you want to work as part of the student council. Is it okay to be so half-assed about its formation? It is not half-assed, since this is the first time in Sylvania history that a first year has become the student council president. She is planning on making the cabinet the best it can be. The lady from the Kirill County in the 3rd year and 4th year top student Deke have already joined. And in the future, she wants 1st year magic faculty top student Joseph, 3rd year top assistant Annis, 4th year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy. And you too. She is only gathering trustworthy and talented people. But you're going to reject it. You do magic engineering, spirit sorcery, stamina training, camping, and academy scholarship student work. And you're also training in a new type of magic. So there is no helping it. Oh, a new hut, I expected it. But the student council president will be disappointed. He expected it. After saving Tanya and having the scenario turn into something unknown, small predictions feel meaningless. Jix joining the student council was unexpected in the first place, and the entire list he stated was unexpected. According to the timeline, the joint combat training will be happening soon, and this is the biggest event before the 3rd act's final event, Lucy's subjugation. This event that happens again for the second 9-year seniors, who are the generation of the protagonist, has an incident where 1st year alchemy top student Claude loses in the final battle and drinks the forbidden drug, Evil God's Blood. I remember that event well, as one with an unpleasant ending. However, the scenario is out of my hands now, and whether it flows as I know it or flows in a completely new direction, is all now unknown. Unless mages spend all night casting weight lightning magic. This is a giant carriage that could never move. The might of the forces guarding him are like that of an army. So the holy city's citizens saw this and called it the Wheeled Palace. Because the resources being used are a waste, this palace that does not leave far from the holy imperial capital has two people sitting on top. Is further than I expected. It is a relief that we could see the Saintis situation coming all this way. Archbishop Verdio. Yes, it is thanks to you planning a visit to the nearby noble territories. The planning was perfect. Holy Pope Eldian, we will be at Sylvanius soon. Since the Holy Pope is visiting, there must be no problems with the preparations, right? There is so much to do. But the Holy Pope Eldian, who rules the Holy City Carpi, and the Archbishop Verdio, who assists the Holy Pope, are both visiting at once. The goal of their visit: spread the word about the grace of God Telos, and perform new baptisms. But these are all just for appearance. Bring that this way. And this is the real important part. Right here, the meeting request. They are worried about Saintess Clarice, since she is like the heart of the order. Wait, there is one more meeting request. Who would the Holy Pope want to meet? Second year, Adele. Who is that? Anyway, plan my schedule out such that I can meet the Saintess. Yes, today, the Holy Pope will be visiting us all the way from the Holy Imperial Capital, which is why, instead of as Kylie, I have to appear as the real Saintess in front of the students for the first time in a while. Belle, today's the day of the joint combat training, right? Yes. Fortunately enough, it overlaps with the Holy Pope's visit. That is unfortunate, since I was really looking forward to interacting with the other grades. I did not want to return to the Holy Imperial Capital. Student life is like a dream, and I have not even been able to meet the person I was supposed to meet yet. The girl who is in charge of the Holy Fire and always stares off into the open world. The wandering minstrel, Adele. I took many walks on paths where I would bump into second years. But because she is such a person who is in and out of places, I think it is hard to see her even here. I want to hurry and meet her. The stories of the exam I had with my friend, the hut I went to find in the middle of the night during a storm. I, who only ever listened, have stories to tell too now. Of course, I did not want to tell the Archbishop all of this. How the top student of the school stormed through the dorms and destroyed them. How a fallen noble got swept up in a murder case. If Verdio, who had always emphasized a pure life, hears about these incidents, I am sure he will make me leave the academy, even now. It is always hard to refuse Verdio's words. It is not because he is the master of mind reading. Perhaps it is because mind reading is an ability that falls under the holy magic category, but does not work on me. Ever since I was young, he has been like a teacher to me. So that is why it is hard to refuse him. I think you can eat comfortably, Saintess Clarice. Oh my, was it obvious I was nervous? Oh well, it is fine for now. As long as I keep the condition that once my identity gets caught by another student, I have to give up my student life. Wait, Ed Roth-Taylor, of course. It does not seem like he would spill. But what if Verdio and Ed Roth-Taylor meet Saintess? But what if he really somehow finds out that Ed Roth-Taylor knows my identity through mind reading? Should I make you a cup of tea? No, it is fine. But I have a request. Help me prepare to go out. We do not have much time. Where? Ed Roth-Taylor. I think I will calm down and I meet him. I need to meet him right now, as quickly as possible. Pardon, Bella did not know why. Is that so? But she did not want to let Ed and the Saintess meet. Joint combat training match list. I do not have any challengers for the joint combat training. Do you have anyone you would want to challenge? Does not. That seemed a little arrogant. The joint combat training has begun. Like last year's, it is an exam where students fight each other and have the results reflected in their grades. The fact that lower grades fight with higher grades is also the same. What has changed from last year's senior? I will be waiting in the Stadium 3. Is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. According to the current scenario, there are no first years in class right now. As a result, they are eager to somehow win against the second year. And since there are many strong characters in the protagonist year, the first year and second year matches will be worth watching. However, not many are interested in the third and fourth year matches. What should we eat for dinner tonight? I have some leftover meat I bought from L'Oreal restaurant. Should we just add some salt and cook that? Among the third years that Janica and I belong to, there are not many strong people. Last year, other than Janica beating Lortel, there was no one who was able to defeat their junior. So the fourth years should be able to challenge anyone and easily win. On the other hand, those that are strong end up not receiving any challenges. You keep reading the book Lucy got you. It is an important book. I think I will only be reading this for now. Seeing how I am not receiving any challenges, I must also be considered strong now. Important, I see. Although there's a way to challenge someone first, that'll be difficult for Janica's personality. I need to stay low. Make way. The Saintess is coming. And check how much the scenario has changed. First of all, it is strange that Clarice is here right now. Wow. The Saintess. She won't be participating in the joint combat training because it overlaps with the Holy Pope's visit. Did the Holy Pope's visit get delayed? What variable could have been big enough to change that? What could have changed for? I had planned to send a letter, but I wanted to hurry and meet you, so I decided to just come. Hello, Ed. I cannot stay too long, but it would be great to share a short conversation with you. It is an honor, Saintess. I am Janica Failover. Saintess. It is an honor. Honor to see you up close. Even if she lived in the countryside, 1 per 3 of the Empire's population are believers of the Telos Order. Addition, what do I do? This kind of reaction to meeting the Saintess is normal. Seeing her like this makes it hard to believe that she's the same person as Kylie Ekney through hours of rigorous training. All of her movements have come to exude elegance with no disturbances in emotion. I heard the Holy Pope and Archbishop are coming to visit soon. Is it okay for you to be here? The place the Holy Pope is visiting is Trixhall. It is a relief that it coincided with where I am. It was time for the matches for the joint combat training to be announced, so I thought you would be here. Addition, so she came just to see me. Why? Although the Holy Pope is very sharp and intelligent, the Archbishop Video is also quite intelligent. It makes you wonder if he can read minds or something. The way he seems to see exactly what you are thinking is so fascinating. It must be a type of holy magic, right? Anyway, there are rumors that the Archbishop has the ability to see everyone's thoughts. I see. Vertio. Mind reading. The ability to see thoughts. Ah, I see. The reason Clarice came all this way to have this unnatural conversation. Archbishop Vertio has the ability to read thoughts, and she is worried that he will find out that I know her identity. That capable. Archbishop Vertio is incredible. Of course, there is no way he will ever meet with someone like me, with my lowly fallen status. Is that so? Yes, and I will be busy partaking in the joint combat training, so I will probably never meet him. Saintess, then. So you're saying you came here just to see Addition? Ah, yes, that is true. While you were nervous about seeing the Holy Pope, you brought a carriage all the way here just to see Addition? No. So, I am human too. So, of course I get nervous, so... Anyway, so that is why. There are people you want to see, and when you think of the person you want to meet, and seeing his face. Wait, so, since I was nervous, I just wanted to see him, or meet him. I guess that makes sense. Oh, look at the time. The Holy Pope will arrive soon. Saintess. Whether she is Clarice or Kylie, she is hard to spend time with. You did not send any challenge requests either. Addition, yes. Addition, there are rumors among the new students that he is pretty strong. Of course, he is probably just strong among those third-year weaklings. Just, what? You need to prepare yourself. For the first and second-year matches, there is a rule that they can't use mid-rank magic or sharpen blades. But the upper grades are different. Ha. I will make it clear before the match. Fourth-year combat faculty rank 2 student a man who never lets his guard down against his junior's Kordek. As you may know, my name is Kordek Velderk. I know they said you can't use sharpened weapons because they have the ability to kill, but that is just a blunt weapon. I was so scared I would have to go against that guy. Okay, third year, Ed Roth-Taylor. Fourth year, Kordek Velderk, if both are ready. Begin. My body is heating up. I never go easy just because it is a mock duel. If you feel the fear coursing through your body, then it is still not too late. Mid-rank magic particle explosion. What kind of mage's reaction speed is that? The third years. Until last year, they were nothing much. Just, where did this monster come from? It took around 5 seconds. I was careful to make sure he would not get hurt. Sorry if you wanted to fight some more. Good work. I could not focus on it because I was thinking about other things. After the Saintess explosive visit, I took the directionally challenged Janica to the stadium. On my way to fight Kordek at the other stadium, I met someone unexpected. We meet again. Ed, what are you doing here? This is Glocked Hall. Second years should be in Nail Hall. What a coincidence. I heard even the way the wind blows is fate, so we must be quite closely connected. She is uncomfortable. Once the joint combat training is over, well then I have to go. I know that Adele Saris will die. Normally, I would weigh the scenarios, but the scenario had already shifted once I made Tanya student council president, thinking that it was arrogant to try and influence things that I had no power over, and thinking of those who I have had to let go. Now, it is difficult to just let things pass. Yes, Ed, you will die soon. That must be hard to believe. Try to convince her would. I know. What? She knows she's going to die. How? Has she possessed someone like me? No way. I need to hurry and find Taylor in order to see how much the scenario has shifted, and then Adele. It is an earthquake. An earthquake. What does that sound? Even if the scenario has changed greatly, using predictions and my imagination, I have prepared thoroughly. But what is happening right now is something that is far past the realm of imagination. Why? Is that here now? A being known to have gone extinct even within legend. A great calamity that cannot be stopped through human force alone. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's final boss. The sacred lance dragon has awoken. The protagonist, Taylor, crushes all the strongest freshmen. Then, finally, he takes down Claude of the Faculty of Alchemy, who drank the evil god's blood, and exits the exam room, only to hear news of Adele's death. At the time, how Adele died was not well known, and the innocent and childlike Clarice completely loses trust in the Order and becomes an entirely different person. The players of the game considered Clarice's sudden change a completely destruction of her character and named her the Faithless Saintess in order to contain the Faithless Saintess that now opposes them. The Order dispatched troops to Arkan Island. In the end, the one that went berserk and single-handedly destroyed the Order's forces was Act 3's final boss, an awakened Lucy. That was how Act 3 was originally meant to go. However, Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrook. He is the boss of Act 5, and he appears in the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania at the end of the main story Awakened as the final boss. Just what is going on here? The tides shifted merely from him lifting his foot. It was not magic no more than an insignificant movement, even by taking just one step forward. Half of the dormitory was reduced to ashes. I only managed to survive because I was in the faculty building. My survival was based on nothing more than luck. If so, I may not be able to use magic for several years. I might even end up not being able to use magic ever again. Even if it means putting your life on the line, maximum output. Do not stop. I would die either way. Run, Marilda, even if I stand by and do nothing. Trix Hall, you must run, Saintess. I know. Quickly, gather the others and run. Saintess, please take my hand. I will escort you to the carriage we prepa. Just what is going on here? Are these scales? With the mere act of shaking off its scales, you must leave. Now, please pardon my rudeness. Who created that horrific thing? Marv, prepare the carriage. Saintess, the carriage has already been destroyed. Instead, please take this horse. He has been trained well. He will be able to take you across the Mexas Bridge and outside Arkan Island. I can't. Ride a horse. Please, just grab the reins and hold on to the horse's neck tightly. Go. Take the Saintess outside the castle. I would always thought it was an exaggerated tale, like something you would see in myths. But now, I am recalling the story. The Archbishop would read me back then. Wellbrock, the sacred lance dragon. Every time he would spew out his magic-laden breath, which resembled that of the sun, everything beneath him would cease to exist. High-rank magic, large-scale magic nullification barrier. Damn, even high-rank magic can only deflect its breath. Abel foresees principle. You have awoken too early, sacred lance dragon. So you are not even going to give me the time to imprison you. Highest rank telekinesis, magic chains of providence. One day, just once, when this school is faced with a great threat. This was not. Won't you lend us your strength, what I had in mind, old man? Thank you for buying me time, Lucy. Highest rank defensive magic. Shield of the god of creation. I have to hurry to the Mex's bridge and escape this island. I have to run away. No, what do I do now? So you were safe, Saintus, Senior. Additional, thank goodness you were here. Are you hurt? No. How did you know I was here? You had planned on meeting important guests, so I had a feeling you would be at the Trix Hall. I was riding a horse to the Mex's bridge. It is pointless. That area is too crowded. Even if you were to leave the island, you can't escape that dragon's range. So you would have only ended up dying in vain. Please hold on tightly. Human strength alone cannot prevail against him. Even with Lucy and Abel here, all they can do is hold it back. According to the original story, Taylor would raise his power to the max and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. Then should I give up? Let's go, Marilda. No, get it together. The main story has fallen apart. Right now, I must find the biggest variation that caused the plot to deviate. I am sure that would lead to a method to lure the sacred lance dragon back to slumber. At first, I thought that this was also my fault. That was because up until now, if things had not gone according to the original plot, it was my fault. However, even if the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a tornado, is not the world ending just too much? Why is the finale of Act 5 happening now at the end of Act 3? First, I need to confirm who it was that summoned the sacred lance dragon. I must acquire information about the major characters of Act 3 in order of importance. Lucy is fighting against the sacred lance dragon. Clarice does not seem to know anything. This way, everyone, Taylor, the protagonist, is an exception. He is likely running himself ragged, trying to save people right now. That means that the only person other than me that is changing the plot is. It can't be. Nail Hall. Run away. Nail Hall training room. 1 p.m. Adele Saris. Clarice, please wait until your opponent for the next match is decided. You're going Nail Hall training room. 1 p.m. The combat training will be canceled due to a sudden chance in the Sainus' plans. What a shame. We could have met, but I am sure fate will have us meet one day. It has always been that way. The game's final boss, Wellbrock, awakens in the middle of Act 3. Fighting against him is impossible. Instead, there's a possibility of sealing him should I find a reason for his awakening. Let's take a look at the prominent characters of Act 3. It can't be Lucy or Taylor, and it is not Clarice. Adele. Her calm attitude, even when knowing of her death, was odd. If I find her, I'm sure the truth will be unveiled. Let us leave Clarice somewhere safe and find Adele. However, I do not have much time. We are here, Saintus. Luckily, the barrier magic cast on the Awfulest Hall is still active. Senior, head inside and wait for a little while. The barrier magic is still active. However, the first attack stage is a bombardment of Wellbrock scales, and the barrier failed to block it. Everyone inside the Awfulest Hall is. Not everyone. The fact that the barrier magic is still active means that someone is maintaining the spell inside the maintenance room on the top floor. That means there must be a survivor on the top floor. Miss Bell, I will use holy magic. I will make sure it is hopeless. She had already fallen victim to the first attack and crawled up here in that state, just in case there were other survivors. Miss Bell, she would likely say that she simply did what she had to. How? How could this happen? It can't be. Miss Bell will be all right. Miss Bell, we will do what we must. First of all, since there is high-level magic active in your room, as long as it is not directly attacked, it should be safe. Saintess, please keep a strong heart. I will go out to get a grasp of the situation. You can't. It is dangerous. Outside, look out the window. If we simply leave things as they are, then is that aspectual magic, and that is no normal aspectual magic circle. Could that method be? This is unrelated. This is Senior Ed. What are you doing all of a sudden now? It has to be here since this is the Saintess's room. Introduction to Holy Magic Techniques. Application of Holy Magic Techniques. Here it is. Glock's Introduction to Aspectual Magic. Think. The Sacred Lance Dragon was suddenly resurrected. Adele disappeared, and Clarice knows nothing. Finally, the aspectual magic circle materialized up in the skies above. It is neither Abel's nor Lucy's method. It is a method of application that I have never seen before. I can't block it all. No, that direction is. This is. Right? I understand it now. Was it not? Twisted from the beginning. If this was part of the original story. Senior, did you figure something out? The light. Whatever may happen, if you do not feel that you can handle it, ask me for help. Right away. No, Senior Ed. No, you can't. Number is 160. Please do not speak. I will do whatever it takes to make sure you. No, why? Why did so many people, even you, Senior Edition, you can't die. In my place. Please. Please. No, please. No. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Why did the Saintess come here? Did she come here just to see that guy? Ed, do they know each other? What is going on here, the Saintess? Saintess, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about? Senior Ed. What are you? Saintess. He does not have any wounds. This can't be. Saintess. Even if you're the Saintess, you can't. In broad daylight, and in public too. This is. Saintess. Was everything up until now? A dream, a premonition, a hallucination. That is impossible. Everything I experienced, all that was real. I have come back to the past. This morning, I briefly conversed with Senior Ed in order to prevent him from meeting Verdio, the mind reader. Then, I went to the Trix Hall, and while I was waiting for the Holy Pope, while I was waiting, I am going to die. Everyone will die. At this rate, everyone will die. Saintess, quick, we have to run. What? Wait, Saintess. Saintess. I can't just shake off the Saintess. What is going on here? You must head to the Trix Hall in order to meet the Holy Pope, Saintess. I will take responsibility for everything. So we must hurry to the Mexa's bridge. As fast as possible. What? Just happened? The Saintess. Just kidnapped Ed Roththaler. Responsibility. Are they eloping? Saintess. How long will you keep crying? This is going to cause problems. A great dragon will descend upon the skies of this very Arkan Island, and most of us will die. What? I have already died once. I return to the past. You already saved me once, Senior. Back then, you looked like you realized something, but before you were able to tell me, you were crushed by falling rubble, and you died in my place. And, of course, I'm sure you do not understand what I'm talking about right now, but you said something before you died. That regardless of what happens, I should come to you for help, and that I should tell you that no matter what. If you say something like that, just how am I supposed to respond? Saintess, there are inspection personnel coming out of the Mexa's bridge. We will have to wait for now. Saintess, going this way was a mistake to begin with, so it would be best to turn around and meet the Holy Pope. NL 1515, 5000160. It is so crowded here. Saintus, it seems that due to the Holy Pope's visit, merchandise from the Elt Trading Company is backed up. Looks like this will take a while. We need tea. Get through. This is an emergency, so just get past them as best as you can, but then the academic society would have complaints. The Saintus is in danger. No, all of us are, as long as it is possible. Break through. Nothing else matters. Then, please hold on tight. I have spent 22 years as a coachman. I can even cross the seas if I try hard enough. Great. Soon, the sacred lance dragon will be revived, and we will all die. I decided to completely believe Clarice's words, however absurd it is. The numbers that Clarice had just recited was a string of numbers that nobody else in this world would understand. Before I came over to this world, that was my military service number. I see. If even the Awfulest Hall had fallen, so there was no other safer place on Arkan Island. That is why you chose to escape. Also, if time truly had been rewound, then aspectual magic must have been involved. Among the magic theories that currently exist, only aspectual magic can interfere with the flow of time. I think I'm starting to perspire. Are you listening? Yes. Just let me stay like this for a little while, please. You were saying that this happened due to aspectual magic. That is right, but turning back time on such a large scale should have been impossible with a human's magic power. However, if it is as you said, then still, this time, we have successfully escaped. We have left Arkan Island, so we should be fine. But it happened again. It was a living nightmare. Are you alright, Saintus, Senior Ed? Senior, Yo Saintus, do not give up. You must continue onward. No, you're going to be okay. I swear, I will make sure you. I am so sorry. Once again, I was not able to help you. I was not able to do anything while you helped me, and died once again for my sake. Yet I still have not done anything for you. Why depend on you? I am sorry, I am so sorry. There is no need to apologize. There is no reason to cry. I will help you again. I am sure I will. So, please do not cry in despair. Senior Ed, this damned blessing. Instead of someone like me, he should have had it. If I could return to the past just once more. Saintus, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about? Saintus, no matter what, I will save you. Wait, Saintus, just what are you? This time, we will go the other way, yes. Hurry to the east. I explained the situation to Senior Ed while escaping inside the carriage, and we decided on a place to hide. Then, my third regression. No, we ran to the other side of the island, but we did not have enough time. My fourth regression. Wait, Saintus, just what are you? We went to the seaside cavern by the western sea that Senior Ed guided us to, but it collapsed. My 12th time. We went to Professor Glass's secret laboratory, but we were hit directly by the sacred lance dragon's magic attacks. My 15th time. 22nd. Saintus. Again and again. Saintus, I do not know why time is being rewound, but regardless of where we went in the academy, neither the Holy Pope nor the Archbishop were present. Above all, wherever we ran to, this man, what is going on, would die. I have repeated this day dozens of times, but he would always save me and die in my place. Saintus, 151001602. What am I supposed to do now? Saintus, there are inspection personnel coming out of the Mex's bridge. We will have to wait for now. I see. We are already at the Mex's bridge. I am sure Senior Ed will yell out the window that we have to get past them no matter what. For now, please stop here. Please get off, Saintus. What? I do not know how many times it has been for you, but you need to rest. I do not understand why he stopped the carriage in such a dire situation, but this is my first time experiencing this. I know a couple people worth asking for help from. Something has changed. We do not have time for that. I do not want to see you die anymore. So please, just run away. The Mex's bridge will be blocked off once the incident occurs. I tried everything I could think of. I tried dragging you away by force. I tried to run away again and again and again, all in different ways. It is okay. I tried everything with even the faintest glimmer of hope, but nothing worked. It was all in vain. I told you it is okay, and it was not in vain. These wounds on your body that won't heal are a big risk factor. Why is it that these wounds remain, despite time turning back? The holy magic's blessing that you bear will target those hostile against you, or those who bear the intent to attack you, and it will protect your body. Another protection it offers is complete resistance against holy magic. That is why Archbishop Verdio's mind reading did not work on you. If so, why is it that only your memories and wounds remain intact? That is because this very phenomenon of time being rewound is itself being realized through holy magic. It is likely that aspectual magic is being used to actually rewind time. So at that time, what Senior Ed realized was this. The only way to fuel a spell affecting such a wide area would be through a holy magic technique using a god's power as its foundation. Do you see a new hope now? Actually, how many times have you repeated this day? I do not know. I know I was counting at the start, but after 10 times I just forgot. You have done well to come this far, Saintess. First, calm yourself, settle your heart, and do not wear yourself out. Whenever people find themselves repeatedly crashing against an insurmountable wall, they always desire the same thing, a new hope. After that, just leave everything to me. We have found the cause, so running away is no longer the answer. Now, we must remove the source of the problem. I thought it was strange, even back when playing the game. Clarice changed far too quickly after Adele's death. The faithless saint. The way she so suddenly opposed the order in its entirety was to the extent that it was taken as a destruction of her character. But if I think back to it now, it is as if she experienced so much that her personality itself changed. It was impossible to know through the game, but if Clarice had to experience this indescribable hell a countless numbers of times before learning that the order was behind it, then her shift into the faithless saint makes perfect sense. If so, we can conclude that nothing has changed from the original story. Nail Hall. Considering this, what Clarice must do now is also clear. Even if she runs away from the Holy Lance Dragon, time will turn back. And we can't eradicate the dragon itself either. Then, please listen closely, Saintess. We will stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. First, we must find the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, as they would be capable of this level of holy magic. I have asked countless times while repeating this day, but nobody seemed to know where they were. Is not that strange, given their high status? Each and every move of theirs should draw plenty of eyes and ears. Yes, it would draw plenty of eyes and ears. The Saintess and Ed Roth Taylor. What is with him? Were Taylor and Wade in the middle of a spar, the scene in Act 3, Chapter 5, where he awakens his swordsman form and easily takes victory. How dare you look away? Come on. You look too. Please get off of me. Taylor, I guess the story has changed after all. Let's not dwell on unimportant thoughts. The Holy Lance Dragon will be resurrected soon. What is important right now is finding the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, whose whereabouts were lost at the Mex's Bridge. And the person most likely to know their whereabouts is. Sell me some information. Oh my, what a pleasure to see you. Did you happen upon a profitable situation? All information on Arkan Island passes through Lortel. Well, I will hear you out first, and if it is Lortel Ketchum, she will be able to maintain her calm demeanor, no matter the situation. You have been studying new spells day in and day out. Did you perhaps pick up a hypnosis spell along the way? Even so, aiming for the Saintess is much too. There is someone I need to find right now. I need to find them before the joint combat training at the latest. I will pay you however much money you ask for. Tell me what is going on first. Near the Mex's Bridge Carriage Depot, acting company leader. As you have ordered, I have gathered all the witness information from near the Mex's Bridge. Now then, shall we discuss the price? I normally charge a high fee, but today I might have to charge extra. First off, because you said it was an emergency, I withdrew from my last spar and AC accompanied you. And I can understand you, since this is just how you are, Senior. But seeing how the Saintess has changed so suddenly. Senior Edition. I fail to understand what is going on here. You said you were waiting for your last spar. Right then. It took us quite a while to come this way, so the joint combat training should be coming to an end soon. Yes, and what about it? Lord Tell, you maintain your calm demeanor no matter the situation, and you excel in making rational judgments and acting according to them. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? It is just that, especially in times like these, you shine so brilliantly. As such, no matter what happens, stay calm, and please believe in what I am about to say. Senior, did not you say you were out of time? That is right. That is why I am saying this. What is going on, Senior Ed? So, how much? Compared to my life, it looks like I will have to pay you back instead. I do not need anything. Is that so? What a lucrative deal. According to the 13 witness testimonies, the Holy Pope and Archbishop used a concealment rune and went down isolated roads while accompanied by troops. And their destination, the academic cathedral within the faculty building. Senior Ed, Senior. Edition, no, you can't. Are you okay? What do I do? You are bleeding. Quit stammering. Let's get moving. It looks like at least one horse is still barely capable of moving. Is greatly wounded, but it can reach the faculty building. Quite the stroke of luck. We must hurry. Give me the reins. Even if there is a saddle. Having more than 2 people on it would be tough. One of us has to stay behind. The Saintess and I must go. If I must explain, it is a long story, but you must hurry, Saintess. I'm sure you have a reason for this, Senior Ed. I will believe in you. Thank you, Lord Tell. I will repay this debt later. I swear. No. You'll be paying me back now. It seems the second time was also me, Senior Ed. Well, I do need to buy insurance, after all. Lord Tell. Saintess, there is a proper order about things in the real world. So if you cling to a product someone else has already claimed, things will get quite messy. No, I'm not confusing things. The calamitous reign of the Holy Lance Dragon should have ended 300 years ago. Put on a smile, Lord Tell Ketchum. He who laughs in the face of danger will find himself the victor in the end. You must take to heart what I have told you. Saintess, okay. There is no way he is not scared. I am sure he must want to run away. Just how is it that he... Senior Edition, you are bleeding. How is he? I am fine. I have been hurt far worse than this more than a few times before. How is he so strong? More importantly, Academy Cathedral, it seems like we made it to the right place after all. Within the long history and grand scale of the Holy Imperial Capital, they are revered as the greatest of holy sorcerers. They are strong enough that, were they to be gathered together, even Lucy would have a hard time fending them off, and they are loyal to the point of always being prepared to lay down their lives. For Telos, an honorable title held by only 8 people, the Apostles of Telos. Please step away from the entrance right this instant. The Apostles' only weakness is their religious devotion. They would gladly give up their lives at the Saintess's word. My apologies, Saintess. I am following His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldian's orders. No one may pass by me. This is all for your sake, Saintess. Saintess, you must break through. Saintess, I have told you that you may not pass. Magic Engineering Tool Impact Amplifying Wave Ball. Basic Wind Magic Windblade. Who are you? You're overexerting yourself. You have already lost a lot of blood. It is already over. Just give up. Not yet. Mid-rank magic arrow fires condensed magic power in the form of an arrow. The number of arrows in their arc can vary depending on the user's proficiency. high-rank magic holy body awakening using holy magic. All magic power is converted into physical energy. I do not want to kill you, but I am an honorable apostle of Telos. Light speed, Taldarak. I will be taking your life. Listen closely, Saintus. I was already wrong. Then, I'm not telling you to give up. Rather, you should break through instead. Even if you say you have repeated this day countless times, your body and mind have not been restored. I do not know how long you'll be able to hold out, but you must come to a perfect understanding of exactly what is going on. Hold your heart steady and give it your everything. And if time were to rewind once more, how can this be? You must finish everything perfectly. Then this time, you dare. Of course, that does not mean I will go down without a fight. Have you gone mad? You should have summoned me from the very beginning. You would have lost. He is too fast and strong. For you. You geez. Hey, no, keep it together. Do not die on me, please do not die. Open. The door was locked, but I have been here plenty of times. Past this door is a large corridor, and past that is a sacred chamber. You are. Adele. Just. What happened? How did this? Saintus, you are here sooner than expected. What still? There is no need to come back again. That is a holy blessing. For that one mark, the holy power of the Archbishop, the 6 bishops, the 8 apostles, and the Holy Pope must be gathered in their entirety. And there is only one person that can have this holy blessing inscribed on their body. The Saintus, there is not much time left. It will all be over soon. Please wait just a little longer. What are you talking about? Adele. Saintus, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about? Saintus. Yes, I will now tell you everything. My first memory is seeing seagulls flying high in the skies above the harbor. Stop right there. Do not run. You'll get hurt. You could end up tripping over a rock, so watch where you're going carefully. My parents ran away from their homeland to the trade city of Oldek while seeking refuge from the war. However, it did not change much, if anything at all. They were used and scammed, and in the end, they spent their days barely being able to even afford a piece of bread a day. Adele, your father has something to take care of, so I will be back soon. Just wait here for a bit. Okay. Thank you. That luxurious sandwich that I would never have been able to eat normally, strangely enough, tasted of nothing at all. Now then, time to go. Hey, be careful. I have become an orphan. Delaris Orphanage. The sole virtue in the trade city of Oldek was faith. This applied even to the children. This orphanage, which received support from the Telos Order, was still on the better side. The reason being that, because we were considered servants of God, we were able to rest when we were made, to pray in the chapel. After picking up a lute cast aside at the dock, I learned to play hymns on it, which allowed me to spend more time at the church, distancing me just a little from the strenuous labor. Then one day, Archbishop Verdio, congratulations on your entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. Archbishop, I will pay double the offerings we pay to the merchantry, so please allow us into the Holy Imperial Capital. Haha, really, there is no need for this. Thank you. Fire, Archbishop, are you all right? Something terrible would have happened had the altar room been caught in a fire. How? Did you know this would happen? I saw it in a dream. I have dreams like this once or twice a month, although I can't see my own future. It is a true honor to have met the vessel that will stand at the top of the order before anyone else. Saintus of Telos. It all happened overnight. I had over a dozen attends, luxurious meals, and the respect of high-ranking clergymen. I had to pray every day, receive lessons on etiquette, and sacrifice time for sleep in order to study, it was incomparable to the life and poverty I would once lived. I received baptisms thrice from the Holy Pope, the Archbishop, and the greatest apostle. I carried on the will of the Holy Imperial Capital and bore the Holy Magic's blessing on my body. With the baptisms and the blessing, my holy power grew stronger. Finally, I would completed every procedure except for the baptism of the stigmata. And for the first time, I was able to see my own future. What do you mean you will give up on being the saintess? What are you saying? Thank you very much for all the care you have given me thus far. I wish to serve Lord Telos through other means aside from being the saintess. I see. So I can't convince you after all. The precognitive ability you possess is aspectual magic that can twist the providence of time created by Lord Telos. It is because of that instinctive ability you possess that you were selected as the saintess. Your talents are too great. It seems you have finally become able to see your own future. Years passed by. I had given up being the Telos Order Saintess and remained in the Holy Imperial Capital as caretaker of the Holy Flame. I played the lute throughout the night. Whenever I would fall asleep, my future would appear once again before. The plan has gone awry. If we intend to calm the god-eating holy lance dragon of creation, we must offer the saintess as a sacrifice. I was able to hear many things while I was in the Holy Imperial Capital. The world was coming to peace. This was all thanks to the extraordinarily wise rule of Holy Emperor Klol. However, in a peaceful world, none sought God. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence was reduced. And Verdio, who was a clergyman as well as a businessman, knew all too well what it was they needed. Fear of ruin and a miracle of God. They would revive the Holy Lance Dragon, which had been sealed on Arkan Island, in order to plant terror in the people's hearts. The order would then show a miracle by subjugating that very disaster. Archbishop Verdio was searching for a saintess as a sacrifice in order to seal the Holy Lance Dragon from the very beginning. That sacrifice was me. I believed that by running away, I had stopped that future from ever occurring. However, several years later, Adele, she was not as talented as I was at aspectual magic, but she was a young girl with an incredible gift for holy magic. Her countenance and grace, her intelligence and personality, anyone looking at her would think she was born to be the saintess. Adele, what do I have to do in order to live a pure life? No, I have to tell her. It was because I ran away that you became the saintess. My struggle to survive will lead to your death. That is why I would rather die in the sewers than live as a blank, pure white canvas. You have to run away. The green fogs of the Denkin swamp. Run away. The golden light from the fields of the golden city of Cloelon. Run away. The red roofs of the trade city of Oldek, as long as it is not here, anywhere is fine. The viridescent light of knowledge from the scholarly lands of Sylvania. Please, run away from me, Clarice. Every night, I would sing of freedom and romanticism, hoping that Clarice would run away. However, guilt would stab into my heart every time I saw that girl smile, because I knew that all of this was nothing more than lies and pure hypocrisy. Early one morning, I ran away again. In this way, I would become a wandering minstrel. My final destination was this place, Sylvania Academy. Are you? All right. At first, I did not understand the timing of the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Now, though, I was aware of precisely when and how everything would take place. While I made my way into the chapel, the third apostle of Telos, Taldarak, would speak. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. Then I would roll up my sleeves and show him. This is the blessing of holy magic. I would take advantage of his surprise to enter the chapel, where the apostles of Telos would be waiting in battle formation. And in order to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon, there would a chest containing a necklace bearing Welbrock's fawn. I would try countless times to convince Verdio and the apostles, but they won't listen to me. Seeing how they had not brought over Saintess Clarice from Trixhall, they must have assumed that the stories of the Holy Lance Dragon were no more than exaggerated fairy tales. A true display of arrogance. They would quickly send someone to Trixhall. In the end, they sought the Saintess to save them. They needed to sacrifice a saintess in order to feed the Holy Lance Dragon a great amount of holy power, enough to sate its hunger. The sacrificial circle inscribed on the floor of the chapel would put Wellbrock to sleep by sacrificing the saintess's life. Then everything would come to an end. It is fine. Although my life may have been meaningless, it is not as though it amounted to nothing. It may have all been built on lies, but I saw the light in Clarice's eyes. However, what I could not have predicted was that the blessing of holy magic would protect my body from the necklace. The aspectual magic within me was activated and pushed to its limits. Aspectual magic uses holy power as its fuel to wrap itself around the world's flow of time. Again and again and again, I was surprised that Clarice was able to burst in last time, but I do not have much holy power left. Now, just 1 or 2 more times. It will be over. In 2 or 3. Once I have used up all my holy power, even these loops will come to an end. It is over. What? You? Do you prefer orange juice? Just what? Or just cold water? Is this man doing here? We won't be able to stop the Holy Lance Dragon. Did you think that after all this time I would believe you? The Order will make a miracle happen today, and all of humanity will once again bow before our Lord and God, Telos. The Order's arrogance and the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. The only way to put an end to this would be to offer the life of a saintess to the rune of sacrifice. The life of saintess. The life of a saintess. I had nothing to regret. This was meant to be my duty to begin with. However, the blessing of holy magic protected me. It called upon the aspectual magic within me with its greatest power and rewound the world's time. With a body just barely recovered enough to survive, I opened my eyes in the hall to the combat training room in the Glock Hall. The holy magic's blessing would lose its power once I ran out of holy power anyway, and the Holy Lance Dragon would be sealed. And so, I repeated my walk down this hall. That arrogance repeated itself. The Holy Lance Dragon was revived. And in the worship hall, after everyone had left to find Clarice, I placed myself in the rune of sacrifice. Again and again. This is my punishment. I should have never passed my duties off to someone else. Thinking about it that way makes it all a bit easier. This won't last forever. There is a limit to holy power, after all. I gave up on convincing Verdio. If it is impossible to stop him. This time, the moment I enter the cathedral, I will throw myself into the rune of sacrifice without any hesitation. I will stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon itself, and make sure that none of this comes to pass. I'm almost there. But why? What? You. I prefer drinking cold water. Go, so you can have the orange juice. Right now, I need to. Hey, you are going to die soon. I remember. Idrotilor. At the very beginning, he appeared in front of me just once. You're going to die soon. The world continued just as it was. But aside from that very first time, he never appeared in front of me. At that time, my reply was, I know. This conversation feels like an old, distant memory. It feels like I have returned to the beginning. Nothing has changed. I have to end this conversation and head to the cathedral. I need to bring an end to everything. That is it, what? I do not know everything, but you are about to die, and that is all you have to say. Ah, yes, that is it. What is wrong with that? I need to hurry, and is that really it? No, I do not. I have confirmed it countless times through these unending loops. Evildi. I had already known that since long ago. Even back then, there was nothing I wanted to say. Is that it? I wonder. I feel like I did have something more to say, but I sang instead, and Clarice smiled for me. Was not that enough? Is that it? Just stop. Leave me alone. Just leave me. I wonder if that was it. Thank you. Is that it? I wonder if it really was. What I wanted to say as I watched my hesitant father's back was not thank you. I wanted to scream for him to stay with me. At the end of these countless lies, I am scared. I do not want to die. As if a dam had broken, the truth came flooding out. You sure had a hard time saying something so obvious. Tell me everything you know. Let us bring an end to this. I will now tell you everything. After listening to my story, Senior Ed decided to move separately from me. He decided to go looking for Adele, while I headed to the cathedral. Saintus, were not you waiting at the Trix Hall? Why are you here? I need to focus. Move aside, Taldarek. This time I will finally learn the whole story. Stop everything you are doing right now. Holy Pope Eldian, Apostles of Telos, and Archbishop Verdio. Saintus Clarice, Archbishop Verdio. I believed you to be an innocent believer that put the holy imperial capital above all else. That is correct. I live only for the sake of the holy imperial capital. Our righteous Lord is always with us above the heavens. But the ignorant populace will never believe that if we do not show them anything. That is why you want to kill the holy lance dragon and spread that grace. It won't take long. All of you are underestimating the holy lance dragon. At least consider the possibility of fail. From the very beginning, you intended to use my life as insurance. It is merely as insurance. That would only come to pass if things do not end well. Yeah, the truth is not exactly pretty. To put it briefly, for a long time now, the order has been facing declining finances. So that is why the Archbishop revived the Holy Lance Dragon, so that they could make a show of taking it down and strengthen the people's faith in the order's power. Archbishop Verdio was like this even as a normal priest, growing the congregation and enriching the holy imperial capital's storehouses. That is how the Archbishop proves his faith. Did you try to persuade the Archbishop, as someone who ran away from the holy imperial capital? I have lost all trust. Although he would not listen to anyone else anyway. He would simply use force to make others comply. He brought with him a force that could win against anyone. After all, the Apostles of Telos. They are the greatest armed forces in the holy imperial capital, capable of fending off even an army. My apologies, Saintus. It won't take very long, so I like for you to stay asleep for a while. They're considering strength. There is nothing that can be done. Force alone is not a big concern. What do you mean? High rank, electricity, magic, divine punishment. Who is that? Just who could you not fear the Lord Telos? I am an atheist, but I do believe that those who have sinned deserve to be punished for it. What do you mean by sin? It is engraved in both your temple and your laws. Arrogance. Just what are you doing? You have turned away from the grace of our Lord Telos. Apostle of Telos, stage seat, Linos, Apostle of Telos, second seat, Reuben. As Telos wills. How dare you taint this chapel? I am the third seat, the Lightspeed Apostle, Taldarak. I will be your end. This was not a matter of speed, high rank, spatial magic, spatial leap, but of space itself. The Apostles of Telos are each individually hailed as being some of the strongest people in the nation, and yet, even though there are 6 of them, how is this? No, more importantly, how did she know to attack this place? In order to raise the authority of the order, we plan to revive the Holy Lance Dragon and strike it down. The stage on which this was set happened to be where the students would be, Arkan Island. We could not afford any part of this plan leaking. Regardless, the plan has failed. So if that is the case, we must secure a path of retreat. Our priority is protecting His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldian. Running away. Chronistic aspectual magic time prison. Brother Taldarak. All of this is for the sake of our Lord Telos. Brother Cleve, we must take the Saintus. Please pardon me. Saintus, what are you doing? Unhand me. We must bring the necklace, which is physical evidence, and the witness, the Saintus, with us. If we pressure the Academy using the Holy Pope's authority, then regardless of what that student says, they will be ignored. High rank, electric magic. Didine punishment. Please escape. Everyone, Escape from here and gather at the agreed-upon location. Regardless of what may come, the order will be victorious. How annoying. Archbishop Verdio. Even if we escape like this, we will soon be caught. It is fine. Even if it is only for a moment, we will destroy the evidence and retrieve the Saintus. And once we inform the Academy of this act of violence, then, ignition, basic magic ignition. How could mere basic magic be so powerful? Spirit formula explosion. What is going on is not that where the Academy Chapel is. Follow me, Mug. Yes, young Master Ed. He predicted our retreat and was lying in wait. Is he working together with that witch hat-wearing brat? Holy spell. My apologies, young Master Ed. I have lost them. Now if I hide together with the evidence, the necklace, then it will all be over. Nobody will be able to find me within this dense forest. This dense forest. The necklace. Hand it over. Seeing that you are aware of the necklace, it looks like you know everything. You sent that mage too, did not you? But now it is over. Hand it over. Archbishop Verdio is strong. Even without the apostles of Telos at his side, he won't be easy to subdue. I see. We are running out of time if we want to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Not to mention, our enemy has been planning for this for a long time. Even if I get Lucy's help, there's a high chance that we will fail. It would be nice if we could turn back time just once more in order to get more information, but given Adele's state, it is okay. It's okay if you fail. I can still turn time back a few more times. That is a lie. Her power is nearly exhausted, and it would not be strange if she were to drop dead any second now. There is no time to hesitate. The magic power is still flowing. The Holy Lance Dragon will soon be resurrected. The apostles were taken down, so only the Saintus can stop it now. Then all will know the greatness of our Lord Telos. The Holy Lance Dragon will soon revive. Now I understand everything. In order to prevent the Holy Lance Dragon's seal from being undone, I must subdue Archbishop Verdio and take the necklace outside the island. The problem is that nobody will remember this. I must relay this information. Adele will need to sacrifice herself once again. But even if we succeed in turning back time, if I do not manage to relay this information, then we will fail in exactly the same way. Despite being faced with her true feelings, I do not want to die. In the end, again, I was too late. Who cares if you were a little late? Lucy, you need to relay my words, fast. Adele or Clarice, either is fine. Lucy, you need to hurry and relay. No,